took the sun, Switzerland, amazing single tracks, amazing views. I invite everybody to come here to enjoy this race because Swiss Epic was one of the best of the world.
It's truly amazing. You know, I spent a lot of time racing in Switzerland during my career, and I don't think I ever got the chance to truly appreciate it because I was, focused and always in a bubble. But now I have the chance to really enjoy it and look around, and it's unbelievable. It's indescribably beautiful.
Good morning and welcome to stage 4 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. It's an early start today and we are live at the iconic 5-day mountain bike stage race here in the spectacular Alps in the beautiful Graubünden region, and we've been visiting the towns of Laax and Arosa, and we'll be heading eastwards to Davos today. It's the Queen stage, a transition stage, 100 kilometers with 2,800 meters of climbing. Yesterday we passed the halfway point, but there is still a long way to go for those tired riders, the tired legs, the tired bodies, and the rigors of mountain bike stage racing have certainly started to set in. And the real challenge today that we've been talking about over the last 2 days is the rain, the conditions. And there is rain predicted today. We've been looking at the weather forecast. The forecast in Laax today, it's currently 12 degrees, so very fresh in Laax right now in the start village. There is rain predicted. Rain's predicted to be starting shortly around about where the start is. And we've got, yeah, we can see the weather report right now. It looks like there's going to be rain towards the middle of the day. Not good news for the back markers, but of course everyone is in it together, and they'll no doubt be challenged by those conditions, not just for the cold, but also for the trail surface. The trail surfaces will be slippery, so they'll need to pay a little bit of extra attention. Just another thing, another challenge on the mountain bike stage races. They'll be well advised to take great care on those tricky trails, those technical trails, as they head into Davos today. And we have Dario Lindar, who is with us today. He is in Davos. He is in the final race village of the week, and we welcome Dario Lindar. He'll be able to give us an update on the weather in Davos.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. Up here in Davos, it's quite the same as in Laax. It's around 11 degrees at the moment. But at the moment, it's dry. And I had a chat with a local just a few minutes ago. And yes, there is some rain coming later on the day. Probably with good luck, not that much rain. But yeah, hopefully it stays like it is. So it's very quiet at the moment up here at the SPAR Swiss Epic finish line in Davos. And yeah, we're waiting for the start of the guys here in Larnac. So it looks exactly the same. The weather is a bit foggy. It's high humidity, and yeah, it's fresh. It's really fresh. Happy that you're in the office, Neil. It's a bit warmer probably. I'm sitting outside and freezing at the moment.
Well, it's good to hear that you're out there and experiencing the race and the weather. It's an exciting time now in the racing. And we're just looking at the leaders' jerseys right now. The Chevita leaders' jerseys. The yellow denotes the leaders in the men's category, and a comfortable lead for Willier Pirelli Factory for Rabensteiner and Gesmeyer. And in the women's category, Davos Clusters in the orange jerseys. Mixed category also looks sewn up Sommer and Sommer. And in the Masters, Stoll and Schneider. And Grandmasters, Oswald and Schneidhammer looking also dominant. So really, those jerseys look comfortably on the shoulders of all of those 5 teams. But of course, there is 100 kilometers to go today, and anything can happen. Of course, this is not even the final stage. It's the Queen stage today. The final stages of the loop course around Davos tomorrow. And if anyone knows anything about mountain bike stage racing, if anyone's been watching mountain bike stage racing over the last few years, they'll know full well that that it's only over when the riders cross the finish line. So Rabensteiner, Gesmeyer, Janus and Morath will be looking to put in maximum concentration to make sure that they do not miss a beat. You saw some bad luck yesterday with a puncture on the final trail. It was one of those moments where you think in mountain bike stage racing that the stage could belong to a team that looks dominant at the front. And we saw Hans Becking, who really looked like they were heading for that stage win and cracking their rim. And of course, with that, the seal of the tire it was compromised, and so was their stage win campaign. So losing over 3 minutes on the stage and almost handing the win to the de facto leaders at the moment. And of course, making it 3 out of 3, Willier Pirelli. Now we're on the start line right now with the e-bikes, the Bulls e-bikes, who are giving us this unprecedented coverage of the race. And we're able to see a rider's eye view, and a unique thing about mountain bike stage racing. We can really get a sense of what the trails are like. We get really a first-hand view of what's going on the trails, and we are really up close with the riders. And the expert riders of these e-bikes are none other than Karl Platt, Stefan Sam, and Thomas Ditch of the Bulls squad, formerly of the Bulls Juggernaut team, who've dominated mountain bike stage racing over the last 2 decades, you could say. And we're privileged to have expert riders, and as we'll hear later on, there'll be expert commentators of the race, as we'll be crossing live to them to talk to them about what's actually happening down on the trails. So excited to see really what the conditions are out there. We can look at the weather reports as much as we like, but it all comes down to what's actually happening on the trails. Not such high altitudes today. Yesterday we saw the altitudes reaching 2,000 meters almost, and the day before on stage 2 we saw the highest point in the race highest point in the week in fact reached at 2,500 meters. And of course, anyone who knows anything about altitude and riding at altitude means that the weather changes drastically, and it's drastically different at 800 meters as it is at 2,000 meters. Today, our highest point in the race, near to the Zügen Gorge, and the stage today is as we said, a transition stage. It takes us to the final race village of the 2022 edition. It's characterized in the early kilometers by deep forests and the pale sheer cliffs. And there is some spectacular scenery to come. There's some easy riding through the Domleschg Valley and the descent of over 30 kilometers. After that, the climbing begins with the Alter Schin, a historic footpath. We're looking forward to see that historic footpath carved into the rock face above the Albula River. And then we'll be reaching the viaduct, the Wiesner Viaduct, and that provides an entrance into the trails that we'll be looking forward to. The riders will be looking forward to an exciting section of stunning cliffs, ancient bridges, tunnels, some classic, iconic alpine scenery that has characterized the Swiss Epic for 9 years. This is the 9th edition, and before we reach the highest point in the race, we'll be passing the Junkerboden before gradually descending into Davos, and those tired legs, those tired bodies will be able to have a chance to recover before the final stage, stage 5 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. Just taking a look at the overview of the race, of the 359 kilometer race. It has 11,700 meters of climbing in total over those 5 days, and 11,850 meters of descent. So ever so slightly downhill, but let's not forget that there's still plenty of climbing, and that downhill, that little notion of the downhill race this year will really be wiped out in the riders' minds, certainly, as they tackle the tricky section, the tricky climbs today. 2,800 meters the riders have to tackle. We're on the start line, looking at those nervous faces, and no doubt we'll be hearing soon from the e-bikes when we start. We're starting in about 7 minutes, and riders will be wearing their jackets, just staying warm so that the bodies don't use that extra energy to keep warm. Just before the start, they'll no doubt disrobe. Today's choice of wardrobe will be very important. Dario, we spoke about it yesterday, and it's all about the local knowledge. And what do you bring with you when you're riding a stage race, and a stage like this where there is weather predicted? Dario, what's your opinion on what the riders should be taking with them in terms of their wardrobe?
Yeah, first they really have to check the weather forecast. That's probably the most important thing, because at the moment it looks like that if they're really lucky, then the first few riders, they're not attached by the rain during the whole day. So, but at the backfield, that's going to be a big issue, and probably they have to bring their rain jackets with them right from the start, because it's a long stage. It's over 100 k's, and there's no chance to get a rain jacket in between. But they can drop out and buy one at a bike shop later on or something like that, because it's really long. It's a long climb. And because it's such a long climb, it's also very important to check what kind of rain jacket you're wearing. If you're wearing a real thick one, then the sweating will be so high. It's gonna be so warm in your jacket. You have to take the right decision, and hopefully all the riders check their jacket before on a long test ride, so they're not getting surprised by the warmth of the jacket. So that's going to be a big thing, and they have to check everything right in front of a start, even check the bike, and for sure they have to check that they carry enough food and drinks with them. So it's only 10 degrees, so they need a lot of energy at the moment.
Yes, well, it's all about managing that energy and managing the body and managing the bike. And Dario, we saw yesterday the one aspect of the race is looking after your bikes. We saw some beautiful flow trails in the Runker Trail. As beautiful as it was slightly rockier than the trail surfaces we'd seen throughout the beginning part of the day. And we just saw Hans Becking cracking his rim on one of the rocks as he was descending, going extremely quickly. Obviously, they were looking for a stage win. So yes, it is all about managing your bike and managing your body and managing your fuel intake. We talked about it yesterday with Carl Platt, even the great insight of having won 5 Absa Cape Epics knows that the best thing to do in terms of refueling is to refuel early. So the riders will have those gels and those energy bars in the pockets. They'll have the energy drinks in their bottles, and they'll be looking to manage their efforts and manage their nutrition throughout the day. It's all about the mental approach, and also just an intelligent approach. It's not just a mental attitude towards the race. It's an intelligent approach, a methodical approach, and that will guarantee success at, or the best chance of success rather, at any mountain bike stage race. Again, nervous start, nervous looks at the start. Just that anticipation of waiting will be starting in just over 4 minutes. The pro men category, and we can see Buff Megamo arriving at the start. Hans Becking, Jose Diaz, the well-proven duo, having had a fantastic 2021 campaign of the Absa Cape Epic. They've had a great campaign this year. They've been on the podium at 4 Islands, and they will be looking to go one step better. They're lying in 5th overall. In fact, they have a backup team with them. They're lying behind them. They had some bad luck on stage 2, and they'll be looking to leapfrog their backup team with their extraordinary firepower. They've showed dominance throughout yesterday's stage. They are riding with the very best. They were able to hang on to Gersmeyer, in fact, the only team that were able to hang on to Gersmeyer's wheel. Gersmeyer driving the pace, and Rabensteiner also matching that pace. But Gersmeyer looks to be one of the strongest riders here at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, and we are expecting great things from those two teams. We saw a little bit of a gap in some of the steep climbs back to Singer Racing. They're also having a great day. They are lying in 2nd. They've had more or less a seamless and eventless or event-free race in terms of what could go wrong, but they'll be looking to really preserve that 2nd spot. They might not quite be on the pace of Gersmeyer and Rabensteiner, but Martin Fry and Steven Stiebjohn have got all to play for still to preserve that 2nd spot. And if they do see any weakness in Willier Pirelli, no doubt, as experienced stage racers, the two of them, they will pounce. They will have learned from the likes of Karl Platt, Stefan Sam, to know that stage racing is all about patience, all about waiting for that opportunity, for that gap, and for that slight window of opportunity when it's time to pounce. They do have that killer instinct, like any good mountain bike stage race, any good mountain biker, any good racer, in fact. That's what characterizes an athlete in this sport, is being able to be intelligent about your approach and methodical, but also that killer instinct when it really comes down to the sharp end of the stage. You can see there on the right-hand side, in the yellow jerseys, the Chevette yellow jerseys, is Daniel Gersmeyer. He'll have someone standing by to take that big jacket. He won't be starting in that jacket. He's just wearing it to keep his body temperature up. And yes, it does look like it's going to be time to disrobe. In the center of the screen, that's Marcelo Vergara. He is riding for Buff Megamo as the backup team of the Becking and Diaz pairing, the Dutch and Portuguese pairing, who have proved their firepower yesterday, riding at the very front of the race. And we're looking forward to seeing exactly how the race develops. We've got some early ups and downs in the stage, but we really expect the racing to explode at around about the 35-40 kilometer mark, after they've transitioned through that easy descent through the valley, and they'll start those steep climbs and be reaching those tricky trails. So all to play for in the last 2/3 of the race. And of course, having said that, if there's any weakness, if they see any weakness, any of the riders see weakness in each other, they will take that opportunity to pounce. And ready almost less than 1 minute before the start, as looks skyward, keeping an eye on that weather. Everyone seems to be looking at Dario. We seem to have the riders looking upwards. What does it look like above you right now?
Yeah, exactly the same as in Laax. It's still the same here in Davos. It's fresh, 11 degrees. It's a mystic scenery at the moment. So the fog, the clouds are right in the middle of the forest. So it looks really amazing. But the thing is, you can't see the Alps at the moment. The mountains are hidden behind this foggy. We call it a tickle, and we're having this tickle at the moment up here. but we're excited for the riders. We're excited to salute them here in Davos. And yeah, it's getting busy. So the village here is really big. We have some real nice program throughout the whole day. Children racing, kids race tomorrow morning, already this afternoon. Some good stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of things to do and to explore up here in Davos when the riders arrive up here. Well, that will take its time. They just started in Laax now.
Well, good to hear from Davos. And we saw at the start there was just a little bit of urgency in Daniel Gesmeyer, keen to stay at the front. And we saw a large group leaving the start chute, a large group of some of the top professionals in the sport. And that all-important positioning at the very beginning of the race. If you see a large bunch, there is a bit of a risk riding in what we would term in road cycling as a peloton. But it's not really that desirable when you're mountain biking with all of the difficulties that one experiences on the trail surfaces. It's always good to be in the front so you can pick your line. Don't have to necessarily follow the line of a rider and be surprised by any trail obstacle along the way. So positioning very important, and really the top teams wanting to all get into the front as far to the front as possible so that they have the best chance of success and the least chance of picking up any issues on the trail. We see the second group about to start. That is the Masters category. Thomas Stoll, founder of Stoll Bikes, and Danny Schneider, Radsport. Danny Schneider, in fact, has the auspicious honor of being one of the 3 riders, in fact, who have completed all of the 9 editions of the Swiss Epic race. So starting in 2014, he is a local lad, a local man in Switzerland, and his home race is the Swiss Epic, and not missing a single edition, finishing all of them, and now appropriately leading in the Masters category.
Yeah, this guy, Danny Schneider, he was a former road racer, professional road racer. He used to be a road race Swiss champion, but probably that's a bit ago, so probably 15 years or even more. So Danny Schneider was the Swiss road race champion, and he founded up with Stoll, the founder of Stoll Bikes, as you said, Neil. And Stoll was a real good marathon racer as well before, and he was within the team, in the Stöckli team with Jolanda Neff and Matthias Frückiger in the early days. And yeah, he was involved in that team, building the Stöckli bikes as well. Then Stöckli stopped building bikes, and now he's here with his own company. And I think he has about 3 or 4 teams within the field riding his bikes. And I met him yesterday at the finish line, and every time a rider of his riding his bikes is coming in, he has to check everything. So does the suspension work properly? Is everything okay? Do you feel good on my bike? So he's really interested in his bikes, and he's really supporting his own riders, even if it's racing by himself together with his partner Danny Schneider, and they're leading with a big margin at the moment, so they can take it easy. And it's the first time for them to ride in the Masters category, because Stoll was too young last year, so they had to wait until he's over 40 to start in the Masters category together with Danny Schneider. And yeah, now they're really strong. It seems to be that Thomas Stoll is a bit stronger than Danny Schneider, because yeah, Danny Schneider was on his knees yesterday after the 3rd stage.
Well, good to hear that there is some good spirit between the two of them. And Danny Schneider is a well-known and seasoned campaigner in cycling, and no doubt having done some stage races. So very experienced, but experienced is all very good and well, but the legs have to count. The legs are really what counts. So good to see that there is a good team dynamic between them. And now we're with the women. Women about to start some concentration there. Adelaide Morath looking resplendent in that orange Ciavita leaders jersey. They're leading the field by quite some margin. They have a 13-minute and 37-second advantage over Team Mountain Bike Pro Merchandising Chingalani, and that's the team that you see on the left-hand side. and Adelmarad's right-hand side in the blue jersey. So heading off, and they will be looking to defend that position. You saw yesterday, we talked about defending the leaders' jerseys. It's all about that dynamic and the tactics that go with mountain bike stage racing. If a rider or if a team is in the leaders' jerseys, they have no real obligation to attack if they have such a dominant lead over the opposition. But that doesn't stop Adelaide Marath and Bettina Yanis just putting a bit of pressure on the climbs, not necessarily attacking, but a bit of pressure on the climbs to put the other teams on the back foot. They'll ride their own pace. They won't necessarily have to attack. But it is really the responsibility of taking the race by the scruff of the neck. The responsibility lies with Team MTB Pro Merchandising Chingalani. And Dario, do you have any contact with the e-bike? Is that Thomas Ditch at the moment? Would that be Thomas with the front rider? I believe that this is Carl Platt with the women's category. Carl Platt, 5-time winner of the ABSA Cape Epic, is the perfect e-bike cameraman to follow the women's category, and he will no doubt have some good insights as to what the trail surface looks like. Right now, of course, they're going up a tar section, a steep tar section, but he will be able to tell us exactly what those trail surfaces look like when they reach the tricky sections of this 100-kilometer route.
So Carl is pretty relaxed at the moment. This is a tarmac road, and afterwards it's going back into a single trail. So Carl, it's gonna be a slippery day today.
Yeah, Dario, we just hit the tar road, and it's quite steep, but the ladies, they're riding relaxed. I would also do, because yeah, it's a 100-kilometer stage, and you don't want to waste your energy in the beginning. Stay together, ride together. I think that's for today the best tactic.
Okay, but talking about tactics, you made the biggest mistake this morning, not by yourself.
Tell me, I can't remember. It was
you
too
can't
early.
remember. Wasn't it something with your back wheel?
Yeah, no. From all the trails, and the bike was brand new, so some spokes got loose, but I think only 2 or 3, and yeah, we fixed them quickly, so we're used to that. We had the same situation with Stefan in the Cape Epic, and we had to stop and fix all the spokes. So yeah, we're used for that. Professionals, you know.
Okay, perfect. But what are you wearing this morning? So it's fresh. It's only about 11 degrees up there in Lax, and there's some rainfall expected later on the day. So you're already wearing your rain jacket or wearing pretty warm stuff? Because yesterday you said it was so warm during the whole day. I was wearing too much in the morning.
Yeah, yesterday it was raining so hard in the morning. And then I was a bit scared not to get too cold. And I put rain jacket on and some thick underwear and everything I had. But we have the backpack with all the gears inside. And it's difficult to get rid of all the clothes. So I had to ride the whole stage in the rain jacket. It was like a sauna. But yeah, today it's already started to rain. And yeah, it's pouring already. And for today, I put the same clothes on as yesterday, and I hope it's not getting too cold. I also took some spare gloves with me, so if my hands get too cold, then I have some warm and spare gloves.
So as a rider, would you wear a rain jacket from the start? If you look at the ladies now in front of the pack, they're just wearing their normal race kit.
It really depends. I mean, there are some riders, they never freeze, they never get cold. So if you're a rider like this, I know exactly, for example, like Simon Stibian, he loves the cold, and even when it is cold, he didn't even wear underwear, so he's fine with it. I was in the last years, I was freezing quite a lot, so I would put on for sure a rain jacket, because yeah, it just gives you some energy back, because when you start freezing, you know, from the winter, your body needs a lot of energy just to keep your body warm and heated. So definitely I would sweat rather a little bit in the rain jacket than having too cold.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because a rain jacket is always too warm. So thank you very much, Karl. For the moment, they're heading up from Langnax. They know the trail from yesterday, and this is one of the last groups waiting in Langnax. And as we heard from from Karl, why Paul all the time? It is it starts raining up there in Lax.
In the midfield or even as a back marker, have to have a working knowledge of your mountain bike, because trailside repairs and last minute repairs need to be made. It doesn't matter who you are, you have to do it. And it's not, sometimes you might be 20 kilometers away from one of the tech zones or any kind of outside help. It's an important thing to have a working knowledge of just exactly how that mountain bike works. So whether it's a derailleur that needs to be repaired, or whether it's some spokes that need to be tightened, riders and of course the ever-present threat of having punctures, riders need to be well versed in repairing their bikes on the trail side with a small but carefully selected set of tools, so that they can get on their way as soon as possible. And Karl Platt and Stefan Sam were masters of that skill. They were masters of being able to repair or diagnose firstly, and then address and repair whatever damages that they've done to their bikes, or the trail conditions have done to their bikes. We've seen some scenes in the past of having Stefan Sam repairing and replacing a chain link. Within 45 seconds they were back on their bikes, and no threat to their overall campaign. And I think that's what set the Bulls riders apart, was their ability to deal with those tricky and very stressful situations that make or break riders. And so often we see some of the less experienced riders panicking when they have a mechanical, and that panic costs them 30-40 seconds. And the energy that's required to make up those 30 or 40 seconds can really play a big role in the long week ahead of any rider who's attempting a mountain bike stage race. And right now it looks like we're with the front riders, and we'll be able to get a trail's eye view from the e-bikes out there. Daria, are you in touch with the e-bikes at the front of the race?
Yeah, it's now a tricky situation, so the trails are really slippery at the moment. So Stefan, how slippery is it? Is everything under control?
It's pretty much under control, but maybe only with my tires. So it's really slippery. The routes are all wet. It's starting to rain just now as we come out of this uphill single track. And probably it's never going to stop for today. So let's see. We're sheltered in the forest a little bit, but yeah, it's going to be a completely wet day.
So the riders now together with Stefan Sam, they're now in the Flims forest. They're going to the left-hand side a bit later on, and then right now, and then they enter into an easy single trail, let's call it. How is the situation at the start? It's quiet at the moment, so they're taking it easy quiet on the first downhill.
No, I think they don't take it easy. They never take it easy, but it's more quiet. Everyone has respect of the long stage, knows about the weather conditions, and actually the first single track downhill was quite difficult. Not only because it was slippery, but it's so dark still in the forest. You hardly see anything.
Uh,
Great to hear from Stefan Sam right there with the front riders and giving us a rider's eye view of what they are experiencing out on the trails today. And really looking forward to hearing more from the e-bike riders, because they really have the best view and almost unprecedented coverage that we're getting from those riders right there. We've seen the likes of the Tour de France, and we've not only seen them at even in the onboard cameras in motor racing. And right now we'd like to just cut away from the scene and just check out what the mood was at the start with some of the auspicious riders that are beginning their campaign at the 2022 Swiss Epic.
Good morning. It's scary. It's very scary, but we're hoping to actually pull through. I mean, it's part of the game.
How's your week been so far?
The week has been really good. We've been pushing quite strong. We've been keeping together quite well, being patient with each other, and I think that's what it was needed from us. Yeah.
And the Swiss Epic compared to the Cape Epic, how's that experience been?
Swiss Epic, it's very hard. It's very hard. I can do epics, like many of epics. This thing, it's very hard.
So you're looking forward to finishing in Davos?
Yeah, we're looking forward to finish.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of your week. Have a lot of fun out there. Enjoy the trails.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's great to see the excellent Exaro campaign and the successes of that. And we're back with the leaders at the moment with the e-bike of Stefan Sam. And we heard Stefan Sam earlier talking about the e-bike that he was riding on his tires, and the difference between the tires that he's riding on that bike versus the tires that the top professionals will be riding. The top professionals are riding they're riding with tire widths of around about 2.35 inches, but it's all about that casing and that tread. The tires on the e-bike will be heavier to cope with the demands of the heavier bike. Also, the agenda of an e-bike is different because, of course, there is an extra 250 watts of assisted power. So the weight agenda doesn't really play a role with the e-bike. But of course, when you're a mountain bike stage racer professional, every gram counts. And also a nice light tire does roll more easily. So the front riders, the front professionals will be riding maybe a slightly compromised tire when it comes to grip and robustness, and looking to get that perfect balance in the tires of just really a casing that will be hard enough to withstand the rigors of mountain bike stage racing and the trail surfaces we've seen, but also just light enough to be able to let them climb with the very front riders and with 2,800 meters of climbing that they have to cover today, and over 11,000 meters throughout the week. So tire choice is very important, and the e-bike has the luxury of choosing much more robust tires, almost 2.5 inches with a very aggressive tread. So they're able to cope with the tricky trail sections without too much trouble. And Stefan Sam, probably having been a professional himself, a top professional, having won the Cape Epic 3 times, he will be sympathizing with the riders having to navigate these slippery trails on tires that perhaps would roll very fast on sections like these, but would just be a little bit trickier on those slippery routes. And right now we're just keen to see what get a bit of a race update. Dario, can we have a bit of a roll call at the front there with Stefan? Which teams are in the group? Which teams have fallen off? Do we have any information from the trail?
Let's have a look. And the man who knows best is Stefan Sam. It's just on the left-hand side. Thomas Dietsch, the other e-bike rider. How is the situation at the moment at the men's field? Please, Stefan.
We still continue in front of will be lost in the back of the UCI men. We will try to get to the front. So I can't tell you yet what I suspect that they usually.
So they're right in the middle of the forest at the moment. It's a narrow
hard.
place
So maybe
up here.
Minutes in Thomas.
The whole day it's an up and down as well, especially in the beginning. So it looks like there's a long downhill, but some real short and steep climbs between the flat parts. So this is the first part of the day of the race. It's coming from Laax down to Trin. They're close to Trin at the moment. They're going down into the valley, into the Rhine Valley, and then they ride through the Domleschg in the, let's say, flat part through Rhaetian Railway and Rotenbrunnen. So this is the first part of the day. And there are already some gaps at the top of the race, Stefan.
Yes, the field has split already. Probably in the first technical. Also, there were some bottlenecks where I almost had to hit on. There are splits in the field already.
So Thomas is trying to catch the leaders on his e-bike. Thomas, are you close with the leaders or are they far away?
I'm not close. We lost the group from the beginning. It was a short climb at the beginning, but everybody want to get in position for the first downhill, and then we lose some time. Now I have to come back.
Yeah, the gap is already pretty big because this is the Flimsewald gravel roads. It's a labyrinth in there. So many roads, so many beautiful trails in here. It's a part of the biggest rock slide in the European Alps 100,000 of years ago. And that's exactly how it looks in this mystic Flims forest. So trees, rocks, everything. So you can enjoy the countryside a bit at the moment, Thomas, not?
Oh, it's really enjoyable. Fantastic.
But you have to ride fast to catch up with the leaders.
You can hear me breathing, not?
Yeah, I can.
I don't know my heart right now. But it's not easy.
Yeah, we're back with Stefan.
Now. I missed the current turn.
And Stefan, that's probably already a 20-30 second gap.
It looks like it's a huge gap. As you can hear Thomas breathing, he has to push hard with his e-bike to bridge the gap. But he should be there in the next couple of minutes, and then we can get more updates from him. But as you said, the forest is really beautiful. It's like a fairy tale forest. But I think no one has the eyes for it now.
No, they're going so fast, and even on this gravel road, it's slippery. You see some sharp right-hand turns like we have here. We tried to go back to Thomas. Did you catch up with?
No, I didn't catch up yet. I missed the turn. I make a small mistake. I have to come back now.
Okay.
I can see the.
Okay, so we go back to the start line and having an interview there.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm standing here with Manda and Rainy. Tell us how your week at the Swiss Epic has been.
It's been really rough. We've had a lot of climbing. We've been anticipating this rain for all week long, and finally today on the Queen stage it came. Really pumped up for the race today. It's going to be a very tough day on the mountains, but yeah, it's been lots of fun.
Tell me about the teamwork. How's it going from a team energy?
Rainey's been very supportive through the climbs and the downhills. It's been very supportive.
Are you guys confident you're going to conquer the Alps?
Absolutely.
We will, definitely.
Absolutely.
Will you be back next year?
Most definitely.
Good luck in the rain. Have fun out there.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Cheers, guys. Awesome.
race, back with the front race part of the race, and with Stefan Sam on his e-bike following this small group of riders. And we've been seeing some already, we didn't predict this, that there'll be some early moves as the riders head towards the 30-kilometer mark in the race, and we're approaching that long climb as they head up towards Davos. But a very tricky climb coming up, a steep one, and no doubt the race will start to stretch out even more. We've seen a compact group, a select and compact group at the front, but one of the final groups to leave right now in the start and locks. We can see the rain is pouring down. Top professional started 25 minutes ago, and we can see the conditions just on the grass. Quite a lot of mud, and this will be the order of the day. This will be the theme of the day for the riders, to be tackling these trail conditions, the slippery conditions of the muddy trails. No doubt some of them will be looking skyward. Perhaps they don't want to look up. It's not one of those things, don't look up, don't look down. They will be, there we go, the inevitable look upwards at the skies, just to get an idea, just to prepare themselves mentally for what is to come. First, most important rule is, of course, you have to look down. You have to pay great attention to what the trail surfaces are doing, because that's what it's all about. It's all about grip and all about keeping the rubber down, as they say in mountain biking. So Dario, have you got any more word from what's happening on the trail side right now with Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch?
So we tried to catch up with Thomas Ditch. He went the wrong way. So now he's probably back with the leaders at the men's race.
It's still not the leading group, huh?
These are the chasers.
Chasers, yeah. It's many small group, I think, in front of me now. I'm not in which group I am now, but I will try to buy them and try to come back to the front group. But actually, it's impossible to pass. It's fast, even if it's large track. It's too fast to pass. It's around 50 per hour now.
Yeah, on this long downhill. Afterwards, it's going back a little bit up again at the moment. So beautiful farmhouses around here. This is called Ransun. This is pretty close to Gerestasee, Lake of Geresta and Lake of Gauma in the region of Flims, and close to race. And another short single trim with some rocks in there. So it's going to be dark now.
It's dark. Please, can I have a light?
So yeah, out of the dark into the light, as Falco said in the early days. So you're back on a thermocrate. Are you trying to catch up with the leaders, or is it just a bit stressy right now at the race?
It's really stressy, yeah. Everybody wants to pass in.
The situation is like this. It looks really easy at the moment, and if you look at the map, but there are some real short and steep single trails always in between. And even on the way down, there are some slippery single trails. We go back to Karl. With the ladies, they already opened their jacket. It's raining. How is the situation at the ladies' race, Karl?
Yeah, it's raining hard and it's getting a little bit colder. The three top ladies riding together. I saw Vera and Kim. They put a little bit on some pressure, just I think to get warm. And but they're still riding in a group, and no one is trying to go too hard and saving energy. They are not losing too much, but conditions are not nice.
So the contenders in the general classification are leading at the moment.
Yeah, there's a group of three ladies teams, and they're riding together. Yeah.
So it's the fourth closest with Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat leading. Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana. And the third team, there must be Vera Loser and Kim Lecourt. Am I right? It's a real fast race in the women's field at the moment. They just passed the Gauma, so they're going to the right side now, and then a bit later on entering these fantastic single trails as well. These ladies are at the moment in this, like Stefan Sam said, fairy tale forest around Flims.
And Daria, this is what we said earlier, that it's going to characterize the early part of stage 4 in the transition day between Larks and Davos. Stage 4 in the early part. Deep forests is what it said on the trail description, and that is absolutely the truth. These beautiful deep forests do provide a little bit of canopy protection from the rain, but of course the trails are getting wetter and wetter, and we can see in the women's category, the top 3 teams that we've seen all week, the first 3 stages, the top 3 teams that have emerged are present and correct at the front of the field altogether. It's a little bit more of a steady pace that we've been seeing. Seems to be in the men's category just a bit of movement, a bit of chaos, in fact, you could even say, and which is always the worst possible nightmare. And always just a reminder to anyone viewing to download the Epic Series app, and on the app you'll be able to spot and also you'll be able to follow the Swiss Epic and many of the other Epic Series races. Epic Series is a collection of mountain bike races in iconic mountain biking destinations, and on the Epic Series app you'll be able to track and follow your favorite riders or a family member or a friend, so be sure to download that. And we're going to be just cutting to some interviews now on the line, getting a sense of what it's like to be a rider at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic.
Good morning, Kate. Good morning, Nate. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, so far so good.
What has your week been like in the Alps?
Oh, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Majestic mountains and just awesome scenery, but incredibly tough, incredibly tough. So far, yes.
And the plan for today? Kate?
The plan for today is to leave something for tomorrow so we can have fun in the last day and remember it in a nice way. And the plan for today is not to be demoralized by the rain.
Yeah. And looking forward to getting to Davos.
Absolutely. Today the plan is just to get through, just to get to the finish line safely, so that we can cross the finish line tomorrow.
Okay, enjoy conquering the Alps. Have a great time out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
And back to that start line, the last group's about to leave, and don't forget to follow the race on these channels on Facebook, Swiss Epic, and Instagram, and of course YouTube on the Epic Series channel, where you'll be able to catch this live broadcast, which will be uploaded at the end of the stage. And if you want to watch it again, and of course there'll be some highlights, and you'll also be able to see the scenes from other stage races around the world. And in fact, now that we're talking about it, the Reef to Reef stage race in the tropical rainforest in Australia near Cairns is currently underway, and no doubt we'll be getting some images from that race as well. So you'll be able to follow those races from the iconic destinations, which is all about the Epic Series, all about riding the world and getting to experience mountain biking in different regions all around the planet. We're still on the start line. We'll be cutting back to the riders on the trail any minute now. We have it's always difficult to get full coverage in the forests. We are working with some highly technically advanced equipment in the forest, but still connectivity isn't always completely seamless. In the most remote regions, we are in mountain biking stage racing. We're visiting some very remote regions, and no doubt we'll get connectivity soon. We'll be able to be back with the front riders as we see some of the backmarkers. Spare a thought for the backmarkers who'll be spending some time, maybe upwards of 10, 11 hours on the trails today. Hopefully not longer, but they'll be experiencing all kinds of conditions that make for mountain bike stage racing.
So we're expecting the timing within the next few minutes. The first timing is at the Minz, and riders are getting closer and closer. Then now, if you check the GPS tracking on the SPAR Swiss Epic side, so they're pretty close to the Minz, and then we know who's in the lead at this men's race. The track they're riding at the moment, it's called Senda sur Silvana. It's a real old trail coming up from the valley, up into the mountains, to Laaks, to Trin, to Flims. So a very iconic trail. It's a single trail in between, a real narrow one, a rocky one. Probably they even have to walk a little bit because it's so steep and so slippery on the rocks.
As we look at the scenes of today, we'll be remembering back to the scenes of yesterday in stage 3 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. We saw some fantastic scenery, but also some challenging mountain biking as the riders reached the 2,000 meter mark, 2,000 meters in altitude on the 63 kilometer stage with 2,200 meters of climbing.
Here are so friendly. I mean, getting here is only because of my hard work. I worked so hard, did 2 epics, and got the opportunity to come here. Thank you so much to Cape Epic for giving me this opportunity to come to the SPAR Swiss Epic, and I'm enjoying myself.
30 seconds to go.
I'm from the UK and I'm here at the Swiss Epic to experience new climbs, new descents and meet new people. My first time doing the Epic and one of my first mountain bike series that I've ever done, and loads to look forward to and can't wait to get to Saturday.
Hans is on the flat, but still continuing to ride. So, I'm not sure if he can't fix it, or if he just doesn't want to.
that to have a good partner is the best thing in life, because friendship is all. And we're here celebrating life, mountain bike, and everything else. So amazing. This guy's amazing. Super strong, super friend. Thanks. Congratulations, Swiss Epic.
Some beautiful trail scenes from the race in stage 3. That was yesterday's stage of the 2022 Swiss Epic. And if you just joined us, we're leaving Larks today. Yesterday was a loop stage around Larks, and today there'll be a transition stage, a 100-kilometer stage from Larks to Davos. And we're right now with Stefan Sam in the lead group. And yesterday we saw those iconic peaks and remote Swiss villages and the beautiful trails around the Graubünden region, and today is no exception. We'll be leaving the forestry sections and we'll be climbing soon up a specially cut trail that will be visiting some of the peaks. Yesterday we saw the highlights of yesterday was the Rucker Trail, and today we're going to be seeing some more beautiful views. Just after the Wiesner Viadukt, we're going to be seeing the Zügen Schlucht trails, an exciting section of stunning cliffs and ancient bridges. So all still to see in the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And right now with Stefan Sam, we're hearing reports out on the trails that there is a compact group of around about 10 teams at the very front of the race. And no doubt at this point, racing is so dynamic that there'll be 1 minute it'll be a compact group, and the next everything will be stretched out. It just takes 1 or 2 riders or 1 or 2 teams to put some pressure on the front. And given the nature of the trails, the narrowness of the trails, and of course how steep they are and technical they are, a little bit of pressure on the front causes chaos at the back. There's the elastic band effect, and right now we're seeing just that group stretching out. No doubt when the trails get a bit wider and the group becomes more compact, we'll be seeing that ebb and flow of racing as it is characterized at the very front of with the top professionals in the sport at this 2022 edition, the 9th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, as the riders head towards Davos, and still all to play for. And really the stage win today is really wide open if the race is all together now, but they are about to tackle one of the steep sections of the trails, and Dario will be able to tell us a little bit more about the route. He is a local in the area, and he knows the route intimately. And let's hear from him some info, just some inside info about what the trail looks like from here on.
Yeah, now we're still on this downhill down to Tamins, where the first timing is. It's a narrow single trail. It's really slippery at the moment. Probably. Stefan Sam, it's really slippery at the moment, not?
It's completely slippery, yes. Also some wooden bridges, and but it looks to be like a compact group, all in the front. So yeah, let's see when we come out the track what it exactly looks like. But this is also fun.
This
Super
looks
windy,
real
flowy
good fun.
tracks is good fun.
Yeah, this is the center, Susilvana down to Tamins, and after Tamins, they're coming on to do a gravel road, so time to relax. It's probably time that everything comes together at the top. They're pretty close now to the first timing on the left-hand side. We see the gravel road up to the Nationalstraße, up to Flims. They're right in the middle now of Tamins and going to the right-hand side into the Rhine Valley. And so time to breathe, but only for a moment. They follow the Rhine on it's not a single trail. It's like a real nice trail along the Rhine, pretty close to the waterline. A little climb up again in between, and then through the Domleschg all the time close to the Rhine, but a different direction that the Rhine does.
Okay, it looks like I am back at the front of the race. I can see the yellow jersey pulling in the front. Also single racing team. It is quite a big bunch.
So everything came together now. That's right in front of, the first timing at the moment. They must be in the Minz now. Yeah, they're on the gravel road at the moment. So it was a bit stressing the downhill, Stefan, but now everything calmed down a bit.
Of course, yeah, now everything calmed down a bit. This was the first stressy part of the stage. Now we are heading onto a pretty much flat section for a long time.
Yeah.
And of course, if you don't need to force an attack, you don't go. So everybody will stick together.
So what do you expect for the rest of the day? So right now a bit of a rest. They're taking a bit easy in this flatter part, and then attack mode in the first real hard climb of today, out up to Alter Schin. So they're pretty much going up to Lenzerheide and then back down again.
Yeah. That's a possible scenario. It's quite difficult to say because also those flat sections, when everything is calm, some riders get out of their own rhythm. And maybe because it's slow, you maybe forget to eat or something stupid can happen. So it's still, I wasn't a fan of those flat sections where it was quiet. I wanted a high speed all the time. So let's see. But probably it's going to be like the last stages on the uphills, natural selection. If one team pushes really hard from the front, then others will drop off.
Okay, the situation at the moment is like this. The single racing team is in the lead. Together in a big group with the Villa Pirelli factory, both Megamoto, the KMC guys, KTM Alchemist, Buff Megamo with Hans Becker and Jose Diaz, the Lux team, as well in this front group, and the Bottecchia factory team. And then 12 minutes behind is the team St. Moritz, Fadri Barandun and Vincent Thorn on the 9th place. Then another 32 seconds in the back, Bottecchia factory 2, 11th place, the Cannondale team with 44 seconds. And then with over a minute, it's the team AB Bike Side Coaching. On the 13th place at the moment, this is the Arcade Bicycles Goldust Power Team with last year's winner of the SPAR Swiss Epic with Nicola Rohrbach, together with his new and young teammate Niels Landenberger. So at the moment, they're at the lowest point of today's King stage. They're at the Minz. So the first complicated part of the stage is already done. So it was slippery, a lot of single trails, a lot of gravel roads, short uphills, and as we heard before from Stefan Sam, it was hectical at the beginning. But yeah, look at this. It's only a small part already done, and the flat part, it's not that flat. It's always going uphill a little bit. The ladies.
Go ahead, Dario.
Yeah, the ladies are in this beautiful downhill from Trin. So, Carl, you're enjoying yourself, having fun with the ladies.
100%. I'm enjoying myself riding. It's really nice to be in the forest because we get hided a little bit of the rain. So maybe you could see before when you're through the town. So it's really raining hard. But in the forest, you can hide quite nicely.
Did something change?
No, we have no really changes. The girls also put some jackets on because it's really getting a bit cold. And it's very slippery here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Even, yeah. And except Adelheid, it seems she's not freezing. So, yeah, let's see.
she's in an unbelievable form. So Adelheid is dropping the pace all the time.
Yeah, but you
And
know,
she-
that's also a thing. When you're in a very good shape, so your body works amazing. Your metabolism works amazing, and if you're not riding on the limit, yeah, it's just fun to ride in that shape. And it looks like.
And even she said yesterday at the finish line, I have to take it a bit easy on this real long king stage. It's over 100. Okay, this is one of the part, as I told you before, it's going up again. It's really slippery. It's a technical track.
Yeah, it's very technical track, and it's very, very slippery.
So they get stuck in the trail at the moment because of some probably some bands in front of them, huh?
No. I mean, we are 6 riders, so with 6 riders it sucks sometimes a little bit. So you have to sometimes, because it's so slippery, you have to go off the bike.
This is the most technical part of this. Don't call it a downhill from Flims down to Tamins to the first timing. So slippery routes. Even the rocks are pretty slippery. Yeah.
It is very slippery, so nearly not rideable. I don't know if the man could ride, if you could see something, but definitely it's really hard to ride for us.
Yeah, we missed
On the
that
e-bike,
part.
It's possible, because I have also like really big tires. Like Stefan said before, our tires, they have much more grip on these wet conditions.
It's even better for you to ride the bike and not to push a 25k e-bike. So.
Oh yeah, that's not nice. You have to push. So the last days I had to push some corners, and I thought like, okay, that's a different game. So I lost immediately some meters to the front group. Yeah.
Okay, good. So we're back at the men's field, as you can see on the left-hand side in the left picture. They're riding along the Rhine. And we're live with Thomas now. So the situation is still the same on this narrow part.
Yes, situation is the same. Big bunch in front.
As now at the moment, this is Fadri Barandoun right in front of you. He was probably at the first timing. He was about 12 seconds behind the leaders. So probably Team St. Moritz catched up with the leading group. Is that right?
That's right. I'm going to the leading room now. It's hard stage. You can't see that much because glasses are full of are dirty. So the forest is really humid. You get mud on the glasses. It's really slippery everywhere. You never know what can happen. Sometimes it's the road. Then you go in the city. It's on pavé. Really hard to handle every part of this stage.
So who's setting the pace at the moment? Is it always Fabian Ramensteiner and Daniel Geismeier? Can you see that?
No, at this moment it's Simon Stibian is making the pace in front. It's around 10 team in front. Fabian Ramensteiner is third. Daniel Geismeier is second. And Simon Stibian is making the pace now.
So they're controlling the race. Our classification leaders,
it's really important
factory.
Really important to pass in front in some technical single track, but they are controlling the race. When it's like now a large track, they are not too fast.
They're not going too fast.
It's really
so that was
controlling
again
the race.
Yeah. The scenery up here is so beautiful. Even if it's weather like this, it's nice. This is the Rhine Valley. They're heading forward to Domleschg. Perfect view from Thomas Dietsch's chest cam. We saw in front Simon Stibian, followed by our leaders in the general classification, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier.
Dario, it's great to get a race update really from the trail. We can see all the riders and get a sense of just how tricky this section of the trail is. They are currently heading southwards, and then they will more or less in macro terms take a left-hand turn and head east once again towards Davos. And this is more or less, it doesn't look very flat, but relatively flat section that they'll be covering for the next more or less for the next 15 kilometers. So the riders can take a bit of a respite and perhaps a bit of a regroup. We saw 8 teams reach that 20 kilometer timing check, with a couple of teams a little bit dangling off the back, some 12 seconds, 35, 40 seconds back. But no doubt there'll be a bit of a regroup, which doesn't always spell good news for the riders at the front, and that's often why you see the riders at the front putting down the pressure. In the road cycling, you would see the riders just taking a bit easier at the flats and letting their so-called domestiques set the pace, or perhaps being a bit of a lull, happy to let a group develop. But in mountain biking stage racing especially, it's different. It's really important to have the trail clear and the group as small as possible. The smaller the group that you're in, the better, because of the chaos that happens out on the trail and the unpredictable trail surfaces. We had a question yesterday which was interesting in that it asked, are the riders riding blind? As in, are they riding the course having not seen it before? And that is interesting, because as a mountain biking professional, you'll be racing all over the world, and you won't get a chance to necessarily ride the course twice. Certainly a 100-kilometer course, you won't get to ride it twice. We just see Franz Klaas on the right-hand side there, 3rd place yesterday. But back to the question, the local riders will have an advantage on the tricky trail sections. The riders that we saw yesterday, Franz Klaas's teammate, in fact, is a local. Andrin is a local lad. He knows every rock of the trail, and that definitely helped them. And Dario, you said it yesterday that that local knowledge will be very important when it comes to just knowing how long that climb is, just exactly how to measure the efforts, and also just how technical the trails are. So Dario, you would also know the area well. Will the local lads have an advantage today?
Especially in the first part of this stage today, because a lot of slippery single trails are coming up. Later on, it's just I think if you have enough power or not. So the uphill is really long. Not a lot of single trails. Is wider trails for the uphill, but for sure it's necessary to know how long they are, and probably it's even good if there are always some short downhills in between on single trails. So it's really important to enter these single trails as the first team. That gives you a real big advantage, and yeah, it's pretty good if you have a local in your team, like Franz Klaas has together with Andrin Bailey. They made a real nice race yesterday, 3rd in their home stage, so they're riding for Team Lags, and yeah, they came in 3rd in Lags. That was really good for them. They had bad luck on the first 2 stages, 2 flat tires on the second stage, 1 flat tire on the first stage. We're at water station. We see Stefan Sams and Thomas Dietsch's face at the moment, changing battery. Changing batteries at the moment.
Threw a bottle at me, not on purpose.
So, Stefan, what happened?
Jose does, he wanted to get rid of his empty bottle, so he threw it back, and it hit me.
No way.
Yeah.
Jose, you have to talk about that later on here in Davos.
I will have to talk to him. This is not possible.
That's Oktoberfest in Davos. You can throw a bottle back later on.
Yeah. No worries. Luckily, I wear a helmet.
Just looking at the timing at the 25-kilometer mark, all the teams that are contenders in the race, and we're looking especially for the leaders in the Ciavita leaders jerseys, the yellow jerseys. William Pirelli are really at the front of affairs with Singer Racing Team and Buff Megamos, the two Buff Megamo teams, Baking and Diaz and Dreku and Marcelo Vergara, all present and correct. Team KMC in there, also riding at the front, and all to play for, looking for a prestigious stage win on stage 4, riding into Davos from the Larks, the race village in Larks, and 25-kilometer mark. They still have 75 kilometers to cover and some very challenging terrain, and in particular a steep climb coming up at the 40-kilometer mark. They'll be looking forward to a very good rest and tonight in Davos, and enjoy the legendary Swiss hospitality. But we were talking a little bit earlier about that local knowledge, and it's important that that the riders do have a look at the information that's published in the rider manual, and they'll know that the SPAR Swiss Epic does feature a new route every single year. So there's a completely new route, and with that comes a unique test of endurance, resolve, and skill, because not only having to cope with the physical efforts, but also keeping an eye on the trail, and be able to ride a trail blind is a skill in itself, and to ride it blind and fast is an even greater skill that the top professionals in the sport will learn to develop that skill. And it's all about, especially in these narrow trails, it's important to also be patient and know that in the narrow sections of the trail, it's very easy for a move, very easy to get lost and to lose the front of the race, and important to measure your efforts and not panic, and also to stay as focused as possible. And inevitably, this early in the race, the riders will regroup, but you can see they're deep into the forest now. We're back with the e-bikes. We saw the e-bikes earlier getting a bit of a refuel, because they have to change their batteries at least every 25 to 30 kilometers at the water stations. They have an extra 250 watts of power on hand, or on foot rather, and when it comes to these tricky trails with the steep ascents, they will need to be putting out maximum power and maximum torque, which of course drains the battery on a 25 kilogram e-bike. But thanks to these e-bikes, we get some of the most beautiful footage, and unprecedented in covering the sport, where we have really a rider's eye view of the race. And we're back with the women's, and Carl Platt is following the top 3 women's racing. We're going to just get a bit of a roll call at the front, because it looks like we have 2 teams on the
mean, the rule is on the road. If you have the leader jersey and you're in attack, you don't lead. But you know, I wouldn't. Other people always said, yeah, on the road it's like this, but we are not road racing. We are mountain bikers, and then mountain bikers is a completely different game. So sometimes it's also good to put on your speed on the other guys and let them go your speed. It's sometimes easier for the leaders. Yeah, just be in their own comfort zone, because it's just yeah, you're saving energy and maybe putting some pressure on the other riders. It's also 100% this is a mental game, to showing, hey, I'm the strongest and I want to break you.
So it's not an advantage to go slower. So it's probably a disadvantage if you go slower as you can go. So that destroys your rhythm.
Exactly. Like Stefan said before, sometimes, you know, you go really hard on a climb and you're like in a zone and a mood, and you go all the time like a really nice speed. And then it gets slow, you're coming out of your rhythm. The roadies, they can handle it much better than the mountain bikers, because mountain bikers, they always try to go as fast as they can. So, and when it gets like really slow and you're getting out of your rhythm, some riders, it's really difficult to get back into a nice rhythm, or they need some time to get a nice rhythm again.
Yeah, and everybody is having his own rhythm, and the highest cadence, the highest rhythm at this year's Swiss Epic is definitely Adelheid Morat. As I said yesterday, she was leading around 180 Ks over the first day. Unbelievable what she's doing at the moment.
Yeah, she's just in unbelievable shape, and you can see she's enjoying the ride, and yeah, it's a great.
So we're back with the men's on the left-hand side. We're with Thomas. Thomas, is it still wet and raining out there?
Actually, it's big group. I mean, not big group, but around 15 teams together. Now, I think it's still, I'm back in the group, but really one of the last position. But I can see it's still Simon Stibian leading the group, and in the wheel it's Havensteiner and Daniel Gersmeyer, and just behind on the first position it's Martin Frey, and yeah, we are on the flat part on the cycling piste. Speed is high, 41, 42 km/h. But yeah, in the peloton you don't really feel that it's hard. It's fast. Riders are talking together. It's a bit relaxed actually.
What they're talking about tactics or just yeah, random things?
No, I think it's more about talking shit now. It's more relaxed, really relaxed place. You know that it's easy situation.
So, okay, once again. You don't have to say shit, you can say Alpenpizza, then everybody knows
sorry.
what you mean.
No, but it's fun. It's a really relaxing moment with the peloton now. And yeah, after this first hard part of the course, till the first speed zone, now it's good to have more relaxing situation.
So it looks quite relaxed at the moment. Thank you, Thomas, for this insight. The riders are at the moment in the flat part, riding through the Domleschg, as it's called, across the Rhine. Along the Rhine, not across the Rhine. They're still on the same side. Then they move over the Rhine a bit later on, and then this real hard and short climb up to Alter Schin is following. So this is going to be a hard one.
Well, Daria, we've got them pegged at around about the 31, 32 kilometer mark at the moment. And there is a long line of riders that we did predict on this relatively flat section of the course. And this is what the riders at the front won't necessarily want. They won't want a big group of riders, which is exactly why Simon Stibjan and company at the front are aiming to do. They're aiming to keep the pace honest, keep it all stretched out, and keep the slightly, we would hate to say it because they're all top professionals, but keep the slightly slower riders as far back as possible. Keep them out of the way when the trails get a bit more hairy and when they get a bit more narrow. And great to hear the insights from Carl Platt. And Carl Platt, having all but really retired from the very, very front end of the sport. He's still raced in the Masters category at the Absa Cape Epic, but it's great to hear the insights. And as he gets a bit older, he's a bit more relaxed about the inner secrets of riding of the top professionals and what it takes to really succeed in the complex and dynamic sport that is mountain bike stage racing. And we've spoken about it a lot before. You have to be a kind of a combination of attributes, a combination of talents. Not only does a rider have to be a cardiovascular phenomenon, they also have to be a Jedi pilot. And looking at some of those trails that the riders were navigating, going in and out of the forest, lightning fast reactions, being able to turn on a basically a split second, change tack completely. And also, all importantly, that recovery, riders have to be able to sleep. And we've seen riders on the road saying the riders that sleep the best ride the best the next day. And so to be a world sleep champion is very important. And one of the most important aspects is being able to be a good politician, knowing just exactly how the other riders are feeling, not put them under too much pressure. You'd think that it would be a good thing to show dominance, to show absolute, to show superiority out in the trails, but sometimes it's worth just hiding those cards. So a bit of a poker player and politician is necessary to succeed at mountain bike stage racing. There is camaraderie in the field. They are in it all together. They're all professionals. They're not necessarily colleagues. They are rivals. But there's a kind of a grey area between rivals and colleagues when riders will be cooperating at the point like this in the race where they'll need to work together to get to the finish quickly. And at the end, of course, they will turn very quickly into bitter rivals as the sprint for the line and for the prestigious line honours as they get into Davos. So great to see the field coming together because we get a good view of all the contenders, all the top 10 or 12 teams that are contending for a stage win today. But no doubt at the just before the 40 kilometer mark, the race tilts upwards very steeply, and that's when everything will stretch out very quickly. So there'll be a bit of a rush to get near to the front. The riders that fancy themselves being in contention for that prestigious stage win. There'll be a bit of a jostling for position, but we expect to see that in the next few kilometers. We saw earlier Franz Klaas passing. He is that rider in the blue. You might be able to see him. They came third yesterday, and him and Andrin, Franz and Andrin, had a fantastic day out. They were rewarded with their patience. They had bad luck in stage 1 and 2, and they did admit that they were handed that podium spot by the Hans Becking puncture. So they were quick to acknowledge that it was another rider's bad luck that gave them that podium. But at the same time, that's what stage racing is all about. It's all about having good luck and waiting and being patient, because one day luck will turn. So 2 days of bad luck for Klaas and his partner Bierli were turned around and were able to get that podium. So it's the dynamics of mountain bike stage racing. You can have a great day, you can have a bad day, and the two are often can happen directly after each other. So the important thing to remember is never give up. Your fortunes can always turn around. So Dario, we've got some interesting dynamics about to come. What's the word out on the field there with the e-bike riders? We just saw them together, Stefan Somm and Thomas Ditch. Do we have contact with them?
Yeah, Thomas is following the first lead. Do you can see Stefan in front of you, or where is Stefan, Thomas?
Stefan is just on my right side.
Okay, so
I'm just here silently watching everything.
okay, so you're talking about Alpenpizza. Or what are you talking about?
No. We're actually also enjoying the show right now. So everyone in the field lined up. I can see Stevie in front all the time. But that's what Carl said in the beginning. He's like, I think he has 100 horsepower more today, because he knows he's super strong and almost unbeatable in that type of condition. And he wants to keep his own rhythm, keep the speed high, and just trying to be safe in the front. It actually also stopped raining now, so it's not as miserable anymore. Quite of a break for the riders before they hit the last uphill.
Okay. So Thomas, former marathon France champion. So which is the critical day at the stage race? Is it a day like we're having now, day 4, or which one is it?
I don't hear you clearly, sorry.
No problem. Then I go back with that one to Stefan. Did you understand it? So which is a critical day?
Normally the critical day is day 5 in a stage race, like the epic, but then it's already over almost for the Swiss epic. No, I think on a race like this, 5 days is still manageable, but every day can be critical. The second day is normally the one that hurts the most, because you were so fresh from the first day, giving it everything. It was about the leader jersey and so on. So you really dig deep. And second day always hurts the most. Today is more a mental game.
So it looks like Karl Platt is at a service station at the moment. Is that right, Karl?
Yes, I'm at the service station. I need to change quickly the batteries and also take a bite. Wait, is this battery full? It is full. So also take a bite. That's the most important check.
That's the most important check. If the battery is full or not. Cool. So it stopped raining at the women's field as well. So they're probably about 10 minutes behind the leading group.
Danke dir.
Is it still raining, Karl?
Yeah, it is still raining. Not hard rain, just slight rain. So conditions are not that ugly that I expected. So maybe I rode too many races in the rain, so I'm having a banana quickly.
Okay, so let's have a look.
So look,
at breakfast
all the
table.
ladies here. They're helping the riders to get some food.
So, hello, ladies. Sam, hello from me.
Say hi. Say hi. You're on camera.
Swiss ladies are always too shy, especially early in the morning. You know that.
They're too shy.
So, you're going back to the other ladies. They're not that shy. To the leaders. So Karl Platt has to catch up. He made a long rest there, having a banana. So catching up some men's riders. And then back into
That is
first.
also a very important point to get food, because like I said earlier, because your body needs so much energy and he's burning so much energy and you don't feel it. And then all of a sudden, the man with the hammer comes and boom, and you have nothing left.
Okay, so you said
to eat.
You check every time you check your Sigma, your computer on your bike, then you know I have to eat something. So every half an hour, you said.
Exactly. Especially in the race, because you're burning so many carbohydrates.
So how many? Do you know? I
mean, if you're really going full throttle, you can burn up to 350, 340 grams of carbohydrates, but that's at heart rate maximum at 180.
And so in an hour?
In an hour, yes.
Yes.
And your storage only it gives you 300 to 400 grams.
Yeah. Is there a way for carbo loading, or does that not exist anymore? We heard about pasta parties in the early days, always the night before.
Yeah. Sure, there is some carbo loading, but you start the carbo loading already some days before, and then you not try to.
Is that probably the best part of training, the carbo loading part? Is it better after the race, just to eat whatever you want?
You know, in a stage race, you have to eat small portions, but a lot. Because if you eat small portions, it doesn't affect your whole metabolism, you know, your system, your stomach is not working on the limit. Because if you eat too much, you need so much blood and energy to digest everything. So better eat more, always like every 2 hours or 3 hours, but not too much.
Okay. Did you have your banana yet?
I'm having it, yes.
I'm having it.
Trying to catch up.
This man can even tell us some nice stories with a banana in his mouth. Unbelievable.
Sorry. Yeah. No, there's, we have plenty of time. We can share some other stories as well. Maybe people they can also ask on YouTube what they want to know about food or stuff, or race tactics.
Exactly. Ask us on our YouTube channel if you're there. Questions for Thomas Dietz, for Stefan Sammer, for Karl Platt, or even ask us everything you want to know. We try to answer. It's still around 11 degrees up here in Davos. It's getting colder. The rain is coming in, as we heard. So, yeah, that was a question before. Check us on our social channels like Facebook, Instagram, or, as I told you before, on our YouTube channel.
And we're getting these live pictures from Stefan Sam of the front end of the men's field at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And we're just catching a glimpse there of the jersey of Hans Becking in his National Championships jersey, the Dutch National Championships jersey, and of course the resplendent yellow Ciavitas leaders jerseys of Gersmeyer and Rabensteiner, the pretty much in a comfortable position, over 6 minutes advantage over the Singer Racing team. But it's been pretty much a dominant display by Simon Stiepjan, who's in his element at the moment, keeping the pace high before the major climb of the day, the steepest climb of the day, in fact, and a major obstacle that the riders have to accomplish. And no doubt the riders, the field right now, it's all compact. They call it Gruppo Compatto in stage racing in Italy. But we can expect that to be stretched out hugely when they hit that climb. Looking forward to seeing exactly who's right at the front and who will be falling off the back. And we predict great things from Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. They had a fantastic showing yesterday. They want their revenge because they had a flat at exactly the worst possible time, and the worst kind of flat, where the seal between the rim and the tire, the tubeless tire, was compromised by a crack or a break in the rim, which is pretty much unsolvable. Thankfully, the mechanic had fitted a foam insert, and just taking a look at those final images yesterday after the stage, that foam insert that went into the rim, that protects the rim if there is any damage to the tire, was absolutely destroyed. It looked like a wild animal had got hold of it and started biting into it, and just showing the brutal nature of the trail. And all credit to Hans Becking. We saw some images of him descending on that Runker trail as if he had not a problem in the world. But meanwhile, there was absolutely no pressure in that tire as it was rolling all over the place. But he still managed to hold it, and they only lost 3 minutes. They have had some bad luck this week, and we really expected them to be major contenders on the overall, especially considering their firepower and their abilities on the trails. But bad luck in stage racing, it's what it's all about. And what they'll be looking for now is to hunt for those stage wins. So Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, our eyes are on them. And the likes of Rabensteiner and Giersmeyer, they have bigger fish to fry in their minds when they have to having to defend that overall leaders' jerseys. They have over 6 minutes advantage over the Singer Racing team. And so almost there are 2 races going on, one for the stage and one for the overall. The overall race is the bigger picture, and if they lose even a minute or 2 minutes, that can put that race lead under threat. And we're back with the women's category. Again, we still see those 3 teams that we've seen all morning, all present and correct, and being led in the field by Adelaide Morath, the multiple national champion in both marathon and cross-country disciplines. She's got several wins to her name as a professional rider, 15 wins as a professional rider, and it's clear that she is the strongest rider in the race. And we're looking to see exactly what happens on the climb to come to around about the sort of late, just before the 40-kilometer mark. They'll be hitting that section, and right now just a bit of a calm before the storm, you could say. We're out on the field right now with the e-bike, and that's Carl Platt. So we're looking to see what Carl has to say on that e-bike.
So Carl Platt at the moment with the ladies, and it's not only the ladies, you have the leaders in the masters category in that field as well.
Yes, yeah, the ladies, no one wants to lead now, so the speed got a little bit quiet, and some men from the behind catching up, but the ladies also catching up, a lot of other men from the front, and now but it's not a strange situation, it's all good. They have a good camaraderie. Maybe some men feel like they got chicked and they want to go in front again. Yeah, Kim is laughing. Kim is listening to what I'm saying. Kim, say hi to people. So you see, they're not riding on the limit, and they're still enjoying the race.
Sorry, Carl, but you said enjoying the race. It's a real long stage, 100 Ks. It's pouring down. Can you still enjoy something like that?
Yeah. I mean, what do you want to do in a 100-kilometer stage? I mean, you have to enjoy a little bit because it's there are some parts coming. We have to be very concentrated. And now we have a flat part on the road. You can take a little bit easy, spin the legs. I mean, the girl's not going on the limit now. They're eating. Adelaide is also eating. Hi, Adel. So she's looking very strong and also putting some energy. Allah, you don't feel cold without a jacket.
I'm cold, but it's backpack. I just know.
Okay.
Perfect, Jesse. Yeah, we heard her. Thank you very much, Carl. Beautiful
Yeah,
pictures.
she's
This
saying
is the
so
Rhine.
with the backpack, it's okay. So she doesn't feel cold. I'm surprised because I have a jacket and under jacket, and I feel cold.
You're riding an e-bike. Carl. So look at this beautiful view. This is the Rhine on the right-hand side. They're riding through the Domleschg now, and not far away is this hard uphill, this hard climb up to the Alter Schin.
And Daria, I'm just trying to think of a sport any sport in the world where we can speak to the riders and speak to the participants really in mid stride. unprecedented coverage in mountain bike stage racing, and in fact in the sport, where we can really be right up front, right next to the athletes as they compete for the prestigious title at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. We are hearing directly from the race leader, Adalait Marath, the decorated rider from Germany, and very much dominant in that orange Ciavita leader's jersey. And just fascinating to hear the insights from the trail from Carl Platt himself, following the women's category leaders right now. 3 teams in the mix right now. We have Vera Lorza in front of us, and Kim Lacourt in the Mauritius National Championships jersey, with the stripes, as you can see on the right-hand side, black with the right-hand stripe, and of course the leaders' jerseys, the orange jerseys of Marath and Giannis, all looking dominant. And it'll probably all split up when we get to that first steep climb, but we'll just because it's a long hand day, a long format day, it'll be a bit of a wait before we get to see exactly how the stage will unfold. We'll get a very good idea on that climb, and just having a look at where the men are at the moment, just to see, we can see that they're already on that climb, already having reached the foot of the climb. The men's category leaders will be able to cross to them in a moment when we get coverage of the men's category scaling that tricky climb that we've been anticipating.
So with Stefan Sam in the men's field. So Stefan, you're in this downhill, uphill. Sorry.
Yes, maybe to me it feels a little bit like a downhill, but not to the others. It is still quiet now, but for a different reason. We are hitting the long climb, or the lower parts of the long climb, and the speed is picking up. The group is getting smaller and smaller, but still all contenders for the GC are in here, and also a big advantage for Buff Megamore for today, because they have 2 teams in the front group, which will definitely help in mechanicals.
Exactly. So they're allowed to share wheels or to help each other out. You mean that?
Yes, exactly. It's allowed within UCI trade teams to exchange materials. So, for instance, there's a flat tire, then you can just swap a wheel, which is much quicker than trying to fix it.
Otherwise, everything else they have to fix by themselves. So, if it's a flat tire, there's no mechanics around.
No, there's no mechanics around. This is stage racing. You need to carry all your spare parts. You need to carry the tools, and you need to be able to fix everything on your own. Only in the towns you can access boxes or wheel sets that you handed in, and you get those. But there's also no assistance from the team mechanic, so you really need to fix the bike and deal with all your problems yourself.
Okay, so who's leading at the moment now? Is it still Stevie?
At the moment, no. At the moment it's Jose Diaz. Oh no, see now it's Hans Becking. Just for a short moment, obviously he's and he's looking for a bit of version from yesterday. I'm really happy for Jose Diaz. He found his legs yesterday, despite the puncture. He was dealing with sort of a leg injury for a long time, where during the race the legs, his left leg would like almost cramp, and it looks like he's through with that. So really happy for him to find his shape back.
Yeah, so there was Hans Becking and Jose Diaz yesterday, been on a mission, been in the front on the last downhill at the Runke Trail, so only a few k's away from the finish line in Landax. And then Hans Becking had a flat tire, and you rode right behind him on his last spot. He was doing this downhill on his broken rim and flat tire.
It was really impressive to watch how he handled that trail. It's a fast trail with tight turns and berms and banks. He was riding like nothing was like a normal bike, no flat tire, pushing into this, riding everything over his to see, even taking jumps.
Yeah, we saw him whipping. So on your right-hand side, this is Thomas Dietz. Thomas, is
exactly.
The speed are going up at the moment? It seems to be like the pace is a bit higher as in the beginning of the climb.
Yeah, the pace is a bit. I think all riders want to show that they are in good shape, and they want to show that they have the shape to win the stage. It's interesting. It's yeah, 3 teams leading now. One moment now it's a bit. Yeah, it's Hans Becking still leading, but close with the 2 leader jersey with a yellow jersey. Just behind it's Simon Stibian. Interesting. Everybody want to prove that they are there and in good shape.
They're in good shape, but they still have a few Ks to go.
Hard, yeah.
So probably an attack in this first real hard uphill to the Alter Schin. Yeah, you have to imagine they're going up close to Lenzerheide. So from 700 meters up to 1,100 meters and back down again. And then this long climb up to the Davos is following. And I can tell you, it started pouring down here in Davos as well.
We are really. It's strange. Really, you can't really see in front of you. It's sad.
So we're back with Carls and the ladies. Oh, it's getting wet even from the plants around you.
Yeah, we just hitting
Welcome
a trail.
to the jungle again.
Yeah, it's a nice jungle. So you get wet from the jungle. We clean the lens. Yes. Yeah, so the speed is moderate, and ladies are not taking it too serious now. They, I would say, they're just following a good speed, and yeah, just get over some kilometers. Well,
So they're a few kilometers away from the climb now.
I don't have the profile in mind, but I'm following the route. I had some views this morning. I know there's some climbs coming.
Some climbs. Okay, good. So there's a hard, short one, and then this real long arm up to the Foss. So the ladies are still in this flat part in the Domleschg along the Rhine on the right-hand side. The Vorder and the Hinterrhein.
You know, I also live close to the Rhine, but my view to the Rhine is a bit, yeah, the Rhine is a bit bigger. So this is, even when you said this is the Rhine, I couldn't believe because it's so small.
It's so small, but this is only one part of the Rhine. We have 2 Rhines, the Vorderrhein and the Hinterrhein, and they're coming together right after the first timing point of today in Reichenau. So the Vorderrhein and the Hinterrhein is coming together, and then it's only the Rhine from there on.
And then it comes to my place.
Yeah. So this is, no, we can't talk about that, but yeah. So our water is fresh. Let's just say that. So we're living at the Rhine Spring pretty close. The Rhine Spring is pretty close to the place we've been yesterday at Lartic. It's up in the lower part of this scenery, of this epic scenery there. Is the Rhine Spring, and in the Reichenau, the two Rhines, the Vorder- and the Hinterrhein, are coming together. And then our old water is flowing down to Karl Platz's place, and he drinks our old water.
Yeah, but I'm sure you keep it nicely.
So for once, it's not Adelheid Morat leading at the moment. Adelheid Morat in second place. It's the team mountain bike merchandising in Innovis who's at the top at the moment. And it looks like the pace is getting higher and higher now. So for once, it's not...
We're doing about 27, 30 k an hour.
So still 3 ladies team at the front of the race at the moment.
And Dario, it looked interesting to me from this angle that that they are now starting to cooperate together at the front and not just leave it up to Adel Marath. We saw Adelaide Marath just drift to the back and let the others do the work, and it seems that that tactic has been a good one. And now it seems like the teams are sharing the load, and just a bit of a time at the front means that there is a bit more air resistance, a bit more wind resistance, so taking time at the front does use more energy than sitting at the back in the draft of the riders. I'm just seeing some of the Masters categories come through, and of course different races, different categories. The Masters category is denoted by the fact that the riders need to be 40 years or older to enter and to ride in that category, in contention for that blue Chivita Leaders jersey. And also another point on the category leaders jerseys, it is all about that prestigious, wearing that prestigious jersey all the way into Davos. And just a quick rundown on what the colors are. The men's leaders jersey is yellow, the women's is orange, and the mixed, which you've seen in the past, in fact yesterday we saw the green mixed jersey where one rider is male and the other female, and the Masters riders over 40 years. And then there's the Grand Masters, that is the purple jersey, and both riders have to be 50 years or older on the 31st of December on the year of the race, so that is 2022. So that is the minimum age, and the participants are all, of course, required to be 18 years or older for just to even race at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and that is on the start date of the event. Riders have to be over 18 because of the demands of mountain bike stage racing. 5 days and over 350 kilometers. Important that that you are very well prepared for an effort like this. And we can see there, it's not just about the physical effort, but it's about the conditions, being ready for the conditions. And we did see earlier on with the top men's teams riding up that climb, it appeared that most of the teams had disrobed from their rain protective gear. The riders will have either carried a rain jacket with them today, or certainly at the very least a rain vest, which gives them just a little bit of protection, especially on the descents. But all those garments are off on the steep climb, so as not to work up too much of a sweat. Of course, if the riders have too much perspiration on them, that perspiration can turn very cold on those steep descents, on those fast descents. And we just saw earlier one of the men's category riders letting the women's category through. That's all about the spirit of the sport in the event, is that they know that there is prize money for grabs. In the women's category, it's a UCI event, and they will just stay out of the way and just keeping within the spirit of mountain biking, letting the women's contenders get on with it and compete for that prestigious title of the winner of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. Adelaide Marath, a former winner of this category, with her tried and tested 2019 winning partnership with Giannis, and exciting to see Bettini Giannis winning her, looking well on her way to winning another title at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Just a quick glimpse of what the riders are contending with today. It's a tricky stage. It's the Queen stage, 100 kilometers, 2,800 meters of climbing, and 2,400 meters of descent, which means it's mostly uphill, and it's characterized by deep forestry sections in the beginning. In the Rhine Gorge, we saw the riders navigating their way through the deep forest, and of course heading eastwards towards Davos. They have already passed through the Domleschg Valley and are already on that climb just before the 40-kilometer mark. The men's category riders are on that point now, and soon they'll be reaching the Wiesner Viaduct, which provides an entrance to the Zügen Schlucht trails, and it's an exciting section of trails with beautiful cliffs. We expect to see some stunning cliff faces, ancient bridges, and some tunnels. And it's all part of the Epic series. The Swiss Epic is a Epic series race, and the Epic series is a collection of mountain bike stage races exploring the iconic regions around the world. And one of those races is the Andorra Mountain Bike Classic, which we'll be seeing a little bit about in a minute, and as we just enjoy the views over the Graubünden region of Switzerland.
Second edition of the Andorra Mountain Bike Classic Pyrenees kicked off with a punchy 19-kilometer prologue. Day 2 was stage 1. Phenomenal 42 kilometers with 1,500 meters of climbing in glorious, beautiful sunshine. Then the Queen stage from Canillo to La Massana. 60 kilometers with almost 2,000 meters of climbing, but 2,500 descents. The final day starting in St. Julia de Loria at Natureland. The riders' favorite stage, 49 kilometers, 1,300 meters of climbing, and time to celebrate.
Andorra MTB Classic es una pasada. Tienes Andorra ciudad con todos los extras para toda la familia, pasar una semana espectacular, y además las subidas son duras, evidentemente, pero lo mejor es que todas las etapas acaban bajando, y eso siempre lo digo yo. Tiene que acabar las carreras bajando, siempre.
The Andorra is magnificent.
Ja es nota les dues etapes anteriors.
It's quite tough. It's not easy. Yeah, yeah, definitely hard. Yeah, that's great. Nice descents.
Super beautiful country.
Creo que el aprendizaje es que si es que me pongo como objetivo y lucho y me preparo para eso, lo voy a lograr.
Això és BTT, tot el que més són tonteries. És un plaer.
Creo que aprendo muchísimo de mí misma, que soy más resiliente de lo que pensaba, más fuerte de lo que me imaginaba. Aprendo mucho de la naturaleza, que es una belleza, que nos da unos paisajes increíbles y nada, me encanta compartir esto con mi gran compañera Karina.
And we're back live at the race, the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, and we just get a view on just almost at the halfway mark. Many of the top professional teams have already conquered that climb. They are here, after all, to conquer the Alps at the Swiss Epic, and they've conquered that steep climb. We've been talking about the major obstacle of the day, with some still to come, but the 44, almost at the 45-kilometer mark, the riders will still be climbing, but they'll be reaching that top point in the race. And with the teams already emerging, the top contending teams already emerging, the group has thinned out. We started at the bottom of that climb with a group of around about 10 or 12 teams, and the field has certainly thinned out with that tricky and steep and challenging climb that characterizes the week and characterizes the Epic series, the perfect blend of challenge and satisfaction of having completed some of the trickiest and most challenging mountain bike regions around the world. And Epic series, that's what it's all about. It's about riding the world in the most iconic regions. And we're back with the women's category leaders. We have an absentee team from this group. They've gone up the road. Adelaide Morath and her German partner Janus have flown the coupe. They have put some pressure on the climb, and they have opened up a gap already. So again, showing their dominance. Not necessarily a big attack, but certainly a strong surge, making their presence and making their dominance known on the rest of the field. As we see in the blue shorts, Adelaide Morath and Bettina Janus just following admirably this decorated rider. And Bettina Janus looking to get her next title under the belt. She's already been an Xterra title holder, and she's come from that off-road triathlon background into mountain bike stage racing, and looks like she would like to repeat that 2019 Swiss Epic victory that she took when partnered with Adelaide Morath. So a well-proven partnership, and proving once again that that partner dynamic is an all-important factor in success in mountain bike stage racing. That communication, that just the understanding of each other and each other's abilities, and of course that camaraderie and that teamwork, that heart that comes with the head of and also the body of racing in at the highest end of the sport. And clear that Bettina Janus is on a great day and able to match the pace of Adelaide Morath, and just putting an extra bit of space between them and their contending teams. So great to see that the race is already taking shape in the women's category.
Here are the contenders following. I would say it's about 15 to 20 seconds now.
And we're just getting an update from Carl Platt there on the field. He's on the e-bike following the women's category races. And 15 seconds may not seem like a big gap, but it's a psychological factor that really plays a role, because now tactically this puts the responsibility on the chasers to put themselves into a little bit, perhaps into the red, or at least onto their anaerobic thresholds, where they'll have to chase and just put a bit of pressure on themselves. And of course the stronger partner will put even more pressure on the less strong partner, you could say, and just makes things just seem a little bit more things seem a bit darker when you're on the back foot trying to close that gap. And Carl Platt no doubt will know exactly what it's like on both ends of that scale, having been riding at the front of the race, and also having like any professional, the inevitable being on the back foot, knowing exactly what to do in both situations. Carl, if you're give us some insight as to what it's like when you're the chaser, when you're the hammer, or when you're the nail. Tell us about that situation right now.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, they're hitting the climb. So the legs are hurting so much till you find your rhythm. So sometimes it's just better to step back a little bit and go your own speed. Yeah, but to be the it's it's not. I think yeah, but if you have a good partner, your partner knows exactly how you feel, and he will look after you, and that's the most important key to be a good team, to look after your partner.
Great insights there from Carl Platt, the 5-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic. In fact, the record holder of the most amount of wins across the board, holding that auspicious title together with Christoph Sauser and Annika Langfall, all three having won 5 Absa Cape Epics. The pinnacle of the Epic series, and the race in around the Western Cape regions, and the rough, rugged trails, the wild and untamed trails of the Western Cape, where anything can happen, and the full demand on a mountain bike stage racer as we head back towards the front of the race to see just what that gap is. We're estimating that gap is growing. Carl will have a much better idea of exactly how wide that gap is, but it looks like these two riders, the overall leaders of the race and the leaders of the stage, Giannis and Marath, looking resplendent and dominant in those orange Chivita leaders jerseys, and on another fantastic day, hoping to make it 4 out of 4. They won yesterday's stage, we could say it fairly easily, although the winning margin was just over a minute or so. They did have a late challenge from the MTB Pro merchandising team, but it looks like today they're making their move a little bit earlier and looking to tackle these trails on their own and measure their efforts until the finish. Still well over 60 kilometers to go for these two. On the left-hand side, we're seeing with the men's category races, and we'll get an idea. Dario, do you have contact with Thomas Ditch, who's following the men's category?
He's in one of these fantastic downhills, Thomas, but even this one is slippery.
Oh, this one is really slippery. I mean, with the second group, I'm not with the leading group. That is the leading group, the second group, but just in front of me.
So who's in the lead at the moment at the men's race?
We came down a super slippery, rough crack. Rear wheels were sliding left and right, and now we're hitting the uphills again, but everyone's still in together and in contact.
So still a quiet situation at the right. This is Team Sankt Moritz, Vincent Dorn and Fadri Barandun. St. Moritz, one of the host cities from the Swiss Epics before, like last year and the year before. They've been in St. Moritz. Right now they're in this uphill to Zorten. So Zorten is called the village pretty close to Lenzerheide. And we're live with Stefan at the front. So who's setting the pace at the moment?
It's still Buff Megamo with Jose Diaz and Hans, who is setting the pace. The yellow jersey always like in second position, controlling it, but also like they don't really have to work hard today. But it's relatively quiet, so still a group of 5 teams, and we have left the lower layers of the clouds. It was very mystic scenery like just a couple of minutes ago, and now we're more in the open. Still cloudy, but it has stopped raining. It's not that cold, so conditions are actually really good
it looks
compared to what we expected.
Yeah, it looks really good at the moment. So you're going back down again into this mystic situation, and then the long climb up. So talking about the situation, it's raining in Davos at the moment. It's about 12 degrees, but weather forecast is not as bad as we thought. It's getting better and better, and for the moment, yeah, it's not too bad for the riders. It's not too cold for them, Stefan.
No, at the moment it's still okay, but the speed is high. We are on a flattish part, but going 50. Group is together. Everyone tries to slipstream, but the conditions right now are, and maybe the clouds a little bit towards Davos to the finish. Round for the stage hasn't yet started.
So this real long climb will follow. They're on the way down in this flat part. It's a really beautiful stage today, but it's a long one. It's the King stage, 100 k's to go, and a lot of uphilling.
Yeah, lot more. Exactly opposite like the second stage, so we have more uphill than downhill for today. Where I see riders coming back to the group, so the speed is not really high. The team lags with Andrien Bailey and Franz Klaas are only a couple hundred meters behind us. They can see the front group, and that will give them motivation to come back.
Thanks, Stefan. Just a time check at the 46-kilometer mark. We've got Buff Megamo, Singer Racing Team, William Pirelli Factory, and they are pretty much all together now with the KTM Alchemist Attitude and Buff Megamo 2 and St. Moritz with the Larks just dangling a little bit off the back. And those top 7 teams have a bit of a gap over the next team, the 8th team on the trail at the moment, Team KMC. And it looks like the field is thinning out, and certainly the dominant teams of today definitely look like, as we predicted, Buff Megamo and Singer Racing Team and William Pirelli Factory defending that yellow jersey admirably, very much in contention and defending any possible moves, being ready. But we just see a Buff Megamo rider just stepping off the bike, just pushing a little bit on the steep section. We're hoping that there is no issue there, that there's been no unshipped chain, but perhaps just a bit of a mistake made out on that's Marcelo Vergara, having perhaps just a little bit of a slip of the pedal, a little slip of the tire on one of those steep sections, just letting the concentration lapse for a single second and making for a little bit of work to catch up, to get back in touch with that leading group. You can see there the e-bike with the blue cover on that backpack containing all the technology required to beam these images that we see in front of us, to beam them back to us so we can enjoy coverage from the trail side, right from the rider's point of view, and all of the technology coming together, the hard work and technical expertise of the team who are covering the race. So all thanks to them for these fantastic and hugely insightful images, and of course the vocals, the interviews with the top riders in their field and also riding the e-bikes, just giving us, we even heard earlier an actual interview with one of the riders with Delac Marath on the trail in a bit of a lull of pace, but just subsequently after that we saw the pace went absolutely red hot as Delac Marath and Bettini Janas opened up a gap on that climb. So really all to play for in this race. It's all happening, and top 6-7 teams in this group right now: Buff Megamo, Singer Racing Team, William Pirelli Factory, KTM Alchemist, and Buff Megamo 2. That is Enrique Marcelo Vergara on the back there, and we've just heard that the St. Moritz team and the Larks team are a little bit off the back, a little bit off the pace on the steep section. So we're looking at 5 teams really with all to play for in the section, and coincidentally or not coincidentally, these are the 5 contending teams, 5 top contending teams for overall general classification. Just a quick look at the general classification so far. At the start of today's stage, the William Pirelli Factory have 6 minutes 21 over Singer Racing Team. KTM Alchemist and Attitude, they are 18 minutes back, so that third spot looks good for them, and they will be looking to fend off Buff Megamo, who are 25 minutes back. So around about 6 minutes for the Buff Megamo team to make up if they want to get a third spot on the podium. But it looks like Willia Pirelli Factory and Singer Racing Team are very much the contenders for that top spot. And with almost 19 minutes back, KTM Alchemist have a lot to do to get themselves into yellow. So they could just turn their attention rather away from the general classification ambition to winning the stage, a prestigious title to hold at the Swiss Epic in the 2022, the 9th edition of this race, and started in 2014 by none other than mountain biking legend, the co-founder Thomas Frischknecht, who runs the Scott SRAM team with the highly decorated and possibly the greatest of all time rider Nino Schurter. He's the team manager for Nino Schurter and the rest of the team, the Scott SRAM team. And with Scott actually being, we talk about iconic mountain bike regions. Switzerland is an iconic country for mountain biking, and that Scott Bike's headquarters are in Switzerland. So fantastic to have the Scott Bikes on board as a sponsor of the race, and of course deeply connected with Swiss mountain biking. Thomas Frischknecht being a manager of that team, and his son Andre Frischknecht is a former winner of the Swiss Epic. So it's all this, the Frischknecht dynasty is alive and well in the Swiss Epic. No doubt we'll be able to see some of the front runners now. We just with the front e-bikes now with Stefan Sam currently. And Dario, do you have contact with Stefan Sam? Is he able to tell us how fast that pace really is?
Yeah, it looks like the pace is really high at the moment. So Stefan, who's setting the pace that high?
Yeah, it's again Simon Stibian setting the pace high in the front. And already, yeah, you could see like the second team of Buff Megamo, Enrique was stretching the back a bit, always losing some meters around corners and shorter uphills. So maybe he's a little bit in trouble. But yeah, hard to tell now. Still everything compact. One line, high speed, going always between 35 and 40. Now we're hitting a kind of a small downhill and directly up again.
So in this first short uphill, who seems to be the fittest today?
It's difficult to tell. It was Buff Megamo 1 with Hans and Jose Diaz pulling from the front. But of course you can't see if the other riders are under real pressure when they push. So the yellow jersey always looked like they're pretty safe and in Terminator mode. So poker face is all on and waiting for the move.
Hopefully they say I'll be back when they arrive up here in Davos, because they already won 3 out of 3 stages. That's unbelievable for this team. So yesterday with a bit of luck, but yeah, they're really strong this year. Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier.
Absolutely, but they are the best. They're the best riders in the world, one of the best riders in the world, and if you combine those two, then you get a super strong team. Yesterday they had a bit of luck. My cards were on, my money was on Buff Megamo, but yeah, this is racing, and you need to keep your bike and yourself, your body together till the finish line.
Yeah, they came together for the first time this year at the SPAR Swiss Epic, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. They had different partners before.
Yes, but sometimes it just clicks. And so you find a combination that just works.
So
we're now in ooh, that's a wild downhill. Some sniper routes almost taking me out.
That's okay.
That's fun.
So we're talking about partners. So what is the need for a partner? So does it have to be the same form level or the skills, or has it to be a bit different? One is stronger in the downhill, the other one is stronger in the uphills, or what's the best combination?
it always helps if you are on similar level, especially in the downhills, that one is not really super strong technical rider and the other one struggles, because that puts so much pressure on the team. So a good balanced team is key, and also the best is if you are friends and you want to fight for each other and go through this together.
So who was your best partner?
My best partner. for sure my brother from another mother, Karl Platt.
Okay, he's in the race as well. That I was hoping for. So Karl Platt is in the race. You probably won 3 times the Cape Epic together, right?
Sorry, I need to catch up. I can't talk.
So
maybe Carl can tell.
Carl, that's right. You won 3 times the Cape Epic together. You and Stefan Sam.
Yes, we won 3 times the Cape Epic together. It was we in 2007 created the team here, Contenders, the second team, ladies team, and the third team with Kim Lecourt and Vera Loza. Yeah, it's been.
So we're going over to the highlights of the last 3 days, as long as the men and the ladies are on this enormous 4th stage of this year's SPAR Swiss Epic.
A massive good morning. The amazing Alps, amazing Arosa, the start of the SPAR Swiss Epic Graubünden. Stage 1, 58 kilometers, 2,250 meters of climbing. It's the beginning of tackling 359 kilometers over 5 stages and almost 12,000 meters. Let's go.
You sort of forget, I think it was just 3 years since I did it last, and you forget how brutal the climbs are. So yeah, I've now remembered. It's all good though, fantastic, and great weather too.
It's super nice here to win the first stage. After last year we had a little bit of bad luck, but this year we can come here in strong shape, and so yeah, I'm really happy to win the first stage here.
A wild Wednesday for stage 2, the SPAR Swiss Epic Graubünden. Arosa Deluxe. We are going west, 79 kilometers, 2,600 up, but 3,150 meters down, down, down.
Yeah, the scenery here is amazing. We have 3 super destinations. So we leave today Arosa with a lot of beautiful trails. And then we go to Lenzerheide and down to Chur, and it's amazing there.
It's been a wonderful day today, stage 2. We had heaps of fun riding down. I hope the technical level and the fun from the descent stays the same as is. We know that there's a lot of climbing coming, but as long as the trails are as rewarding as they were today, and the view is as stellar and the volunteers are just doing an awesome job, there can't be anything going wrong.
It's very, 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 very tough. Today I had a very rough day. There's never a free second. You always have to concentrate, you always have to pedal. It's always hard. Yes, it is beautiful, but damn, it's hard.
When you come down the finish line in Largs today, you will be halfway through our SPAR Swiss Epic Albula. But first, 63 kilometers with 2,200 meters of climbing, and you're gonna have fun today. The Runke Trail awaits.
My name is and I'm from South Africa. My travel to get here to Switzerland was amazing. The scenery here is very beautiful. The people here are so friendly. I mean, getting here is only because of my hard work. I worked so hard, did 2 epics, and got the opportunity to come here. Thank you so much to Cape Epic for giving me this opportunity to come to the SPAR Swiss Epic, and I'm enjoying myself.
30 seconds to go.
McAskill. I'm from the UK and I'm here at the Swiss Epic to experience new climbs, new descents and meet new people. My first time doing the Epic and one of my first mountain bike series that I've ever done, and loads to look forward to and can't wait to get to Saturday.
Hans is on the flat, but still continuing to ride. So, I'm not sure if he can't fix it, or if he just doesn't want to.
That to have a good partner is the best thing in life, because friendship is all. And we're here celebrating life, mountain bike, and everything else. So amazing. This guy's amazing. Super strong, super friend. Thanks. Congratulations, Swiss Epic.
And we're back live at the SPAR Swiss Epic, the 9th edition of the spectacular race in the Alps in the Graubünden region. We are at the front of the race, the very front of the race on the steep climb, and we're on board with the Bulls e-bike of Stefan Sam, who is right now with the front group, and Dario, our man on the ground, is in touch with Stefan Sam right now, and he'll be able to just chat to Stefan about what's actually happening out there in the race as the pace hits fever pitch on a critical part of the course.
Yeah, and Stefan is breathing really hard. He has to catch up with the leaders. That was a strong effort from you.
Yeah, I was just after the feeds on. I had to change the battery, and always, of course, we lose a little bit of time and need to catch up. Then I got the riders just before a super steep switch back uphill, and now we're heading down the other side on also super tight and steep switchbacks, but everything is still together. No big changes. Now we're riding along beautiful single track just along the river.
Yeah, really green. Everything in there looks really amazing in this scenery. Stefan, there is a question coming in through our YouTube channel, and we already talked about that. Do the top riders have insert in the tires? We've been talking about that on the second day. We're not sure, but yesterday we saw it that they have inserts in the tires.
Yes, we saw. We can only speak for Egamo team, since they have those that special yellow foam inside the rim to protect from punctures. So we have another narrow bridge section here that I have to navigate through, and got stung by a bee or something. Damn it! So at the moment, nature is attacking.
So we've seen that yesterday. So Hans Becking's tire was really had a real cut in there. Was not able to fix it with a Samurai or whatever. So no way to fix that. And he was riding down with an insert. So the insert is not only protecting from snake bites. The guys are running tubeless tires all the time. So with an insert, you're even able to finish a stage without any air pressure.
it helps to keep the tire on the rim even if you run out of air. As we saw yesterday. So he tried to plug it first, but then noticed it doesn't seal, and the reason for that was the cracked rim. So he must have hit that rock garden super hard to punch through the tire and the actual insert, and you can imagine the forces that were there, and the tire said, okay, I'm done, I don't want to handle this anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So they're already reblocked. Beautiful trails down here in the Domleschg. But no chance to overtake here. But the rider's taking that easy, so the pace is high enough. They're all together along the river at the moment.
Exactly, everyone all together. We have some slippery, tight sections over wooden bridges, and it's with the rain and the moss and some of the dirt of the tires on that bridges, it's hard to judge how slippery they are. So better take it easy.
And Dario, just watching the race right now, it's worth doing a bit of a roll call at the front. We've got 5 of the top teams in contention. In the lead now, that's Singer Racing Team, Buff Megamo 2, KTM Alchemist and Attitude, and the ever-present yellow jerseys of Willier Pirelli Factory. And just about 40 seconds back at the time check at the 57-kilometer mark was Team St. Moritz and Larks. The Larks team having podiumed yesterday. They look to be in touch with that lead group at 40 seconds back also, but they'll need to put in a bit of extra effort on this flat section here. It looks relatively flat. If you're looking at the profile right now, there's almost a gradual uphill. It's always a bit, it's easy to see on the profile what it looks like from an altitude point of view, but Stefan, tell us what the trails are like. What's this section of the trail like when it comes to actually riding it on the ground?
Yeah, we are actually along the river now, so it's constantly going up, sometimes a bit steeper, some sections are flatter, a lot of turns, rooty single tracks. You always have to be focused and be aware of what's in front of your wheel, not to wash out and damage something. But this type of terrain, it's still easy for the guys. The speed is high, but no one's really attacking. I see Simon Stibian now taking a look back in the faces of the other riders. The yellow jersey cruising in front. So maybe it's just like the calm before the storm, and everyone's trying to settle in. I see Jose Diaz taking out his wind vest, getting rid of weight. I almost got the rain jacket in the front wheel. Thank you, Enrique. Yeah, it looks like the calm before the storm.
I was just going to say, Dario, you go ahead.
Yeah, the calm before the storm. They're riding across the Albula. This is the river calling at the moment, and they're close to Filisur, and Filisur is just a few kilometers away, and this is the place where the real hard climb, the last real long climb up to Davos starts. So this is the situation at Mansfield. The ladies are a bit far behind, and we're with Karl Platt at the moment. What's the situation at the ladies' race, Karl?
Yes, unlike Morat and Bettina Jannes, they got away. They have a gap, I would say about a minute and a half. And now we just crossed the top of the mountain, and we are currently in the downhill on a grassy single track. It's quite open. It's sometimes it's a little bit slippery, sometimes it's more grippy, so a little bit unpredictable. But they're doing a good job. They're riding nicely, and it looks like no one is riding on the limit, so they're following a good speed.
Do you have any chance to see how far behind the chasers are?
Yeah, I think they're about 1.5 minutes.
So that's not far behind for this long uphill. So at the last service station at kilometer 25, it was Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana together in this group with Vera Loser and Kim Lecourt. So these are the chasers of our leaders, the team Davos Klosters, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat. So I'm checking the weather forecast all the time. So we're expecting rain in this part of the SPAR Swiss Epic later today. So on the uphill to Davos, probably the rain is coming back in this race. So Bettina Janas is still wearing her raincoat, and Adelheid Morat still without any rain protection, but wearing a backpack. Carl, what do you think is in this backpack? It looks pretty big.
Maybe we can do a question what everyone is guessing. What's in the backpack of Adelheid Morat? But Bettina asked her. She's laughing now because so yeah, Bettina answered it's a rain jacket and rain shorts. So and Bettina asked Adelheid if she wants to put them on, and Adelheid said no, I don't need.
Okay, yeah, that will take its time to put a rain jacket and pants on.
Yeah. I think they would have time to put it on, but obviously I think Adelheid just don't need it.
Yeah. Not a lot of riders are riding with a backpack, so is no need for extra nutrition on the Swiss Epic. So if you have a look at the Cape Epic, so a lot of the riders are wearing a backpack or with to carry enough drinks with them.
Yes, I know from the Cannondale team they were always wearing a backpack. Honestly, I never wear a backpack because I don't like backpacks. So we designed a bike where we can put two bottle cages on the bike that we can carry 2 water bottles. For example, the Scott team, they only have space for the Scott bike for 1 bottle. So they need maybe also to take some extra bottles in the back pocket or somewhere else. But that's also a personal thing. I mean, no one of the top riders in the Swiss Epic are wearing a backpack.
So there's no need for a backpack in this race because there are a lot of service stations, a lot of water stations, and as you can see, it's not that hot.
Yeah, exactly, and the stages are not too long. I mean, for 3 or 4 hours, you don't really need to have a backpack to carry stuff, and you have so many service stations, so there's no need for a backpack.
But hey, Carl, you said you don't like wearing a backpack. So today you're wearing a backpack. How heavy is that one?
Oh, so I don't want to cry, but this backpack is really heavy. So I'm feeling my back a lot. So yesterday I had to ask the physio of the singer guys, Anna, if she can look after my back. And I went for a treatment, and that helped a lot for today. But today I feel it already, the backpack, because I'm just not used for the backpacks.
Yeah, and even if you're used to the backpack. So I had a check yesterday, and for sure it's about 8 kilograms, the backpack. And they carry batteries for the cameras. They're carrying everything to do this amazing live stream for us.
We have a new situation. The merchandise pro team, they're coming back. They closed quite a big gap, and yeah, they're coming back now on the uphill. They're riding very strong and very smart. So maybe you can see that.
Yes, we can see that. Fantastic. This is the live stream from the SPAR Swiss Epic. We ride in the middle of the race with Karl Platt on his Bulls e-bike, and he has to catch up now with the second ladies, Janina Würst and Deborah Pianas, on the hunt for the leaders, the Davos closest team. That was the situation before at kilometer 46. So they had a gap of 30 seconds from the leaders to the second team. Now, the second team, Janina Würst and Deborah Piana, they came back to the leaders. The gap is only about 10-15 seconds at the moment. On third place, it's Vera Loser and Kim LeCourt from the Efficient Infinity Insure Rare Street Coffee team.
Yeah, and the third team is also not far away. They maybe about another 30 seconds, so I can see them. So it's still quite open, the race. The ladies going very, very good, very comfortable, and yeah, it's still exciting.
Still exciting to watch for us here. Thank you very much, Karl Platt on his e-bike, going back and front, checking all the ladies' race situation. And once again, they have to up. So the look back to the third team, as Karl said before, they're not far behind.
They're not far behind. I can see them. Now they're coming.
Only about 20 minutes more, so it was 1 minute and 16 seconds at the last service station, so it's probably going to be around that at the moment. So the Davos closest women with the leaders jersey, and for sure they will show their leaders jersey up at the name sponsor up here, because the finish line is here in Davos.
So I'm currently following Kim LeCourt and Vera Loza. They could, I think they could also see the front or the second team. So it must be also a good motivation to continue.
Yeah, yeah. So if you can see the team in front of you, but that can be dangerous as well. So if you want to catch up with them, if you see them.
Yeah, always. It's very steep again.
So
but luckily it's not raining anymore.
Yeah, you've seen all the three teams, the Davos closest, the MTB Pro merchandising team and the Efficient Infinity Insure team. So which team looks the best at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, for sure the leading team, they look very, very good. But the other teams, then they don't give up and try to stay in touch. Maybe the Merchandise Pro team, yeah, they came back nicely, and if they stay together for the rest of the stage, could be very interesting.
Closer day by day. So on the first stage, they lost more than yesterday, and today they're in touch with the leaders, with the Davos closest women.
So I'm trying to get second.
Somebody's asking on our YouTube channel if you're wearing the electric power of the e-bike in your backpack, but it's not that. The e-bike got its own battery.
Exactly, e-bike got his own battery. Backpack has that's the power for all the gear, for the transmitter, for for the radio, for the cameras. So there's lots of stuff in the backpack actually.
Yeah. So the guys are wearing a camera on their head. Then they're having a headset, like a motorbike headset, with a microphone at their helmet. Then they're having a chesty with a gimbal. And then they're having the backpack with the Unity to transmit everything. And as you can see, we're right in the middle of the Swiss Alps, of the beautiful scenery in Graubünden. And sometimes, it needs a real good, it needs real good stuff to transmit these beautiful pictures, right, from a rider's perspective, straight out of the race from our 3 bulls e-bike riders.
Yeah, and we carry a lot of cable, probably a kilometer of cable.
The cables are not the heaviest. Yeah, somebody said, I hope all that stuff is waterproof. Rosthaus did that on YouTube. Yeah, for sure. You can see the backpacks are protected with this blue cape. So everything is under control at the moment. It's not raining right now. So conditions are a bit better now up here in Davos at the finish line. It's like a bit of a rain, but not as hard as we thought. It's conditions are getting better, so everything is waterproof that the riders expect the riders. The riders are not waterproof.
Oh, okay, the gap got bigger.
So the gap from Adelheid and Bettina is bigger to the second ladies. You mean that?
No, I mean from Kimlecourt and the second ladies, the gap got bigger. So I'm catching up now with the second ladies.
So this is the second ladies group. This is Mountain Bike Pro Merchandising Team, Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana. Now you can see them right in front of Karl Platt on his e-bike.
But I can't see Adelheid Morad and Bettina Jana, so they probably went a bit harder now to just maintain the lead and the gap.
So once again, the gap is getting bigger now between the leading ladies, Team Davos closest.
No, I saw them.
Okay,
so it's
they're not far behind.
It's not far. Absolutely can close the gap.
We're seeing these live pictures from the e-bike of Karl Platt and bringing us the race, the live coverage of the race in the beautiful Graubünden region, and one of the towns that were featured in the race, in the three race villages featured in the race, Larks, Rosa and Davos. We're about to see some of the spectacular things on offer in the town of Davos, in fact where Daria is right now. So keen to see some images of that town, and we'll see the riders heading in there, and let's just catch a glimpse of what Davos has on offer. And we're back live at the SPAR Swiss Epic in the 9th edition of the race in 2022, and we're back with the women's category at the moment, and we're treated to some spectacular images of the scenery and also of the racing on the e-bike of the Bulls e-bike of Carl Platt. And right now we're behind the second place riders on the stage, and in fact the second place riders on general classification. And that is the team, the women's team of Team Mountain Biking Pro Merchandising Team Chingalani of Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana. They are around about, we haven't got exact time checks, but certainly under a minute behind the leaders of the stage. A little bit up the road, Davos Kloster's women, that's Bettina Janis and Adal Ait Marath. An absolutely storming day being had by the wearers of the orange Chivita leaders jerseys. And the MTB Pro Merchandise team, Wurst and Piana, just looking to close that gap on the downhill. We caught a glimpse of something, perhaps one of the bikes out in front. So they'll be putting in all the effort they can to try and neutralize any moves off the front. We can see that there have been distance on those climbs and a sharp right-hand turn, and they may have them in their sights. It's all about that rabbit and that hare up ahead syndrome that the chasers have to their advantage, where if they can see the riders or the team up ahead, have just a little bit of extra motivation to catch on. And exciting to see the racing unfold past the halfway mark of the race. In the women's category, we've seen some time checks, and the top three teams are more or less in contention with each other. And the Davos Kloster's women do look like the dominant team, but with a prestigious stage win on offer, the team of Wurst and Piana will be looking to close that gap. A little bit further back, Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt, the Namibian rider and the Mauritian rider, looking just to ride within themselves. And that is the key to experience in mountain bike stage racing, is not to go too hard to blow up. And just looking at some of the drone footage right now of the race, we're catching a glimpse of the men's category, and right out front we can see the yellow jerseys out front. That is the yellow jerseys of Willier, Pirelli, Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer, setting the pace, looking to put their rivals under pressure. On overall general classification, before the stage started, Singer Racing team were at a 6-minute 21-second deficit to Willier Pirelli factory. So it seems like a long time, but of course we saw yesterday with the woes, the puncture woes of Hans Beking and Buff Megamo, they lost well over 3 minutes. So they know that Willier Pirelli factory will know full well that their tactic should be to ride in a kind of defensive, offensive way. At the moment, they're just keeping control of the pace. They are controlling how fast that bunch grows, but also riding close to their threshold. They're going to be putting the rest of the teams under pressure. We can see Hans Beking is very much in attendance, and the top strongest three teams we see there in the race, and the top 5 teams on overall classification and on the stage. We can see Hans Beking just following Jose Diaz on the trails, and that was the team that yesterday looked in contention for that stage win. They aren't having a great time of it on overall general classification, but they were up right there in the mix for a stage win yesterday before a puncture hit and scuppered their chances. And today they'll be looking to exact that revenge. And Singer Racing team, Simon Stibjon, has been hammering on the front in the early parts of the race. Let's hope that it hasn't taken his toll on the German rider. The German team, Martin Frey, is his teammate of Singer, and they are very much in touch, controlling any moves that happen with the yellow jersey holders of Willier Pirelli factory, Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer. Gersmeyer has looked very strong throughout the week. The taller rider, we're able to see him. He's the Austrian champion. He normally would, this year, being the Austrian champion, he wears the Austrian Championships jersey, Rabensteiner the European Championships jersey, but of course the yellow jersey in any stage race always takes preference over a national championships jersey, and that's why we don't see those national colors on their shoulders. The yellow jersey denotes the race leaders. That's what they are wearing, so that the race, the viewers, the spectators and the participants know exactly who's in the lead of this 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. All to play for, and we have done a bit of a roll call, and we do see that the second teammate of KTM Alchemist and Attitude is not present in that front group. So the team have to make a decision. The rider in that front group has to make a decision now and decide whether or not to drop back or whether to let his teammate catch up. It's all a bit of a difficult moment for Team Alchemist Attitude. They are lying in third overall at 18 minutes and 52 seconds back. But the riders are not allowed to be separated by any more than 2 minutes. That's the rule. 2 minutes is the separation, the maximum separation that they'll be allowed. But just seeing that group pass through there, that they're well under 2 minutes. And with the pace looks like it's neutralized a little bit. There's not that franticness we've seen in the past. It looks likely that that chasing group will be soon in touch with this front group of 5 riders. Just Dario, we'd like to hear from Stefan Sam, who is no doubt at the front. We can see his rider's eye view. It probably would be Thomas, in fact, who's riding with the top 5 riders. Dario, do we have are we in touch with Thomas as to what's happening down on the ground?
For sure, he'll bring you all the news from the race leaders at the moment. Thomas, what's the situation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders in the front. Is that right?
It's 7 rider. Just Martino, just close to me. He's waiting now for his partner, but it's 7 riders, 3 team together with always the yellow jersey leading, and just behind again Simon Stibian and Martin Frey on baking in on my left side. And like I said, Martino is just waiting for his partner now.
So Dario Church is in problems at the moment.
Yellow jersey is in front in the moment.
Okay, the yellow jersey. Today's race is Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. Still in this leading group are the 2 buff teams.
They were pushing a little bit more in the last uphill, and everybody start to get tired. And now they are just 3 teams together. Martino is not anymore with me in the team in the group. That means it's 3 teams together now.
3 teams together now. Are they pushing really hard at the moment, or is it just like, it's just a bit softer?
I mean, it's not really hard, but it's enough hard to make some gap. After a 4-day stage race, it's really hard to push the body at the maximum. And it's not fast as the day before, but enough to make some gap for the other team.
So a lot of tactical racing at the moment. The leaders are around kilometer 70 now, so still more than 30 Ks to go for these top riders at the moment. So this stage, Thomas, this is a real long and hard stage.
It's long and hard, especially because it's a lot of different parts. Now we are in climb, but not so steep. Before it was a steep climb, then you get some flat parts. It's technical downhill, fast downhill, big track, small single track. It's a lot of change and makes the body tired, I think. You have to be always concentrate on the bike to don't make mistake, and this situation gives some problem to the body.
Yeah, and as we can see now, they're entering another single trail now. So no time to rest.
But it's really lovely single trail again. Now we're on a nice single trail, some nice turn, right and left. It's really enjoyable, it's really nice. Really green again. It's not too much rain actually. I mean, it's not raining anymore, it's really humid, but it's not raining anymore for this moment.
That's the good thing. Even up here in Davos, it's not raining anymore. Hopefully it stays dry. Hopefully it stays dry as long as possible, because we have a lot of riders on course. So you get all the informations on our website, epicseries.com, and then check the Swiss Epic channel. You get information about live timing. And now we're back with Carl, and it looks like the ladies are together now. So Team Mountain Bike Pro Merchandising together with the Falls Cloisters.
Yes, new situation in the downhill. The Merchandise Pro team racing, they closed the gap to the leaders, and now they're riding together. Very strong ride of these two girls. They've been pushing really hard. Also, downhill skills are very good, very nice to see them riding. Very skillful. And now we are hitting the water point, and I need to Stefan?
You probably need to change the battery once again, and then we will have a look how the riders, the women's top teams, they just go through, or do they change? Probably they change the bottle. So early in the morning, they bring the bottles to our team. Our team brings the different bottles to the different water station for the UCI team. So they bring their own drinks. And that's really neat, because Karl Platz told us on the first 2 days that you need your own drinks, your own nutrition, especially on long stages like this. So we have 100 kilometers of riding today in this unbelievable stage 4, the King stage. From Lax, we went down into the Rhine Valley through the Domleschg, the short uphill to the Alter Schin, then back down again to Filisur, and from Filisur through the Landwassertal up to the Foss. The highest point of today's stage is Clavadel. It's at 1,670 meters. This is the general classification. At the moment, Villa Pirelli Factory Racing, Fabian Rabenstein, Daniel Geismar, they're leading with 6 minutes and 23 seconds over to the Singer Racing team. Third place at the moment, the KTM Alchemist Attitudes team, already 18 minutes and 56 seconds in the back. On place number 4, it's the Buff Megamo 2 team, 24.55, and then the Buff Megamo team with 25.55. We had once been on the first place yesterday on the last downhill, José Diaz and Hans Becking. And with bad luck, they're still in touch for sure with place 3.
Yes, Dario, and we just saw there, that was the virtual general classification. So if the race stopped right now, that's what the time gaps would be on overall GC. So fascinating to see how the race is unfolding. We saw in the women's category with Karl Platt on the Bulls Media e-bike, and getting really a great view of exactly what's happening down on the ground within the women's category. A new situation, as he said, on the bike. He was able to really just get a sense of how everyone's feeling, and also to witness that catch that the MTB Pro Merchandising team made. We saw from his point of view on the Bulls Media e-bike, there was just a glimpse of the figure of Bettini Janas out front, and just that hair out front, that the MTB Pro Merchandising team were able to just put in a bit of extra effort, take a couple of extra risks, go through those corners a bit quicker, and close that gap and neutralize the move that Adalmaroth and Bettini Janas made on those steep sections, those steep climbs. And we're being treated to some fantastic footage. These iconic trails and iconic region around the Graubünden area, and certainly doing Switzerland proud, these images. And as they ride through these remote regions in the Alps of Switzerland, and that's what the Swiss Epic is all about. It's about conquering the Alps, and every rider from the front to the back can have really, at the end of stage 5, when they reach Davos on stage 5 tomorrow, they will be able to say that they have earned that finisher's medal and that they have in fact conquered the Alps. And that's today's stage. Just a quick glimpse of it and a quick reminder of where we are today. We're transitioning between Larks and Davos, 100-kilometer stage, the Queen stage, in fact, 2,800 meters of climbing, 2,400 meters of descent. So pretty much you could say an uphill race on stage 4 of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And we've seen the top professional men having passed the 30-kilometer to go mark. So approaching, by now they would be getting close to the 25k to go mark. And at the 66-kilometer mark, we are seeing the 3 main contending teams out front. And just looking at the conditions now, they have played a role in today's stage. We haven't seen too many crashes. The riders riding conservatively on the tricky sections. They will be on high alert, every single one of them, knowing that rainy conditions do make the trails more tricky. And thankfully, no accidents, no major crashes, no incidents, and they have kept safe. And no doubt there is still some more challenges to come as they reach the high point in the race. They're still not at the highest point in the race yet. We saw the profile stretching up towards, heading up towards the 2,000 meter mark in terms of altitude. Not quite as high as yesterday. Yesterday, the highest point in the race was 2,000 meters. On stage 2, they reached 2,500 meters. And we're back with Carl Platt on the Bulls Media e-bike in the women's category. This is the third-placed riders, the third-place team on the trails today, and in fact, the third-place riders on overall general classification. Kim Lacourt in her Mauritius National Championships leading out front, and Vera Loza, the Namibian, who in fact lives in Switzerland currently, and she and Kim Lacourt, they are firm friends. They were due to ride. They've due to ride many stage races together, and obviously a tried and tested partnership. Lying third on the stage, third overall, and looking to ride within themselves. Doesn't look like they are riding with great amount of urgency to catch onto the very front, and just a very sensible, mature approach to cementing their third spot overall, a spot on the podium, yet another one at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. Do we, Dario, are you in touch with Carl Platt down on the Bulls Media e-bike?
There's a quiet situation now for you, Carl. So probably, how do these two ladies look like? Are they in touch with the leading group? The leading group is the Mountain Bike Pro merchandising team and the Davos closest women. So are they coming closer?
Actually, I don't know if they're coming closer, but yeah, they're going decent speed, and yeah, you feel that it's getting long. The race is getting long, and especially maybe when you don't see them anymore, the leading group, you lose a little bit of motivation. But yeah, no, Kim is still pushing through the forest, and yeah, I wouldn't say they gave up. For sure, they're riding strong.
So especially in a multi-day race like this, you never give up. So there's always a next day coming.
There's always a next day coming. You never give up.
And we're in the middle of the Queen stage, over 100 kilometers today, as we heard before, and always in between these real short and technical uphills. So this is what can make you struggle really much, because always these short single trails.
Yeah, and they're so steep. They're so steep, if you can see. So I'm leaving a little bit of a gap that I can get some speed. Now I'm close again.
And
oh, it's so steep. I can feel the pain.
And the uphills and the downhills are technical as well, and that makes you tired.
Yeah, you have to be concentrated all the time. And now very tight switchbacks, and they're slippery. But fun. So, Dario, I must say it is fun to ride. It is fun to ride.
It definitely looks like it is. So beautiful trails in Graubünden.
Just having a look at the stage 4 timing stations at the 57-kilometer mark, so just after the halfway mark. Team MTV Pro Merchandising together on the trails with Davos Kloster's women and Wustenpiana, Janis and Marath all riding together at that point, with Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt, Efficient Infinity Insure, Rare Street Coffee Team, 2 minutes 38 back, and with still about 40 k's to go, just over 40 kilometers to go still. There's still the three teams are in touch. Just a little bit of a slip of the pedal or a mechanical could wipe out that 2-minute advantage or 2-minute 38 advantage that the two front teams have over Infinity Insure. And important that that the riders, all three riders in contention, keep concentrated on the trail ahead of them and on their efforts. And we're back with the front of the field with Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike. And we can see the national championship jersey of Holland. That's Hans Beking is the national champion riding in front of us from the Buff Megamo team. They had a great day yesterday, scuppered their chances with a puncture on the final Runker Trail on the rocky section, having given themselves Hans Beking broke his rim. In fact, he broke the rim bead that seals the tire onto the rim, and of course that let all the air out, and he had to rely on that foam insert that so many of the professional riders are using as a bit of an insurance policy. Having a look at that foam insert after the stage, it was absolutely destroyed. It looked like it had been eaten, and but still he maintained. With that foam insert, he was able to maintain some kind of speed and get to the finish just under 4 minutes deficit, but still disappointed, but at the same time still very much in contention in this race, and certainly for a stage win. Just in the very middle of the picture, we'll see the yellow jersey of Fabian Rabensteiner, and on the left, the yellow jersey of Daniel Gersmeyer, looking dominant. Just Shep, just really monitoring and they're watching their rivals on these climbs, keeping a very close eye on their rivals, and their closest rivals on overall general classification. Let's remember that it's Singer, the team Singer, Martin Fry, Simon Steve-John showing that he is still very much one of the stronger riders of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, having ridden at the front all in those flat sections, that section that went southwards before the race turned eastwards towards Davos. And Simon Steve-John just in the forefront on the very left-hand side of your picture, the strong German rider, having a fantastic race at the 2022, the 9th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And three teams in contention, the three contenders, the three protagonists, teams of Buff Megamo, Willia Pirelli, and Singer Racing.
So we're in touch now with Thomas Beach. So the pace is not that high at the moment, or is it wrong?
It's you feel that rider on the limit. It's not really high, but high enough to make tires the body. Martino and Dario are fighting to keep the pace and to stay with this group of three teams. And it's some other team just behind me, like 15 seconds. It's Frank Gleis with his team partner. It's like an elastic. The yellow jersey team is pushing a little bit more, and some team drop.
So the riders are not far away from the force. They've seen just the first few signs that they're pretty coming close to the force, but it takes its time. A lot of single trails to ride on, and now they're entering this long tunnel. On the normal road at the moment, and then we're back with the chasers of the men's field. So riders at the moment in the tunnel on the way up to the force. That's pretty close to the force, but yeah, they're not going a straight way. They have to take another round from the force. They're going up close to Mondstein, another uphill, and then another short downhill once again. Then they go up to Clavadale in Davos, riding around Davos, and then coming back actually from the other side, then expecting right onto the finish line. So at least it's dry in here in the tunnel. It's not raining anymore. Just a little bit of rain up here in Davos, but it's getting better and better.
Yeah, now it's Frank Leis and Andrin coming back in this group. Now it's 5 things together in front of the race.
They made a real good race yesterday, so place 3 for Team Laax with Franz Klaas and Andrin Bailey. Yeah, Andrin, for sure, he's one of the local riders like Fadri Barandun as well. They're living in this part of Switzerland. They're living in Graubünden, and they know all the trails, and especially in conditions like this when it's wet. So it's really good to know all the trails, and especially it's not only good for you, it's also good for your team partner. Am I right, Thomas? Thomas is still in this tunnel with the riders. Time to get a gel. Calm before the storm, probably. In this long tunnel.
Riders, sorry to interrupt, Dario. We just see the riders taking the opportunity to take on some gels, and there's around about 25 kilometers to go. A little bit more, in fact. We've seen the riders pass through that time check, and still the major contending teams. We see pretty much 6 teams very much in contention for that stage win, and all depends on the final climb up to the highest point in the race today. And just any riders taking on any fuel now will be not only fueling for today and for the end of the stage, but also for tomorrow, the grand finale, the last stage, the loop around Davos, as the preparation begins for that final run-in. Any rider on the back foot will be licking their wounds with the significant efforts and pace set by the likes of Simon Stibjan, and of course one of the dominant riders of the race, the whole race, in fact the whole week, Daniel Gesmeyer, setting a fierce pace over the last 3 or 4 days. And we're excited to see just how that translates into the finale and how those tactics play out. Dario, we've been seeing not such a tactical race, more just a show of firepower. The tactics are more longhand tactics, not necessarily those the racecraft tactics, but just longhand tactics, meaning measuring their efforts, making sure they put down the effort at the right time, in the right place, and putting their rivals under pressure at just exactly the right time. That's what it's all about with mountain bike stage racing. It's about being able to adapt and about being able to read the situation and read the race. And right now, if you are the yellow jerseys, if you are Willie Pirelli, you'd be reading the race as a situation in which you are, they are dominant. They have a significant lead over 6 minutes, and their position would be to defend that position. But at the same time, if they see a gap, if they see a weakness, if they see an opportunity to gain more time and increase that buffer, there's never too many minutes lead as an insurance policy, even going into the last stage. We've seen the final stage playing a major role. In fact, this year at the Absa Cape Epic, the final stage, everything changed. Everything went the way of the German team Speed Company Racing, and it was a result that none of us expected. Any of the betting people would have never put money on the Speed Company Racing. And of course, talking about the Cape Epic, this is the pinnacle of the Epic series. It is an event that has been around since 2004. And of course, it is being the pinnacle of the Epic series. It is an oversubscribed race. In fact, it's often sold out in seconds. And part of the Epic series is not just being a collection and a portfolio of mountain bike stage races. The Epic series is a collection of races that give riders an opportunity to qualify for a slot at the Absa Cape Epic. And the Epic series is all about Ride the World and iconic regions.
The Helderberg Basin, the home to the start of 8 days of the Untamed. This is the 2022 APSA Cape Epic, the race that measures all.
This is brutal.
I'd say hardest mountain bike race on the planet, simply, you know?
Brings out character, and every day you feel all sorts of emotions. It's incredible.
You have to just sit it out, and you have to bite fast, as we say in Afrikaans. And yeah, you have to work with your partner. You can't do it alone.
It's very hard to cope under those conditions and to keep it together riding wise and mentally to see yourself through those bits.
Just take it step by step. Don't focus on what lies ahead tomorrow, focus on today.
Yeah, Cape Epic is a real adventure. It's more than a race. It's through South Africa, beautiful landscape, and yeah, it's one of the best races. What a beautiful people, South Africans, really.
The last days here in Stellenbosch, enjoying the trails, jumping on the trails, and just having a good time.
4 weeks ago we weren't sure if we can come here because we are a super new team, low budget. We got, I think, maybe the last camper available in South Africa, and now we're here winning the overall. It's unbelievable.
Do this together and accomplish such a hard mission and challenge was, yeah, it's really a special feeling. And to share with Songo as well is really, really cool.
And we're back live at the Swiss Epic, in the 9th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2022, the spectacular race through the Alps. And we're with the front men's, the leading men category. And at the front, we have the Bulls Media e-bike of Thomas Ditch. And Dario is in touch with Thomas right now to tell us exactly what the race situation is.
Yeah, the race situation looks really interesting today. So different than the days before. So there's a whole bunch of riders together, Thomas.
Yeah, it was a big bunch, but now not anymore. It's again 3 teams in front together. And yeah, Ansbeking is pushing now to try to get away. But it's now 3 teams together in front of the race.
So Ansbeking is pushing. Yes, sorry,
yeah,
Thomas?
Yeah, Ansbeking pushing proper. It was to the start of the climb, like 500 meters ago was around 7 teams together. Now it's 3 teams.
Okay,
really
3
fast.
teams in the lead at the moment.
He's pushing full gas.
He's pushing full gas on one of these not last uphills, but they're coming pretty close to the fours at the moment. So it's already about kilometer 79 the riders are. So only about 20 kilometers to go, and they're still pushing that hard. That's amazing, Thomas.
Didn't hear you really well.
So it's really amazing. After 80 kilometers now, and they're still pushing that hard.
Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry, Dario.
Okay, so at the moment that is Hans backing on the right-hand side. He was pushing really hard the last few kilometers, and now he's dropping a bit back.
Exactly. Yeah, it's now the yellow jersey in front of the race, pushing. It's
But everything comes together now at the moment. So real tricky situation at the front. And as I said before, there is only one short uphill coming.
It's a nice battle in front now. Everybody's pushing the body on the limit.
So what do you think, Thomas? Is it's getting tactical now, not?
I think the yellow jersey looks strong again today. Huh?
So these are your favorites?
Probably yes, again.
Okay. So it's nice to see the buff Megano team.
I really hope the big battle is a finish. Let's see.
Yeah, probably the big battle will be at the end of the last climb up to Clavadale. That's right in front of the Davos, right in front of our village up here, close to the hockey stadium. It's Hans Becking, José Diaz, Simon Stiebian, Martin Frey, Fabian Ravensteiner, and Daniel Geismeier in the lead in this race, and still pushing really hard.
Yeah. Now it's some team behind, but it's behind this three team. It's some other team, but they are around 30 seconds already behind.
Group as well, they dropped off in this climb.
Yeah. They try to catch, but it's not possible. They lose terrain now. I just come back, check back on my shoulder. There's nobody anymore. Now
So
these three teams are pushing really hard.
So the speed is high. Hans Becking now at the end of this group. He was pushing really hard in the beginning of that climb.
Yeah. And now he just try to follow now. Hans Becking is.
Everything looks.
Looking at the general classification before the stage started today, it's an interesting battle. In fact, there are almost 3 battles, you could say, going on today on the stage right now with 20 kilometers to go. There is the battle for the yellow jerseys more or less between William Pirelli and Singer Racing Team with 6 minutes 21 between them. And of course, there is the battle for the stage win. That's another important, prestigious title to have, having won a stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And the third race that we could talk about today is that race for the final spot on the podium on overall general classification. We've seen KTM Alchemist and Attitude. That team, the Italian team, have dropped off the pace. They're off the pace of this front group that we see here. And being off the pace means that they are out of touch with Buff Megamo, who are lying in 5th overall on general classification. They are 7 minutes back off the KTM Alchemist and Attitude team, but 7 minutes can be wiped out quickly if the KTM Alchemist Attitude team do in fact put out. We have the at the service station at the 72 kilometer mark. That is a virtual general classification if the race were to have stopped at the 72k mark. The Buff Megamo team are definitely looking like they are breathing down the necks on overall general classification of KTM Alchemist. And with the firepower we've seen from Buff Megamo and the bad luck, and combining all of those bits of information, we would say that there is a strong chance that Buff Megamo are going to be angling for that 3rd spot overall. A very prestigious thing to be standing on the podium, that final podium on general classification in Davos when the race finishes in the grand finale tomorrow. So all to play for the pairing of Becking and Diaz It's a successful partnership. They've ridden fantastically well together, and a proven partnership as well. They will be they'll be looking to gain as much advantage. We saw Hans Becking at the front pushing the pace as hard as he could, and that is no doubt to further their agenda of that overall podium and also to thin out the field so they have a better chance. The thing is, when there's fewer teams at the front heading into the final sections of the race, the final kilometers of the race, the fewer teams in front, the more chances you have of being on that podium. So they have two things to gain from that surge at the front that we saw from Hans Becking. We're getting back to the Bulls Media e-bike of Thomas Dietsch. He is right next to, you can see there on the right hand side in the Dutch National Championships jersey, Hans Becking. Looks like he is at the back of that small select group of 3 teams. And we fans of the Dutch rider will hope that he's not paying for those efforts at the front of trying to distance the KTM Alchemist and Attitude team. Often when there is just a little bit of a burst of speed, the rider will go into the anaerobic zone and spend some time recovering. But there is the familiar sight of Daniel Gesmeyer at the front, and of course the Singer Racing team of Simon Stiebjan looking very strong today. Stiebjan and Martin Fry, and they've looked in control. And if I was to put any money on today's stage, I would look at those two at what they would have left in the tank in the final closing kilometers. We're approaching the 20-kilometer to go mark, and Dario will have an insight as to what's going on the ground, having been in touch with Thomas Dietsch on the Bulls Media e-bike.
So it's still the team of Ville Pirelli Factory, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier setting the pace. What do you think, Thomas? Is Hans Becking in trouble now?
You never know. I think it's hard for everybody now, after more than 70 kilometers. But it's perhaps also a poker face. I mean, it's hard for everybody. Let's see in some kilometers what will be the situation. But actually, the yellow jersey look like stronger. The yellow team look like stronger.
And again, it's Daniel Geismeier setting the pace. So he did that during the last 4 days all the time.
He is super strong. He is still leading the race today. He took all the win in the pace. And he's still leading, making the pace. The best situation also for him. Make mistake and to have his own rhythm. It's a really strong team in front of the race.
It's a real good team, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. Daniel Geismeier, he won the SPAR Swiss Epic before with different partners.
And if you can see the followers behind, like 2 teams with the Italian team and Frank Laes from Team Lax, is just behind, like 20 seconds behind us. Not so far finally. They can come back in some flat section perhaps.
Yeah, there's another downhill coming. Another few short downhills are coming in this stage at the end of stage number 4 around Davos on the way from Lax to Davos. We're close to Frauenkirch at the moment, so we're pretty much in Davos at the moment. So, but there's a turnaround coming later on. We're going into the beautiful Zügen Valley on the right-hand side. So they climb close up to Monstein, then a short downhill back into the Zügen Valley, and then a last uphill to Clavadel, which is a short but real hard one. And then for the first time they can hear the village in here. I'm excited about that. So nobody's going full attack mode at the moment, Thomas.
Well, it's not full attack, but it's fast. Yeah, but now it's not full attack. Yeah, it's perhaps a good timing for team behind me to come back on this front group. Yeah, it's only 10 seconds. 2 team are 10 seconds behind me, with the Italian team and the black team with Frank Lights.
In a situation like this, do the riders check out each other? So to have a look at their faces, how they look, or is it just going for your own?
For sure, they are checking the face, checking the legs. You can feel if a rider is suffering, and then when it's one rider suffering, it's perhaps a good time for attacking. And now Buff Megamo is going in front. Perhaps they will try something, pushing harder and get away. Let's see.
That was probably a poker face from Hans Becking, because he seemed to struggle a bit.
Let's see.
We see a very tactical race at the moment. Yeah, it's good. That's awesome race. Scenery here up in close to the falls.
Great to see the looks like on the trails right now. We have got the news from the ground from the Bulls Media e-bike. Thomas Ditch has let us know that although we only see these three teams in front of us, 10 seconds back, only 10 seconds back, are the Italians, KTM, Alchemist, and Attitude. We saw them drop off the pace, struggling with the fierce burst of speed that we saw from Hans Becking, and then taking over from that the efforts of Daniel Gesmeyer. But we're looking back, and just under 10 seconds back, KTM, Alchemist, and Attitude, and significantly the backup team of the Buff Megamo team, Buff Megamo 2, and the ever-present and fantastic efforts from Andren Bieli and Franz Klaas, Team Larks, and their black outfits are also in close attendance. No doubt, as soon as we hit those flatter sections, as Thomas Ditch was saying, once they get to those flatter sections, we'll probably see a bit of a regroup. And with 6 teams all in contention, that leaves for a thrilling finale into Davos on stage 4. And looking at a possible sprint finish between them. A very tactical race as they are heading towards the highest point in the race. The highest point in the race that we've looked at is the 91-kilometer mark. And they are just a handful of kilometers away from that point. They've already passed through the 72-kilometer mark. And just looking at those time gaps, very small. But very soon we'll be seeing them probably at about 7 or 8 kilometers perhaps. They'll be hitting that high point in the race. And then they'll see a descent into Davos, into the race village, where they'll be staying for one more night and enjoying the legendary Swiss hospitality of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And still all to play for these 3 teams. We're going to try and see if we can get a glimpse back to see just how far behind the KTM, Alchemist, and Attitude team is, and Buff Megamo 2, and no doubt riding and collaborating with Team Larks, the 3 teams, the Italians, the Italian combined with the Swiss and the Belgian and the Spaniard and the French rider Hugo Drehu. Looking forward to seeing just how this stage unfolds. Still lots of obstacles to overcome. We can see there the steep sections of the climb, and absolutely no let up of the pace by Daniel Gesmeyer, keeping things as stretched out as he possibly can. They know that the fewer teams in the mix, the better, not just for the stage win, but also to reduce the risk. Staying out front means there is less risk. Of course, these riders don't know the course as well as the local riders do, and being 100 kilometers in length, it's impossible for them to do a bit of a course recon. And unlike in the cross-country discipline, where the riders will know the course intimately, they'll know every corner, every descent, every ascent, the riders here will be riding more or less blind. They'll have a fair idea on the general idea of what the stage is holding, how long the climbs are, but where each rock is, that's another matter altogether. So riding at the front, keeping the group as small as possible, will reduce the risk a little bit for these front teams. And if you have the extra firepower, if you're a team like William Peretti, who have shown their dominance, they'll be looking to just keep that group thin. just using that just bit of extra ability, that bit of extra power, just to keep that field nice and lean. As we see Hansbeking doing the all-important refuel. You've seen a little bit of yo-yoing off the back. We don't suspect that he's in any kind of trouble. He's perhaps just giving himself a bit of a breather, and maybe a bit of a tactical move of him just to stay out of sight of the riders, and just taking, as you said, a bit of time to get some energy on board. He'll no doubt want to take a gel for that final descent. We've spoken about the technical nature of the SPAR Swiss Epic. It's been known among mountain biking riders as one of the most technical mountain bike stage races. It's still very much doable for a rider with any kind of experience, but of course with these technical trails, they are steep. It is in the Alps after all. The riders are attempting to conquer the Alps. And the most important part of those downhills is to keep maximum concentration, and you will actually see some of the riders not only refueling with a high energy gel with some caffeine in it, just to keep their energy levels up on the climbs. We'll also see some of the riders taking on a gel just before the descents to stay alert, to keep their energy levels up, because one tiny mistake and the losses can be. And we just saw tearing through there, the group has any attacks that were made, any surges that have been made by Hansbeking and the likes of Daniel Gesma have been neutralized. There is a compact group now, and it's 6 teams in the mix right now. William Pirelli, Singer Racing, Buff Megamo 2, and KTM Alchemist and Attitude, and the figure of Franz Klaus and the local rider Andren Bierli, right in touch with the very front of the course. And we'll be hearing from Dario in a moment just what it's like on the course. He's in touch with Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike.
Yeah, as you said before, Neil, the riders are coming back from the chasing group into the leading group. So Thomas, the leading group is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, 5 teams together now. We just arrived on the 4th speed zone. I will probably change my battery if I want to go to the finish line. Battery here or not for me? Do you have a battery? No, nobody bring a battery.
Yep. So Tom, Stefan is catching up with the riders, so a whole bunch of riders together just before the last climb up to Clavadel. So they're close to entering the Zügen Valley. And Stefan Sam is now in full speed mode to catch up with the leaders. So what an effort from Stefan. Yeah, that's an interesting race actually. So I thought that there's going to be an attack on this last real long uphill from Filisur to Wiesn first, but now it's completely different. So for the first time in this year's edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, a bunch of riders is coming to the last few kilometers together. The good thing is even our local rider, Andren Bierli, came back into this leading group. So
to get battery somewhere. Yeah.
Trying to catch up.
So we're having Thomas again. He's in charge to catch up with the leaders. Real nice trail here down from a bit opposite Davos from Mondstein now.
Okay, I'm
they're
catching up to
riding
the
down.
front group.
So they're catching up with the front group at the moment. Real fast downhilling from our full e-bike riders, amazing trail riding of these guys. So fantastic pictures. That's why we took professional riders. So that's why we need professional riders like this. So
okay, I'm back with the lead bunch.
So Stefan Sam is back with the leaders, and there's still this whole bunch together.
It's a big bunch, still. So either everyone is kaput, or they are happy with the result for today and just waiting for a sprint of the stage. I saw just Franz Klaas lifting his arm. As you heard, as I said, everyone's kaput. Maybe he's counting himself into that group.
For sure. Franz Klaas, a teammate of Andrien Bailey. And yeah, it starts pouring down here in the falls really, really hard. So the rainfall is coming back.
The rain is coming back, yes.
The rain is coming really back. And you're on the single trail, one of the last single trails, I guess, on this part of the road.
Yes, we're just hitting back into the forest. Let me clean the lens quickly. It's a slight uphill single track. And the yellow jersey in the front, leading the pack, or let's say controlling the pack actually. It's not super high speed, but so everyone can still stay together. Now down on the technical stuff.
I'm a bit surprised about the race situation today. So what about you, Stefan? Did you think that a whole group is coming?
It was hard to guess the outcome of today's race, but on a day like this I can also understand the guys. The GC for today is pretty much set, and also maybe they just want to take not a full out day. And a sprint finish can also be interesting. Maybe they just want to make a good show for the spectators in Davos.
Yeah, and for sure, a big show here on the live stream. And at the moment, we're having a real good show from all these riders. And you get some credit, Stefan, from the guys on YouTube, because media guys has some skill stuff. Yes, you really had some nice skills. Even this one goes out to Thomas as well for the last the downhill you just made before. Amazing skills from you guys. So they like your riding on YouTube.
Thanks, thanks a lot. Thanks for the support. And keep on asking questions.
Yes, we should do that.
Okay, now it's raining harder.
As closer as you're coming to the falls, the rain is pouring down really hard at the moment.
It's just a nice gesture to the mechanics. Maybe the bikes come clean to the finish line.
Yeah, we will see. We will see, yeah. So the last few meters are on grass. So if there's a sprint going on, the floor is getting really deep at the moment. It's really wet and it's a grass field. So it would be an interesting sprint at the end. So
it's going to be mud wrestling. It's going to be mud wrestling all the way.
It's going to be mud wrestling to the end. So the last few 100 meters are really deep, and we still are together with this big bunch of riders. So once again, another single trail for the riders. Then
and it's always up.
It's always up.
Up, up, up. It's a never-ending story.
It's a never-ending story, but just a few 100 meters for you guys in the single trail, and then you're back on tarmac for a short time for the last uphill up to Clavadale.
So it looks like the local team of Larks is losing a little bit the contact to the front guys. Small gap opening up, and Andrin pushing hard to close that gap again. Also one of KTM, Alchemy, I think it's Dario who's having a little bit trouble. His partner is in the front.
Who's pushing hard at the front at the moment? Is it still
It's actually Buff Megamo now, pushing again. And
It's
we
Buff
have a little obstacle in the way. The guys that doing the wood harvesting. But no problem for the guy.
No
problem for
problem.
the professionals. And also the guys here, they have to do their job, keeping the woods clean and chopping the firewood for the winter.
Exactly. So
now over a sketchy, slippery bridge, wooden bridge, and then onto the tarmac to the climb up to Klavedel, you said?
Clavadel we say.
Clavadel. Okay,
Clavadel. Up to Clavadel.
Along a nice river.
Yeah, this is the Certique Valley. You're entering the beautiful Certique Valley. And the world famous Epic Trail is coming down here. You made it from the other side now. Yeah, there's an Epic Trail. The Epic Trail is close to that situation, but we've done that one before, like I said, 2 years ago. But now we're on the last real steep uphill now. So it's flat at this part. Riders are going to the left-hand side within the next few minutes. And then I think the attack will follow because it's only about 10 Ks to go for these riders.
It's flat here. It's still a 4% incline. So, but maybe it's getting up to. Everything is relative perspective.
Yeah. So there's a wall coming. There's
in the front now.
It's José Diaz in front. There's a wall coming in front of you. It's on tarmac, but it goes up really steep then.
So I will check gradient later and give you an impression on how steep it is.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, after 90 Ks, it's steep. So Andrin Bailey just came back together with his teammate.
Yes, the group is Gruppo Compato, I guess. So everyone together. Back again.
Franz
Trying
Klaas
to
at the end.
slipstream a little bit. Franz Klaas is in. We have KTM Alchemist attitude to have a single race. The leading journey of Megamo.
So the riders are pretty close to the last climb of today's stage. We're shortly back with Karl. How's the situation at the women's race? So it looks like, Karl, how's the situation at the women's race? So probably better go back to the men's race because the last real hard uphill is coming. So probably the attacks are following now there. The situation looks comfortable in the ladies' race. So the ladies have to walk now over the short pitch, and now we're back with Mansfield.
So we are turning left now to Clavadel. Immediately getting steeper from 5 to 10% directly.
Yeah, right.
And I think I can see the 10-kilometer sign.
Yeah, you're pretty
We're
close
just
to
now,
that one.
Now passing the 10-kilometer sign, 10k to the finish from here.
And from the highest point from Claverdale, it's only going downhill now. So this is the last uphill of today.
And it's horrible. It's pouring down.
Normally when I ride up here, it's really hard. And these guys are so fast. And this after more than 90 Ks. Unbelievable.
We're still going 20 kilometers per hour uphill.
Franz Klaas and Andrin Bailey at the back of the field. In front of them, it's the KTM guys. Am I right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're in between. Always, yeah, more or less on the two last positions of this group. And the yellow jersey, Buff Megamo, all the time in front. Jose Diaz taking a look over to the mountain goat, Daniel Geismeier, checking his facial expression probably, but as we know, he always has a poker face.
He's always having a poker face, a robot face, as you can see. So this is Claverdale now right in front of you. And it seems like an attacker at the moment.
It's a little bit stretching out now. Now we are going towards the flatter part. Still no real attack.
Still no real attack. So you're going to the right-hand side after the next 300 meters. Arriving in Claverdale at the moment. And it's pouring down. It's really pouring down here in Davos.
And I have a feeling that all the riders would really love to go to the wellness and sauna right now.
Yeah, especially they have a fungo here at the finish line.
I'd say so no. I mean they are completely in the tunnel, like they don't see left, right. It's only racing for them now. Of course, it's horrible conditions, but those are professional riders, and as we said all the time, Stevie is taking the front now. He loves those conditions. We are turning right into the grass field again, up a single track. And under the trees even the track is dry.
Yeah, it just started raining just half an hour ago up here in Davos, and it's going to be interesting if it's a sprint. The terrain is getting so deep at the moment here. It's a grass field, and it's going to be a big show.
So who of the guys has the biggest cyclocross experience? Maybe that would help.
Yeah, who was the lightest rider? So
who's the lightest rider?
They're not that deep. So only a few Ks to go for the riders. They're a bit opposite Davos now. They already can hear our stadium speaker, Paul K, probably.
Probably, yeah. We have to loop around Davos to make it to the finish. I can still remember that single track here. It's quick, fast, some roots, slippery rocks, some nice turns.
Yes. So they're riding opposite Davos now. Going back a bit into the valley, in the Tuchli we call it. And you know why it's probably called Tuchli? Because it's getting dark for a moment. They're in the Mattewald at the moment, the riders.
So the speed is getting a lot higher now. Franz Klaas and one of the KTM guys, I think Dario, are still having problems. I see Rhaetian Railway just 20 meters in front of them. But the gap opened up. And I guess it was Simon Stibian who entered the single trail first.
So one of the best downhillers, you said?
One of the best downhillers, and if Martin Frey can jump on his rear wheel, they maybe can make a difference on the downhill and probably take the stage, because they're also good sprinters. So everything plays into their hands now.
The real nice insights from Stefan Sam, former Cape Epic winner on his Bulls e-bike, following the race leaders. Just about 5-6 kilometers to go, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a bit more.
7, maybe 7.
It's 7, yes. So only 7 kilometers to go for the money.
If I get the chance, I will try to move closer to the front, but right at the moment it's impossible to overtake.
It's really narrow at the moment on the single trail. It's pouring down like hell. You said before, Stefan, the riders are in the tunnel, so they don't even care about conditions like rain or if it's cold or not.
Absolutely not. They don't care right now. They have one mission. They want to finish and win. So they think conditions.
So conditions are getting worse on trail, but they're getting interesting for us. Riders are coming closer now to the finish line after 3 hours and 57 minutes. So they're on course since 4 hours now. Started early in the morning at 7 in Laaks.
So and now the three teams are in front. Gap opened up. I can't see them anymore. So must be more than Dickens, for sure.
So Stefan now with the chases of the leaders.
Super fast downhill.
Yeah. Due to the race situation, he's not able to overtake this now. The street is getting wider. So we still have to stay with the chasers on this one. We have fixed cameras down here in Davos, not able to fly the drone at the moment. It's pouring down that hard.
It's really coming down now. We can have a look down at Davos.
Yes, so 6 kilometers to go.
And then move around.
This is really hard, not only for these riders, especially for the riders coming in, dropping in later. So being out in the rain for probably 6 or more hours then.
Yeah, today is carrier building.
These riders, could they catch up a little bit with the leaders?
No, not yet. I will try to pass, but it's impossible. I will try now to get past them.
So Stefan is trying to overtake the chasers and catching up with the leaders at the moment, but it's really hard. Even on the e-bike, is pushing so hard.
They're in a downhill, and not sure if I can catch up until the finish. I will try.
So he tries everything on his Bulls e-bike to catch up with the race leaders. Stefan Sam. So it was Franz Klaas, and for sure Andrin Bailey, who lost control. So in the lead at the moment, this must be the both Megano team, the Singer Racing team, and the Villa Pirelli Racing Factory team. Only 5 kilometers to go for the first riders, for the leaders of this fourth stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic. They're coming closer. Is it coming down to a sprint finish down here in Davos? Or did someone attack really hard in the downhill, as we heard before from Stefan Saum? So Simon Stibian and Martin Frey attacked in the last downhill. Unbelievable fast on this gravel road here. Is it coming down to a sprint finish? We're already looking around the corner here at the finishing area. Everybody's excited. So we really want to see the riders within the next few minutes in here. Whoa, what an amazing race. So the last 3 days, always the team Villa Pirelli Racing was coming back in the finishing area all alone. And now it looks like we're having a different situation.
So I'm catching up.
And Stefan is on his way on the Bulls Media e-bike to try and catch those leaders of the stage, but it looks like they are going full gas. It's always difficult on the downhill sections where the e-bike doesn't necessarily have as much of an advantage, but putting out those extra 250 watts, and Stefan manages to catch back on. So we'll be able to hear just what the situation is down on the trail with Stefan. So Dario, tell us how things are going down there.
Yeah, there's a voting on YouTube if Stefan will catch up with the leaders. Yes, he did. He did. What a nice effort. Who's in the front at the moment?
It is Simon Stibian pulling from the front, but it's not like not yet with the final punch. So it's not a maximum all-out effort at the moment. Of course, it's fast, but he's looking back over his shoulder now, just to check who's there. And we have, like Neil said, all the 3 teams. Conditions are awful. But
conditions are awful, yeah.
But the rain
not
actually
far
helps.
away.
The rain actually helps to wash off the dirt on the routes. So traction isn't that bad at the moment.
So it's actually better if it's pouring down.
Yeah. Sometimes a completely wet track is better. Now we're turning left into the downhill. So I'm also excited to see how this race unfolds.
Any predictions from you? Who's the strongest sprinter?
Best sprinter. It's Simon and Martin. So my money is on them.
Okay, so the Singer Racing team is...
Simon has been national champ in sprint a couple of times. Okay, so this is the last loop around.
Exactly, the last loop around the falls.
Heading towards those. Then there will be, if I remember correctly, there might be a very critical part on the road.
Exactly,
and the guys
you mean...
have to ride up or jump upstairs.
Exactly.
Staircase.
So probably some of the riders can remember this part. So right before the finish line, Pirelli Factory Racing, Singer Racing team. And both Megano
I'm sorry, I am
is...
having too many people on speaking in my ear right now. But okay.
Just go on and on. We love your beautiful pictures and we love your comment, Stefan. So at the moment, it's still Stipi and Martin setting the pace high. Throw just a few kilometers away from the finish line. 3 teams at this king stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Conditions are awful. It's pouring down very hard. Riders have to drive through farm stations. It looks like the speed went a bit down. Hans Becking is looking back. Hans Becking is looking back if some riders are coming back. The gap to the KTM guys was already 42 seconds just a few kilometers ago and 50 seconds to the Team Lux. So it is coming down to a sprint finish probably between Ville Pirelli factory.
Preparing for the sprint.
Yeah, it looks like.
This will be a phenomenal showdown. Having 3 teams arrive on the longest stage in these conditions and keeping the excitement up to the last second of this race. Turning left over the parking.
And then now this short obstacle is coming. Exactly.
Okay.
And then into this last part of today's stage.
Through the parking now, we have to go under.
Look at this. You were talking about cyclocross skills. And this way you need your cyclocross skills.
Okay, catching up. I am trying to make my way back after the stairs. Oh, the full sprint is full on.
The sprint is already full on this last stage. So who is coming first into the real deep grass fields?
It's
down into fourth.
The finish. Jose Diaz is hanging off the back.
So Jose Diaz, the team member of Hans Becking from Wolf Megano is hanging a bit off. So there's a sprint decision between Singer Racing Team, Martin Frey, Simon Stibia, and the Wiesner Pirelli factory team.
Oh, Simon Stibia made a move. He has 50 meters. Stays in front. And Martin just has to win the sprint of this group. Brilliant tactics of Singer.
So the real tactical game is going on this last few hundred meters.
Now Hans Becking is going. So it's all on. It is all on Martin Frey.
So full attack mode for these riders.
It's all on Martin Frey now. Simon still has a lead of 30 meters. Oh, through the mud.
Through the mud and a few hundred just a few meters to go. And they're coming into this really heavy.
Now. Left on the grass field, and this is, it's so deep here. And it's Simon Stibia sprinting full out. Martin Frey in second position. Looks like they will take the stage win. And Buff Meckermo in second with the leading team in third position. This is awesome racing.
No surprise, Martin Frey and Simon Stibia. with the sprint win down here in Davos, right in front of the Buff Megamo team, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. And on third place, our general classification leaders, the William Pirelli Factory Racing Team, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. Unbelievable racing of these guys. They're standing close to me. It's really cold. It's really fresh. They need a jacket. They need something warm. And Stefan Sam is here as well. Our real technical skilled riders. So they have to warm up a little bit, and they tried to catch them for the first interviews. So back to you, Neil. What an amazing stage.
Well, what a great display of tactics there with the Simon Stiepjan. He attacked really within the way beyond the finishing line, in fact, and those tactics were really smart because he would then just leave it, just makes the sprint for the Singer Racing Team far less complicated because, of course, the time is taken when the second rider crosses the line, the second rider of the team. So making it less complicated, all Martin Fry had to do was beat the second place rider of any of the other teammates. We saw in the background that Jose Diaz had a bit of a bad moment, maybe a bit of a lapse of concentration or a bit of a just not quite able to match the pace. He was dangling off the back, and that really scuppered the chances of the Buff Megamo team to win the stage. And the clever move from Simon Stiepjan, the team of Stiepjan and Martin Fry, having ridden for the Bulls team before, the Bulls team, the Juggernaut team, having done so well over the last 2 decades of mountain biking stage racing, having learnt those tactics from the best, in fact from Stefan Sam himself. He's known to employ exactly that precise tactic, and really well played to the Singer Racing Team, and definitely a highlight for them having won the stage and breaking that finishing run, breaking that even run from the team of the William Pirelli Factory Team, who seemed today to be content with just solidifying that overall, didn't necessarily contend that sprint finish, but it won't be that 4 out of 4 for the team of Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer. They left it up to the Buff Megamo and Singer Racing Team to contain the sprint, and coming out tops, Martin Fry, Simon Stiepjan, the German pairing, having won stage 4, the Queen stage, the 100-kilometer stage with 2,800 meters of climbing, in a thrilling sprint finish between the top 3 teams of the day, and in fact the top 3 teams on overall, with KTM Alchemist Attitude just being distanced there at 54 seconds, riding into the finish with Team Larks Bierly. Great ride from Bierly and Klaas. Fantastic race they've been having over the last 2 days. Bierly and Klaas. Bierly, the local rider, and Frans Klaas, the Belgian. And just in touch with in the very, very last sections of the finale, and the elastic snapped, leaving just a bit of a gap. And of course, with that thrilling sprint finish, with the speed at which the Singer Racing Team were riding into the finish with Stiepjan's attack, and of course Becking and Diaz trying to match that attack, just stretched that gap just a little bit to a minute. We saw how long it took Stefan Sam to close that gap. He was caught behind the team of KTM Alchemist Attitude and Larks, and it took a great amount of effort to close that gap back to the leaders, the top 3 teams on the day, and a fantastic effort. It will be a while before we see the next teams come through there, and clearly that pace, that furious pace set by the top teams on overall. We've only seen 7 teams come in now so far, and the St. Moritz team have just entered the finish chute along with Buff Megamo, and that's the backup team of Buff Megamo's Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. The French pairing, Hugo Drechu and Enrique Marcelo Vergara. Fantastic effort for them, being in close attendance, and having that backup team gives Becking and Diaz just that little bit of an insurance policy in case anything does go wrong. They weren't necessarily on hand yesterday for that puncture that Becking had, but today they were right there where it counted, and just in case. But we saw a little bit of a lapse from Jose Diaz, uncharacteristic. We've seen Jose Diaz really strong throughout the race, and a bit of a lapse towards the end of the stage as they headed into that sprint finish, that thrilling sprint finish. And just a bit of a recap of how things went. The proceedings of the day, the 100-kilometer stage, the challenging day that the riders had. The first section, the deep into the forests, where the riders had to wrestle the trails, the very steep ups and downs, the slippery routes, contending with the rainy conditions. And we heard Stefan Sam referring to those slippery routes as the sniper routes, because of just how quickly they can put you down. Just a slip of the front tire, and once the front end of the bike goes, that is the rider down. So the sniper routes playing a big role, but thankfully no major incidents today in the field among the big contenders. Keeping maximum concentration, clearly with the technical nature of the trails and taking its toll on the riders, but no major incidents, as we said. As the riders headed eastwards towards Davos, today was a transition day from Larks, starting in Larks in the rainy conditions, heading to Davos over the 100-kilometer course, 2,800 meters of climbing and 2,400 meters of descent, which means it was a slightly uphill course. And showing dominance today was Simon Stiepjan. They were on a very good day, and just really showing their colors, showing the dominance and taking the initiative of the race, keeping the pace, keeping the group nice and thin, nice and lean, so to avoid risking too many riders crowding the trails. Simon Stiepjan dominant in the early part of the race, keeping the pace high. Martin Fry able to match that. And the yellow jerseys of Wiesner Pirelli factory happy today just to defend that overall lead, riding defensively. Occasionally we saw Daniel Gesmar go to the front just to keep the pace high, but the day absolutely belonged to the Singer Racing team, Martin Fry and Simon Stiepjan. If there was ever a team that deserved the race victory today, the stage victory, stage 4, the Queen stage, it is the German pairing, Singer Racing team, formerly of the Bulls. They've branched out, started their own team, and those learnings that they would have gained from the years on the Bulls teams, standing them in good stead. That experience of multi-day mountain bike stage racing, valuable experience, earning them in no small way their victory today. We saw some amazing footage from the Bulls Media e-bikes today, with full coverage of the race from the rider's point of view, and some thrilling commentary from the likes of Stefan Sam, Carl Platt and Thomas Ditch, giving us really the absolute inside story as to what's been happening on the ground. And we saw really in the middle of the stage the thinning out of the race on the steep climbs. We were all looking to see what would happen around about the 40-kilometer mark on the steep climbs, and what would happen. And it looked like the ebb and flow of the so-called peloton at the front was ebbing and flowing between 3 to 6 to sometimes 10 teams, getting all in touch and all riding together, and just those steep gradients just thinning the field out again. So riders like the Team Larks, Team St. Moritz, Buff Megamo 2 yo-yoing off the back and getting back in touch and then losing touch was definitely the theme of the day for the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place riders. But dominant at the front and ever-present Singer Racing team, Buff Megamo and Wiesner Pirelli factory, ever-present in their leaders' jerseys, the Chiavita yellow jerseys of Daniel Gesmar and Fabian Rehmensteiner, the Austrian and Italian pairing, with Singer Racing team, the Martin Fry and Simon Stiepjan, the German pairing, both of whom are experienced campaigners. They are both tagged as Epic legends. They have raced 3 of the Epic Series races, including the Absa Cape Epic, the pinnacle of the Epic Series. They have raced in the Swiss Epic and in the 4 Islands as a part of the Epic Series. So they have that tag Epic Series, and they lived up to that auspicious tag of having completed those arduous races, and using their experience and their firepower to tactically navigate their way through this race. It did look like throughout the day that they were just marking the yellow jerseys, but close before the finish, with less than 10 kilometers to go, we saw a rejoining of the field with Team Larks, Andrea Billy, the local lad Andrea Billy, with Franz Klaas rejoining with KTM Alchemist and Attitude, the Italian pairing of Cerci and Tronconi, back in contention. And at this point in the race, with under 10 kilometers to go, we were fully expecting a massive sprint finish until the elastic broke and KTM Alchemist Attitude just lost touch and were distanced along with Adrian Bierli and Franz Klaas, and then it was just up to the front three teams to contend the sprint finish. Bit of a word between Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, looking to make good on yesterday's disappointment after they had the puncture. They were looking yesterday to win the stage, but unfortunately they didn't, and due to that puncture, you can see right now that Rabensteiner and Jesmar are happy to let the the riders in contention for the stage win, happy to let them fight it out as they headed into the finish town, the final race village of Davos. And we saw Simon Stibjan burst off the front, leaving it up to Martin Frey just to beat the second place rider, the next best rider on the field. So great tactical move by the German, having learnt from the great Stefan Sam, having performed similar moves in the past. And already he's celebrating. He looks back and he knows that him and Martin Frey have achieved the dream of today. They've won the stage 4, the Queen stage of the 2022 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, the 9th edition. And this will go down in the history books as one of the most exciting stages we've ever seen. And Dario, I'm sure you'll agree that at the Swiss Epic, even of 9 editions that we've seen so far, this has been one of the most exciting stages we've yet seen. And we'll be hearing from Dario in a moment, and I'm sure that the e-bike riders will be equally thrilled. We saw how pumped Stefan Sam was at the end and how excited he was for his German compatriot to have won the stage. And they, of course, the Bulls Media e-bike riders get a rider's eye view of it, and Stefan Sam has, of course, done the inevitable post, the selfie with himself on the Bulls Media e-bike, saying that he has the best job in the world. And who's going to disagree with that? Being able to follow the race, being able to really absorb the action of the race, and also, more importantly, bring the world the pictures we see of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And right now we're back with the women's race, the women's contending teams, the 2 contending teams we've seen all day, the ebb and flow of that front group. We've seen 3 teams in contention, we've seen 2 teams, and now it's coming down to the wire in the women's category with the team of Davos Clusters and looking dominant, and the Davos Clusters team have really showed dominance throughout the week. Bettini Yanis and Adele Marath have shown that they are the strongest riders in the race. And just a quick look back at Adele Marath, we've been talking about that backpack and what it has been containing. Just a leisurely stop, just to get an understanding. She did mention earlier that she's got some rain pants, and here she is putting on those rain pants. We're going to just hear what Carl Platt has to say. He's down there with Adele Marath right now, putting on her rain trousers.
Yeah, welcome back to the women's race. First of all, congratulations to Simon Stibjan and Martin Frey. I was listening very carefully how they went. Great tactics, great ride. Yeah, the weather here is really miserable. It's getting cold, and Adelheid Morat, she stopped a few minutes ago and put on her jacket because it's really, really getting cold. And now she stopped again and put the rain pants on. Yeah, I don't know how cold it is, but it feels really cold now. And we still have to go some kilometers, so yeah, we'll see. The only girl is not wearing any jacket is Deborah. It's amazing. I mean, she looks so skinny, and yeah, somehow she's not freezing. Unbelievable.
So, Carl, we saw Adelheid Marath being more or less the strongest rider in the field and almost playing with the others. She's clearly on, the 38-year-old well-seasoned racer is clearly on the form of her life and focusing on the marathon racing. Clearly she's looking forward to winning yet another Swiss Epic. She's won the 2019 edition. That was the last victory she had in this race, riding in fact with her partner, her current partner, Bettini Yanis. And we were speculating earlier as to what was in that backpack. And it's clear now that the rain gear that she's wearing now is exactly what she was carrying around. We expected nutrition, we expected some hydration, but in fact it was those all-important rain gear that she is wearing currently. She can afford, because being the strongest person in the race, she can afford a bit of time to get dressed. We know that she'll be putting on maximum effort right now. There is, of course, the 2-minute rule that riders in teams of 2 are not allowed to be separated by more than 2 minutes. But I think it looks like Albula River is well in control of that 2-minute gap. She's more than capable of closing the gap. She won't want to let them get too far out of her sight. There may be a bit of a tactical move by the team MTB Pro Merchandising Chingalani. Janine Wust and Deborah Piana might pounce on this moment, but it's clear that Albula River is the strongest rider in the race, and Bettina Janis, all she has to do is just hang back and let Wust and Piana set the pace. She'll be obliged by the rules to wait for her partner Albula River, and Janine Wust, Deborah Piana, Janis and Marath distancing Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt quite early on, and they did get back in touch with the race. We're going to be having a look now at exactly what the time checks are at the last time check. We saw the riders pull through at the 72-kilometer mark. Looking at that section, the Wiesen-Bahnhof section, Davos Kloster's women went through there at 3 hours and 47 minutes at the 72-kilometer mark, together with Janine Wust and Deborah Piana, and Vera Loza 3 minutes 22 seconds down. So it looks like that the Immersion and the Namibian pairing just riding within themselves, making sure that they can still cement that third place overall on general classification, because it's still a prestigious place to stand on the podium in Davos after stage 5. And just a reminder to download the Epic Series app so that anyone can follow their favorite riders. If there are any family members that perhaps might be riding the stage, and you can get that on the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. And search for Epic Series, and you can stay in touch with all the latest news and get up-to-date information on the riders, and also be able to watch the race live, in fact, on your mobile phone. So just looking back here at Albula River, it does seem like Bettina Janis has waited for her partner, just to be sure that Albula River isn't in any trouble. We'll see Albula River just tear through, and Bettina Janis can just jump on the wheel, and looks like just to close the gap back up to Janine Wust and Deborah Piana. I'm not sure exactly if we can say it right now. Carl will know from his rider eye view whether or not that was in fact a move by Janine Wust and Deborah Piana. And Carl, are you in touch? Are you able to say whether or not that was a tactical move by the MTB Pro Merchandising, or is it just that Bettina Janis dropped back?
No, Neil. Bettina Janis, she dropped back a little bit, but she shouldn't, because unlike Morat, she's so strong. She can close every gap in a moment. So even the first one, she just easy rode to the front again, and now she did the same. So she closed the gap very easily, and so the pro merchandise girls, they were not attacking, they were waiting. So Bettina Janis, she just came back and waited for Adelaide.
And thank you very much, Carl. That's a great insight on the trail, and we're down on the finish line, and we're just witnessing a great moment for the German pairing Martin Fry and Simon Sibjan, standing with their umbrellas, smiles on their faces. In fact, smiles all around, with all 3 teams on the podium right now in their name and lights. And the team on the right-hand side, Willia Pirelli, having solidified their overall. They were in touch. They rode a fantastic race, a sensible race today. Didn't contend the sprint finish, but still they were able to just hold on to that yellow jerseys. Absolutely no time conceded to any of their rivals, and a good day out for them. And second place rider Jose Diaz, just a bad moment perhaps in that finale just let that attack go off the front. Simon Stibjon, the pace was high. Maybe just a bit of a tactical error. Jose Diaz has shown that he is one of the strongest riders in this race. And Hans Becking on the left in his National Championships jersey receives prize for second place on the day. Yesterday was a disappointment for them, having had a puncture shortly before the finish. But the day belongs to Team Singer Racing. Martin Fry on the left and Simon Stibjon standing on the podium, waving to the crowds. And they'll be enjoying that moment. And they'll remember this moment as one of the most exciting stage finishes we've seen so far in 9 editions of the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Let's put our hands together for these 6 riders, these 3 teams, and your winners.
And there we have it, the best 3 teams on the day on stage 4, the Queen stage at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Singer Racing first, second Buff Megamo, and third place the yellow jersey holders, Willier Pirelli Factory, Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer, looking closer to that yellow jersey on the podium after stage 5 in Davos, after the grand finale. We see riders pour in now, pouring in after a long day out and a very wet day out. The conditions of the trails, the conditions of the sky, in fact, just making the challenging race, the conquering of the Alps, just that much harder. Just watching the expressions as the riders pull through. All credit to these riders. They're not finishing so badly with actually really an excellent day out for them. If we consider how experienced some of the top riders, some of the best stage racers in the world, Stefan Sam was referring to this pairing as really one of the top pairings that he's ever seen, in fact. And just somehow it just clicks. That's what he said. It just clicks, this partnership. Gersmeyer and Rabensteiner, they'll look to build on that partnership. We've seen them get together before. This Italian team, they do mix and match, they swap out partners quite easily, but they'll be noting that this is an exciting and a very successful partnership. And all smiles for the yellow jerseys, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Gersmeyer. Gersmeyer, the Austrian champion, and Fabian Rabensteiner, just recently the European marathon champion. Highly accomplished riders, and both having won stages at the pinnacle of the Epic series, the Absa Cape Epic, in their campaigns. They're always a major factor whenever we see Gersmeyer and whenever we see Rabensteiner at the start line. We know that there's going to be fireworks. Well, we see a not such a crowded start line, or finish line rather, just with the conditions. It's certainly the trail surfaces we can see from the damp grass that we can see in front of us. That's pretty much what the trails look like all day over the 100-kilometer course. And we were treated to an exciting day of racing at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, with the scenic backdrop of the Alps in Graubünden. Graubünden region, a legendary mountain biking region in Switzerland, an iconic region, and no doubt will be remembered by all of the riders having accomplished and having conquered the Alps in the Graubünden region. We saw a close battle today with the top 5 men's teams for the stage, and also for those campaigning for overall GC. And we saw in the women, there were 2 teams together as well, with the Delight Barath and Bettini Janis riding together, and really an admirable performance by Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana, who just seem to be getting better and better as the week goes on. Team MTB Pro Merchandising with Vera Lorza and Kim LaCourte also just content to solidify their position, their 3rd spot on overall GC. And soon we'll be hearing from some of the riders on the finishing line just how today went. Good to hear exactly how they, what their opinions are, and just to hear, we'll get a lot from the tone of voice from when a rider is interviewed. There's that heat that you get from a rider, and Daria will agree with me that you just get that the riders come in a bit pumped, and you can really get some honest answers as to what it was like really out there in the heat of the racing among the world's best mountain bike stage racers. We've seen Daniel Gersmeyer and Fabian Rabensteiner finish on the top of the podium over the last 3 days. They broke their perfect run, their perfect record of 3 out of 3, and they'll have to be happy with 3 out of 4. And that record was broken by none other than the Singer team, formerly of the Bulls team, who branched out on their own, as we've talked about, and having learnt all of the valuable stage lessons from the likes of the great Karl Platt and Stefan Sam. That pairing, one of the most successful pairings in mountain bike stage race history, and learning those lessons has definitely stood them in good stead today at stage 4 of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2022, the 9th edition of the race. Founded initially in 2014, the co-founder Thomas Frischknecht, also a legend of the sport, and he will no doubt be watching closely, not only because he runs a mountain biking team. He runs the Scott SRAM team, containing none other than Nino Schurter, the Olympic gold medalist, and Frischknecht himself having won a silver medal. And, deep history in the race with Frischknecht, as his son, in fact, is also a former winner of the Swiss Epic in 2019. And we're ready to go down to the start line to hear what the riders had to say on the line, and just hear what it was like out there.
We're here with 2 of our e-mountain bike riders. So even for you, that was a real tough day. You need a warm tea now, Stefan.
At the moment I'm drinking the best in these conditions, just warm soup. Because if you can see, my lips are blue, I'm freezing, I'm shaking. The conditions went like really south towards the end of the stage. It got really cold towards Davos, but it was so much fun to watch the race today. Really incredible racing.
It was incredible racing. It came down to a sprint finish. Did you think that, Thomas? You've been following the riders during the whole day.
No, you can't think about a sprint finish for this type of race. It's too long. But nice. I was not in the front of the race for the finish, but I hear the comment of Stefan, and it was great. It was nice too. I was shaking because I was really cold, but it was nice to hear Stefan crying and to show the sprint finish. It's very nice, really nice.
And even on the e-bike, these conditions are unbelievably hard.
Yeah, it's cold and slippery, and with the glasses, you see, you can't see anything on the floor. It's crazy. You go ahead, but you don't know where you go.
So, what is the plan for this afternoon for you two guys?
Probably just wait a little bit, and then we go spin the legs a little bit to be fresh for tomorrow. Yeah, maybe check out the nice trails in Davos. Probably head straight to Spa.
I think straight to Spa. Thank you very much.
And it's great to see the faces. We did predict that they would look all pumped, and the expressions on the faces of Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch said it all, that they'd seen some of the most fantastic racing out there on stage 4 of the Swiss Epic. And we're live back with the race at the women's category, and Karl Platt is on the Bulls Media e-bike, and he'll have some insight for us on the trails as to where they are and what they're doing, and how the race is unfolding for the two top contending teams out there. And Karl will tell us all about what it's like out there on the trails.
Yeah, we just passed the last feeding zone. It is really cold and really wet out here. The trails are still rideable. They are not in a too bad condition. So, yeah, in the field between the two teams, nothing has changed. It's still the same situation. So we will see if they can do the same show like the men's guys in the race. So maybe we can see a sprint final. That would be awesome.
So, Karl, they've passed the 85-kilometer mark, so with only 15 kilometers to go. That means that they are fast approaching the highest point in the race at around about the 19-kilometer mark, and some mistakes there. Clearly the fatigue is playing a role. What's your sense of the fatigue of the riders right now?
Yeah, they're tired. I mean, being that long in the saddle in these weather conditions, yeah, they try to eat and to drink, so grab some food at the feed station. So I still can't believe that Deborah has no jacket on, no nothing. Yeah, even Adelheid, she put the raincoats on just to get a little bit warmer. Yeah, I try to see really that these guys can survive nicely today.
And if you had to make a prediction in terms of tactics and in terms of firepower, do you see the team of Janine Wurst and Deborah Piana taking the stage today? Do you see them being strong enough to do this, or are you putting your money on Adelaide Morath and Bettina Jannes for a 4 out of 4?
Both can be possible, but I think it's I mean, the girls from Merchandise Pro Team, they've been sticking now on the wheels. They really giving it all out on the course. So for sure they're gonna try to stay now on the wheels of Adelheid and Bettina. Maybe to get this stage win, that would be awesome. I think they got this extra motivation, and yeah, let's stay excited.
Great to hear that we'll hopefully have another sprint finish like we had with the men's category. It'll be exciting to see, even on such a long and selective stage. And it's been a war of attrition, or at least we thought so. We thought that really predictions on a stage like today, given the history of the race and the history of mountain bike stage racing, when there is an event or a stage as hard as it is today, we often see one or maximum two teams dominating the stage, and to see a sprint finish between 3 top teams is unusual and obviously tremendously exciting, and hopefully we'll see the same from these 2 teams. It looks like that Adelaide Morath and Bettina Jannes are happy just to defend their overall lead. They're not looking like they're going for any kind of heroics. They have passed the 85-kilometer mark. And the 91-kilometer mark is the section in the race that we've marked as the high point. Mostly downhill from that point. We saw the high speeds of Stefan Sam hitting through that descent, as the riders will be heading into the finish town, and in fact the 3rd and final race village of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And just once they've reached that high point, that 91-kilometer mark, well, and if the MTB Pro merchandising team are in touch, then they have every chance of taking the stage, and it'll be interesting to see how Bettina Jannes and Adelaide Morath and what their appetite is for a 4 out of 4 stage run. But certainly we can be sure that Wurst and Piana, having gone through 4 stages already, they will be keen to get their name in lights, to stand on the top step of the podium. Even a stage win at the SPAR Swiss Epic is a prestigious achievement, and to be able to say that you won a stage at one of the Epic Series events, that is a wonderful thing to be able to have on your career palmares. So, Carl, is it still raining out there? It's hard to tell from looking at the pictures now what the weather conditions are like. Are you able to tell us how wet it is out there still?
Yeah, it is still raining. Sometimes it rains a bit harder, then a bit less, but in general, you can feel the wet already everywhere, and yeah, even my fingers are really cold. I had to grip on my handlebar, and yeah, weather conditions are not nice.
Well, thanks, Carl, for the update on the weather conditions. We can see already from the picture the rain streaking across the lens of the camera, and also a fantastic victory that we're remembering now from Team Singer Racing, and we're going to go down to the finish and have a chat to them now.
So, stage winner for Simon Schibian and Martin Frey. At the end, you pushed really, really hard, so you came down to a sprint. Did you plan it like that?
I mean, it was quite a tactical race today, and towards the end, I had the advantage that I kind of knew the track because I was here for training and watched some courses, and I exactly knew what's coming. And then after the road crossing, like you said, I pushed really hard to get a little gap to make it kind of easier for Martin to win the sprint. Because there's always an advantage if one guy is already in the front, and he always has to focus just on to be in front of another guy from the other team, and that worked out quite well. And yeah, so we are happy to take the stage win.
So, did you know that you're the strongest sprinter out of this field? Because you already won a few championships in sprinting.
You know, like, I was 2 times German champion in Eliminator, but it's different if you have a sprint after 2 minutes or after 100k, so you never can say if you are the fastest sprinter. There are so many reasons during the race, and but today I could show my strength in the sprint, and I'm happy about that.
Congratulations to that, Martin. That was a tough one today. It was really fresh, it was really cold, and the sprint at the end, you probably knew that your team partner is going full gas at the end.
Yes, the conditions today were insane. I mean, for some parts of the stage it was still okay, but now the last 20 Ks was on the limit. But yeah, as you said, I was confident that we could play a good role in the sprint. It was not our first time that we won a sprint finish together. We did it also at the Cape Epic, and now to win here stage at the Swiss Epic is awesome.
Congratulations to you guys, and now it's the SPAR who's waiting for you, not?
Yeah, let's see. The rest of the day, legs up and
a bit of sauna. First what?
Pizza first.
And we're back live in the women's category race with the Bulls Media e-bike rider Carl Platt, who is riding on the he's close to the finish on the 9th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and he'll be giving us an update at some point on what's happening with the women's category racing once he's able to tell us what he's seen on the course. We've seen so far 2 contending teams for the stage, with the overall race leaders, the overall general classification leaders of Bettina Janis and Aldel Morath riding with Janina Wust and Deborah Piana, and Carl Platt's concerns about Deborah Piana's wardrobe choice, having with all of the other riders looking like they're wearing rain gear and jackets, and Deborah Piana only wearing just a normal jersey. You can see the riders up ahead now, and it's still, the situation is the same at around about the 90 kilometer mark. We're expecting to hear a little bit more from Carl as we get closer to the finish, what the pace is like and any race predictions. But we're going to be crossing to Dario to get his word on the finish line.
Yeah, I'm sitting in the drive for the moment because it was very hectic down here at the finish line. So it was so cold. I had to give all my jackets to Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabensteiner because they had nothing dry in here. They were wearing everything they could possible, dropping off their wet pants. And it was so cold down here. Everybody wanted warm soup. They were shaking through the whole body. And now it's getting better. They had the prize given, as we've seen, and immediately after that, they left to the hotel to warm up a little bit. So the ground is getting really deep in here in Davos, and it's pouring down at the moment.
Thank you, Dario. It's good to hear that the riders are getting warm and starting that recovery process, all importantly. And just physiologically, it would be interesting to hear from Carl, who's ridden in races in conditions like these, what kind of a role the cold weather plays in recovery for the riders. Carl, are you what insights can you give us as to your recovery process after a very cold day out there on the trails?
Yeah, most important is to warm up quickly and maybe have a bath, really warm bath, and eat proper, because when it's cold, yeah, the cold is just eating so much energy of your body. And then it depends also what kind of person you are. There are persons, they recover really quick after a cold day, and there are persons, they need a bit longer to recover. So I was a person, when I was younger, I had no issues with cold. No, I think you can't hear me now.
You don't like to ride in the wet anymore, so. I think you're a
I rode too many races in the wet, in the cold, and I prefer to be in warm.
Okay, I asked once Thomas Frischknecht to come out for a ride when it was really pouring down, and he said, no, forget about that. I rode too many times in wet conditions. That's probably a bit of the same with you. If you don't have to go out, you stay at home.
So interesting to hear from Carl Dario. He talks about the wet. He's one who never really likes to complain, but it is documented that the rain and rainy conditions, in fact, is Carl's nemesis. It's his kryptonite, and he certainly attributes one of the very few times that he's had to abandon the Absa Cape Epic was because of rainy conditions, and he's never one to make excuses, but it's clear that it's definitely an option that he'd prefer not to tick if he was given the choice of which conditions to ride a race like this in.
They only have about 15, yeah, let's say 13 kilometers to go. But Carl, what do you think? The ladies are, yeah, the mood is still okay. So if Carl is quiet, he's in a bad mood. that's normally that, yeah. He's shaking his hands. So anyway, it's so fresh up here in Davos. It's raining really hard. It's about yeah, let's say 12 degrees at the moment. So the weather forecast for tomorrow is a bit better as today. So it's going to be up to 16 degrees. There's a bit of rain as well, but yeah, even better than today. So, Kyle, you looking forward for the SPAR? So look at this, how deep the terrain is already here on the finish line in this beautiful village up here in Davos at the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Dario, we're going to be keen to hear what the general classification leaders at the moment, the Willia Pirelli team, had to say when they finished the stage. So just going down to hear what Daniel Gesmeyer and Fabian Ramensteiner had to say after their magnificent performance today.
So still warming up, Fabian Rabensteiner. That was a real hard day today. So over 100 Ks, pouring rain, and at the end a sprint.
Yeah, it was a hard one. It was a bit cold with rain in the beginning. In the middle, no rain, but fast stage. And then in the end, really heavy rain and cold rain. And then, yeah, it was a sprint finish, and we don't want to risk nothing. So we control only, and yeah, we are quite happy to come in third.
Yeah, we're going over to down there. Guys, was it a tactical race today for you? Because you're the overall leaders.
Yeah, of course. We try to save energy. I mean, we have a good gap to the second place and only controlled today the race. And yeah, it was good. In the end, was a really dangerous sprint in the rain and through the traffic. So Fabian said to me, don't risk too much, and we are quite happy again to be on the podium, and GC is the same, and tomorrow the last day, so a good day for us, of course.
So what's the plan for tomorrow? Another attack mode or to protect this overall win?
Yeah, we will see. I think the legs are still good from us, and yeah, the big goal is the GC, and the other thing we will see tomorrow.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations for today.
And we're back with the Bulls Media Up e-bike of Carl Platt, and with the women's category right now with two teams in contention, and in front of us Bettini Janis and Adele Marath, notable by her just the backpack that she's wearing right now, which did contain the rain gear that she's currently wearing, and it looks like it's going to be all to play for near to the top, the highest point in the race. They're going to be descending very soon into the Finnish town of Davos, and it is the final race village of the week. We're expecting to see at the moment we're expecting a bit of a sprint finish, a bit of a run into the line, and some exciting action like we saw in the men's category. An exciting sprint finish between these two teams.
So we try to catch up with They're close to Clavadale at the moment.
Yeah, Dario, I lost a bit of connection, but now I'm back. I can hear you and Neil. So I was just saying that the party of the sign, so 10K, this was the finish line. But there's still that last downhill in front. So yeah, it's getting exciting.
As closer you get, as better your mood is probably.
100%. I agree.
Not only you, even the ladies are happy. What do you think? Is it coming to a sprint? So the most closest woman seem to be a bit stronger than the mountain bike pro merchandising team on the last uphill. So they're controlling everything a little bit.
Yeah, no one is trying to get away on the uphill on the climb. Maybe they try to make a difference in the downhill. I think the pro merchandising racing team, they're a bit stronger in the downhill. So let's see, maybe they can try something there.
So there's a long downhill coming right after this last part of the uphill. So you're moving into Clavadale at the moment. So as Neil said, the highest point of today's stage. And from here on, it only goes down after a real short uphill down to the fourth, around the fourth, and then the back up here. So I'm not sure, Carl, but Adelheid is still wearing no rain jacket, or did she change?
Dario, I'm not sure if Carl can hear you at the moment, but it looks like it is Deborah Piana who still is riding without her rain jacket, and much to the dismay of Carl.
The rain jacket, and she put on even the rain shorts. So because it really gets cold. I mean, I heard you saying
Probably to wear a rain jacket, to grab it out of a backpack, and to wear even rain pants. That will take 20 seconds.
I don't know how she's doing it. It's so crazy because I'm having two layers of stuff and I'm freezing.
So
amazing images as the riders head through the trails right now. Just the final trails before the descent into Davos.
She closed the gap very quickly, so that was no issue for her.
So the ladies are still in this last.
We are now on the final downhill.
This is the last single trail part, like a short uphill coming now. It's nearly flat. Then this downhill on these fire roads, and then they're close to
Adelaide is pushing now a little bit in front, so the speed gets higher.
The question is always if Adelheid starts to push, if Bettina can follow her. But Bettina looks good as well today.
Yeah, I can remember this trail from last year, Swiss Epic. I've been doing it with Tommy Müsser, and yes, Bettina can follow her. Everyone can follow. So, but you know, now it's they're so motivated, they don't let them go.
Yeah, so motivation is getting higher and higher because they're coming closer and closer to the finish line here in Davos. Only around 7 kilometers to go for the ladies, and for Karl Platt following throughout the whole day on his Bulls e-bike with a 10-kilogram backpack and probably wet clothing of another 10 kilograms.
I believe, maybe more. Yeah, this is not a nice spot to ride in the rain, but we need to finish the stage to get over, and you can hear my motivation is also so I'm looking forward to the finish line. I can see Davos already on my left, and yeah, but now I'm also excited to see what the girls are doing.
Even what the girls are doing, and there's an Oktoberfest going on tonight or this afternoon in Davos. So make yourself ready for that. Probably that's a bit of a motivation for you, Karl.
Don't tell me that.
So another question to Karl. How long does it take to warm up after a day like this? So it is really freezing, and Yeah, as you said before, probably the best is a warm, real warm bath, but even then it takes its time.
Sorry, I didn't. You must ask me again because it's very loud now on the downhill. We are really far.
So how long does it take to warm up, to get recovered from a day like this? So it's really, really cold throughout the whole day. So probably the best thing, as you said before, is a warm bath.
Yeah, I don't. For sure, it will be hard to recover after a day like this. But if you have a sauna, if you have a warm bath, just to warm up the whole system, eat proper, eat a lot, you recover to the next day. But it's important to get warm immediately after the finish line and do the recovery process.
Yeah, so start it immediately, not to stay too long, because there's always the danger to get a cold if you hang around too long.
Exactly. So you can't hang it. You need to warm it. Yeah. Now it's getting fast.
Now it's getting fast on the downhill. We're still with the leading ladies at the moment at this king stage of this SPAR Swiss Epic. Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat together in the lead with Janina Wüst and Deborah Piana.
Yeah, Janina and Deborah, they're hanging in and giving it really all. Not to lose back to Adelheid and Bettina. They're very motivated, very, very motivated. Because today could be their chance. The other days they couldn't stay on the wheel, and today they can stay on the wheel, and that's really, really high motivation. Maybe to take the stage win. It would be awesome. Also for the team, for the pro merchandising team, because there's a lot of passion.
So probably they're happy that the downhill is
it would
not...
be a great reward for them. 5 kilometers to the finish. 5 kilometers.
Only 5Ks to go within the two ladies. So the tactical race is gonna be started as we've seen before at the men's race. Timon Stibian and Martin Frey, they attacked quite early to be always in the front and made a real long sprint. So, your prediction, Carl, which team has the better sprinter legs?
Really hard to say. Maybe Adelheid and Bettina, they're happy just to finish this stage and having the leader jersey, not losing time. I mean, they're quite comfortable. Yeah, but the pro merchandising ladies, they're going in front already and pushing in the downhill, maybe to get a little gap.
So that must be a nightmare after a stage like this, after a real long stage, to go into a sprint finish. So you're already done, and then this.
They're really going full gas.
So
no, Adelheid is not giving up. Adelheid is not giving up. She's overtaking the girls again. She wants to be first in a single track.
So interesting situation
she
once
made
again.
It. She's first. She's first in the track now. Adelheid came first into the single track just to be in front of the girls and control. So she's very aware of the whole situation. trying not to make mistakes.
It's even hard, as Stefan Sam said before, if it's pouring down, the track is a bit grippier, as it's just wet on the day after or after a heavy rainfall. So it spoils off all the mud, the slippery stuff from the roots and from the rocks. So
yeah, in the moment it looks like there's no real mud. There's just water everywhere pouring down, and so it's not gluey. So it's just pouring water. Actually, not too bad to ride.
Not too bad to ride, but probably too cold to ride.
Exactly. That's the big issue.
It's not even more than 12 degrees up here, and in the forest it's probably fresher than down here.
I think it's about 8 degrees, 7, maybe 6.
Go down.
Yeah, okay. It's not freezing, so we have no ice here. It's slippery, but no ice.
Not yet. So this is the 4th stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic here in the beautiful part of Graubünden. From Lax over to Davos. We're on the last kilometers with the leading ladies at the moment. It's the Davos Closters women team, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat. Mountain Bike Pro team, merchandising team, Zingolani, Janina West and Deborah Piana. Adelheid Morat was not leading throughout the whole day, Karl. So they're saving a bit of energy to be ready for the overall win.
No, she's been leading a lot today as well. So it was like she was high. She definitely was leading. So she did a really good race, both of the girls. And also the pro merchandising team, they did also very, very nice. I mean, they rode together now and been always in high concentration. Just not to feel, always stand back, very, very aggressive riding. Yeah, highly motivated. Great to see that they were hanging in so nicely.
So the gap between the two teams at the front to the third team, the Fish Infinity Insurance Coffee team with Vera Lose and Kim Lecour, was already 13 minutes at kilometer 85. And the local riders with Antonia Pünter and Alessia Ney, from the Velo Flutsch team, which is just around the corner here. They're 28 minutes behind this leading team. We see here going around these farmhouses, and then this short obstacle, as remember from the years before. And then they're back here in Davos. So this passage opened the back, a gap.
There was a little gap, yes. Deborah took a little bit of wrong turn, and she had to come back. But he's back, and it all looks that they're going to sprint. It all looks that they're going to sprint today.
But these small efforts in between, this is probably the missing puzzle piece at the end.
I don't know. I hope it's all going well.
So Karl Platt is still following our leaders on the last kilometers. On the left-hand side, you can see Davos. So the top ladies are pretty close to the finish line. Was an interesting race as well today.
Yeah, they're
Totally
already trying to be in a good position. They're fighting for every centimeter, so they fight for a good position. Now we are close to the bridge or to the tunnel stairs. Yeah, it's exciting.
So the man started quite early with the sprint. It was about a 600-meter sprint for sure from Simon Stibian and Martin Frey. You can see it's pouring down.
It's pouring down so badly. It's good for the nature, very good for the nature, bad for the riders.
Yeah, that's actually exactly like this. So it was really dry throughout the last few weeks, probably the last few months. Here in Switzerland, especially in this part of Graubünden, you're not allowed to have a grill party, a barbecue at the moment because everything was so dry. So this interesting passage now.
And now we're hitting the stairs.
First the stairs down, and now they have to run up. Even hard for Karl getting his e-bike up there.
I made it.
You made it. You made it better than Stefan because he lost control.
So we hit Davos. The last meters are on. And now there's a little bit of a tactical game.
So speed at the moment a bit lower now. So it's a tactical game. At the first lady at the moment, this is Janina Wurst, followed by Adelheid Morat, then Bettina Janos, and at the end it's Janina. So the team Mountain Bike Pro merchandising, they split it up a bit. So it's all in the mix at the moment. What's the best thing how to start a sprint in a team race, Karl?
Yeah, I would like to tell them what they take for the sprint for the final, but yeah, I'm not allowed to. So be excited. I'm excited to see what they're doing. If they just go for the sprint or do some technical games.
Yeah. So it's really, the terrain is really deep here. It's really hard to go full speed.
And now the speed is going up. They're pushing Adelheid and Janina there in front and behind Bettina and Deborah. So they're waiting for their chance.
So probably.
Yeah, now the sprint is open.
The sprint now is open. Is it Adelheid Morat and Bettina Janas? This team won the first 3 stages.
Moved to second position. So Deborah is still behind. She needs to. She's still bent. So it looks like Adelheid and Bettina can make it.
So Adelheid and Bettina can make it. Adelheid with the backpack.
So now the
on
sprint
a
is
third
open.
position.
Janina is in front.
Sprint is open.
Janina is in front.
So it's coming down to a sprint as well. Janina in the front, followed by Bettina Janas. And then it's Adelheid Morat. So it's going to be a close one. It's coming out between At the moment, it looks like the Davos Cloisters women, they won the fourth stage of this race as well. So Bettina Jannes and Adelheid Wollert, they're going to win this stage right in front of Janine Wurst and Deborah Piana from the Mountain Bike Pro merchandising team. Cingolani, what a sprint finish we had down here in Davos. Once again, this stage from Laax to Davos delivered.
And what a great display from the riders out there on the stage. They kept us guessing all along the top two contending women's teams, dicing it out for that sprint finish. And we're still waiting for the official results, but it looks pretty clear that that once again it's 4 out of 4 for Adele Morath and for Jannes, her partner, as Deborah Piana just couldn't quite put in the effort required to get around that final bend in front of Adele Morath. All she had to do was beat Adele Morath to the line, beating the second place team member and just not having quite enough firepower just to get ahead of Adele Morath. And maybe an opportunity lost, but certainly a great display for fans out there and a great performance for both teams, in fact, and staying together until the finale. An exciting finale into the depths and right into the end of the Queen stage, the 100-kilometer stage. And there we have confirmation that it was indeed Davos Cloisters women winning the sprint ahead of Team MTB Pro Merchandising, Team Cingolani, Wurst and Piana, just being pipped to the post by Morath and Jannes. They really kept us guessing right up until the line there. We really expected to see so much from the efforts of Team MTB Pro Merchandising, Team Cingolani. A fantastic opportunity for them, but just not having quite enough, and just shows how competitive it is. Certainly one thing we can be sure of, there were no gifts today from any of the riders, not giving each other an inch. Sometimes you see that in stage racing where there is a little bit of a backing off of the leaders teams, but clearly Davos Cloisters hungry for more wins and making it 4 out of 4 in the women's category, the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And on stage 4, one of the most prestigious stages to win, the Queen stage, 100 kilometers. It's a long way and made even more arduous by the conditions we saw out on the course. You can see the rain still pouring. It was like that for most of the day for all of the athletes, and spare a thought for some of the backmarkers who will be coming in much later in the day, having spent a lot of energy not only just tackling the course, but also just staying warm. Hopefully they'll all be prepared with the correct rain gear, as we saw some riders go through there wearing well dressed with their rain jackets on. We did see Deborah Piana in just her normal jersey, which who knows, maybe that played a role in their efforts, and just draining her of a little bit of extra energy she required to get over that line in front of Adele Morath. We'll go back to the start just to give a bit of a recap as to how it all unfolded in the women's category at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And in the very beginning, we were clear that at the start of the stage there was one dominant team, and that was the Davos Cloisters team of Adele Morath and Bettina Jannes, and they had over a 13-minute 37 second advantage over Team MTB Pro Merchandising, Team Cingolani, and in third spot Vera Lorza and Kim LaCourt, the Namibian-Mauritian pairing, 19 minutes back. And really early on it all started to show the tactics and the firepower combined gave rise to 3 top teams. The 3 top contending teams overall were the 3 top teams on the stage. 3 teams together. The German pairing of Jannes and Morath, Wurst, the Swiss rider, and Deborah Piana, and Namibian Vera Lorza and Kim LaCourt. Kim LaCourt in front of us right now in the Mauritian National Championships jersey, stripes denoting that she is a national champion in this discipline of marathon stage or marathon racing. And just staying in touch, all 3 riders staying in touch with each other keeping each other company, you could say, on the long 100-kilometer stage. And the ebb and flow of the so-called peloton, the small peloton in the women's category, gave rise to exciting bit of racing. Certainly in the early parts, it looked like they could be all together all the way through, even with the challenging climbs to come. There was a steady pace set by Adela Marath, and indeed a bit of sharing of the efforts, which is in contrast to the last few days where we saw Adela Marath on the front 90% of the time, and of course pushing hard in those critical sections and giving them the lead that they've enjoyed so far, giving them the buffer that they've enjoyed today. For example, buffer of 13 minutes 37 seconds. They could afford to ride a little bit more defensively. No need to go to the front and to push hard, leaving it up to the others, leaving it up to Janine Wust and Deborah Piana to set the pace, and just sitting at the back, not wasting any energy with the Namibian Loza and the Mauritian Kim Lacourt, just hanging on for dear life as long as they could, just to solidify that third spot overall. No real threat from the fourth spot on overall GC from the Swiss pair Nea and Bunter. And over an hour back, they still had all to play for. Just some of the men's teams making way for the women's, getting all the spirit of the race, not interfering with the proceedings of the women's racing, leaving it all up to the top three teams to play for the stage win, a prestigious stage win on the Queen stage, as the Davos Clusters women looked to be unseated, and they were looking to the target on their backs was that they had 4 out of 4 to win. They won 3 out of 3 yesterday, the day before, and of course on stage 1, and today was their day to prove that they were the dominant team, and certainly they did, creating a bit of a gap early on in the stage. We saw the efforts of Adela Marath just putting a bit of pressure on the team and a gap developing, and it was all up to Team MTB Pro Merchandising to chase back on that descent, always staying more or less in touch, never really more than 1 minute behind the Davos Clusters women team, were Janine Wust and Deborah Piana. They did prove to be a little bit stronger. From our reports out on the Bulls Media e-bike, Carl Platt was following the women's category all day, and he mentioned that Wust and Deborah Piana were a little bit quicker, a little bit more, taking a few more risks on the downhill sections. So on the technical sections, the local rider Janine Wust, the Swiss rider, riding with the Italian Deborah Piana, just a little bit quicker than the Germans on those tricky sections. And before long, they would rejoin the team of Janis and Marath, and it'll be a 2-up race to the finish, with Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt distanced. We can see them in front of us right now. Bit of a gap to them, and at some point during the race, they were all pretty. This gap stretched to over 3 minutes, so they were content just to ride to the finish, consolidate, and live to fight another day. Although we did see the gap closing a little bit, the ebb and flow, as we've talked about, the ebb and flow of the peloton. Just sometimes there's a bit of a lull in the pace when there's a time to sit up and eat, but we did see some fantastic descending, great performance from Janine Wust and Deborah Piana. Deborah Piana not opting to wear a rain jacket today, much to the concern of Carl Platt. He was worried that she'd be losing energy and losing strength, and having to use plenty of her energy to stay warm on the bike. But each rider is different. Some riders prefer to be dressed warmly, and others prefer to not have be encumbered by a huge rain jacket and the lack of breathability. So it's all a personal choice. But clear that the efficient Infinity Insure team, the Rare Street Coffee team of Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt, happy just to get to the finish, take their own pace, take their own rhythm, and consolidate, wait for another day. Perhaps tomorrow will be their day. It's a slightly shorter day. They have been struggling on the steep climbs compared to the likes and the firepower of Marath. But we saw earlier in the day, Marath did opt to go into that backpack. There was some questions as to what Adela Marath was keeping in that backpack, and it was clear when she did stop. We didn't see her stop a moment ago, but she did stop to remove the items, the rain gear, from her backpack, and put on her rain pants, not only her rain jacket but also her rain pants. And that there's a bit of a gap between the Davos Clusters team and MTB Pro Merchandising. A bit of a gap that they left, but Adela Marath was more than capable of closing that gap down, leaving it up to a 2-up team run to the line. The early stages, the late stages of the race were really exciting. It kept us all guessing, including the likes of Carl Platt, who's seen racing unfold in many different formats. He himself was not sure exactly who would win this stage, but it looked like there was strong motivation from Janine Wurst and Deborah Piana to win a stage and to upset that perfect run victory of the Davos Klosters women. And running into the line, Deborah Piana just not managing to have the energy required and the strength required to get past Adelaide Morath to take their stage win, leaving it up to the Davos Klosters women to take 4 out of 4 in the Queen stage, the SPAR Swiss Epic in Graubünden, the 9th edition of the race in 2022. As we see some of the riders pour in, a bit of a mini celebration, having conquered one more day, 1 day to go after today of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and riders will live to fight another day and spare a thought for those still out there on the course, climbing still up to that 90-kilometer mark, the highest point in the race. Still a long way to go for many of the field. Many of the riders have to contend with these conditions. They're not professional riders, they are amateurs, very often have full-time jobs, and they have to make some tremendous sacrifices to prepare for this race, which does of course require huge amounts of preparation, months of preparation in fact, and plenty of practice, especially for those who are not locals. The Swiss will have an advantage, a home advantage on the trails of today, because they are classed as perhaps more technical than some of the other Epic Series races, but certainly doable. But the local riders will definitely have an advantage, and the overseas riders, plenty of riders from South Africa. It's the second most represented country at the Swiss Epic this year, and in fact we've spoken about the Epic Series today. We've seen the pictures yesterday of the Reef to Reef race, in direct contrast to today's race in the rain in the Swiss Alps. The Reef to Reef is held in the tropical rainforests around the area of Cairns in Australia, and we'll take a look at those visuals in a few minutes.
Here we are, Davies Creek, day 2 of Reef to Reef. Let's hit the trails.
We're brother and sister. It's our first time doing Reef to Reef, so really looking forward to it, and there's going to be some good sibling banter along the way, I think.
Got Andrew from Tauranga, New Zealand, come over just for this race. It's awesome.
Scenery's awesome. It's great. It's a lovely part of the world, and you get to see a bit of everything up here, so it's fantastic.
We are the Hakawi tribe. As in, where the heck are we? Our spirit animal is the bin chicken.
I love the environment out here. It's beautiful, like great views. I'm looking forward to the swim at the end of the day at Davies Creek, because it's one of the most beautiful spots in North Queensland.
Definitely a teamwork day, pushing each other to get to the finish line.
Indeed, the contrasting landscapes of the Epic Series, and seeing the tropical rainforests in direct contrast to the alpine scenery, the alpine forests that we've seen in the the 2022 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. These landscapes are characterized by the area of Graubünden, and the Swiss Epic chooses a new course every single year, so riders are constantly surprised and delighted by the new scenery and some of the new start towns, although the 3 start towns we visited this week have been put on a great show for us. We're in Davos right now. That's the final stage location, the final race village, and yesterday we saw the riders doing a loop around Larks, and very early on in the week, in fact, stage 1, there was a loop around the Arosa area, and then on stage 2 a transition from Arosa to Larks. So 3 stage locations at the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2022, and some spectacular scenery to match in the Graubünden region. What an exciting day of racing we saw today at stage 4 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, and the scenic backdrop of the Alps in the Graubünden region. We saw a close battle between 5 of the top teams in the men's category, campaigning for the stage and also for the overall general classification, and scenes of some quiet scenes compared to the fierce racing we saw right up into the line in the men's category. And also in the women's category, we saw the ebb and flow of the group of 3 top teams, and then in the final kilometers we saw a run into the line with 2 teams, and it came down to the wire, keeping us guessing both the men's and the women's categories right until the very line, right until the results boards came up, in fact. And a prestigious stage win, another one for the Davos Clusters team in the women's category, and a fantastic performance by Fry and Stibjan in the men's category. As you see, just looking at the water on the grass, you can get an idea of what those trails were like out there, and how slippery the surfaces must have been. We've talked this week about the sniper routes. Stefan Sam referred to them, and those are the mountain biker's nemesis, where you might find a bit of grip on the trail surface, and just heading over any slippery route can end your chances of earning that finisher's medal. So credit to the riders who've made it, and we're down on the finishing line, and we're keen to hear from the riders themselves and how today went from Dario down on the line right now.
Wir reden schnell Schweizerdeutsch, es ist kalt, oder?
Ja, es ist die letzte Abfahrt hier bis auf Davos, aber es ist dann zäh geworden, es hat so fest geregnet und ja.
Now we have to switch to English so that everybody can understand it. It was a pretty hard day, so it started pouring down right after the first hour of racing.
Yeah, it was pouring down, and then it was better, and then the last time it was also again so heavy rain. But we tried to make our own pace to just go this 100 kilometers, and yeah.
Have you ever done such a long race, like 100 kilometers?
Yeah, I did the Swiss Championships last year, also 100, but not in these weather conditions, so it was hard.
So conditions like this, they make it even harder, and your teammate was not even wearing a rain jacket.
No, she wasn't, and she struggled a lot in the last downhill because she couldn't feel anything. Yeah.
So you missed the win today, so really badly. So another chance tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. We gave our best today, and it was just a matter of seconds, and we try our best tomorrow.
You already feel a bit warmer now?
I'm feeling okay, yeah. It's okay. I gave everything in the last K, so I was quite warm then.
Thank you very much, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Some insightful words from Janina Wust in the stage today, and giving us all a fantastic show of thrilling racing among the top professionals and the best riders in the world in their field of mountain bike stage racing. A special skill required to get through a stage like today, 100 kilometers and 2,800 meters of climbing. An even more special athlete is in contention for a stage win and of course the overall, and none other than Carl Platt on the Bulls Media e-bike to give us a rider's eye view of it. We're going to be hearing from him in a moment.
Look at this happy face. Happy, you're not that happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I'm back and I can go to the spa now.
So that was, even for you, that was really hard. And you don't like it to ride in the wet?
No, definitely. I don't like to ride in the wet. Maybe I rode some too many races in the wet, and I prefer to be in the sun somewhere in South Africa. Or the first days, no, today was really horrible. I mean, conditions are really crazy, and people are freezing. I don't know how cold it is, but maybe 8 degrees, I feel, and it's a real character building today. So if you've done this stage, nothing can beat you.
Yeah, but you've been here after 5 hours and 24 minutes, but there are still a lot of riders on track.
I hope they got many jackets with them.
So that's all you're wearing today, so no rain jacket for you?
No, I have this rain jacket, but it's wet already.
It's probably wet since 4 hours.
Exactly, and it's heavy now, the backpack, everything is heavy, and no, my balls are okay.
That's good, like a biotop in your pants. Thank you very much, Kaufland.
And we heard from a waterlogged Carl Platt, legend of the sport in mountain bike stage racing, and he's certainly seen his fair share of conditions over a career that has spanned 2 decades, and no doubt enjoying the scene, enjoying the show, but not enjoying the rain. It is, as by his own admittance, it is a bit of his kryptonite, but certainly with his skill, he's able to bring us some of the most unprecedented and fascinating footage, really from right from the rider's point of view, and able to provide viewers with tremendous entertainment throughout this week, throughout this 5-day stage race in the beautiful Graubünden region, and taking in some of the legendary and best loved trails we've seen. So Dario, we've heard from some of the riders down on the finishing line, and you'll be able to tell us what's the mood like after a hard day out, not just from a physical point of view, but also contending with those conditions.
Everybody is just happy to be up here in Davos. In the meantime, it stopped raining a little bit, and all the riders are coming in at the moment. They're taking it a bit of easy, warming up, but they're having such a big grin on their face, so they're really happy to conquer not only the Alps, to conquer today's stage and to conquer this really heavy rainfall throughout the whole day. So even the sun comes out a little bit in between here in Davos, but as I said before, riders are just happy to be up here in Davos.
Fantastic to hear that, and we're witnessing the finish of Kim Lecourt and Vera Lorza. A fantastic day out for them, solidifying their 3rd spot overall and taking 3rd on the stage from these 2 experienced mountain bike stage racers. Not quite able to match the firepower and the pace of the Davos Klosters team, but no doubt will be very happy with that performance, having finished a hugely challenging day. And no doubt having their challenges. It looks like they had some mechanical challenges and not just the physical arduous task of completing the 100-kilometer stage with 2,800 meters of climbing. It's a feather in anyone's cap to have finished a stage like today, and with 1 stage to go tomorrow, they'll be able to call themselves a SPAR Swiss Epic finishers and a unique club of riders who have finished 1, and an even more elite club of riders who have finished 3 of them, and only 3 riders who have completed every single one of the 9 events. And we'll be waiting to see Danny Schneider, Sabina Kompassi and Barty Bucher to see how they fared over today. No doubt their experience as stage racers. Barty Bucher, so having competed many times in the Absa Cape Epic, knows all about the trails in Switzerland, knows about riding in Switzerland, and keen to hear how he thought today went with the conditions combined with the challenging trails. And we're going to be crossing to the podium celebrations very soon, just as soon as we've heard just the official results on stage 4. Davos Klosters women just pepping Team MTB Pro Merchandising and Team Chingalani on the line. 5-hour, 14-minute riding time. And coming in third, 23 minutes down. They look like efficient. Infinity Insure, Rare Street Coffee lost plenty of time. They were really within 3 minutes at a critical, even late on into the race. And they've lost tracts of time. So we'll have to find out exactly what went on with Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. Looked like they had some mechanical woes. So we'll no doubt hear all of the stories and the many stories of the SPAR Swiss Epic. In any stage race, there are those legendary stories, those war stories that you hear every night in the race village as the riders put their feet up in recovery, enjoying the camaraderie and unique experience of riding and arriving in a race village and riding the same trails as the top professionals in the sport, and unique for not only for mountain biking but also for sport in general. And we're looking at the GC, the general classification, the overall. Davos Klosters women very much in charge. Janus and Morath with a 13-minute and 37 advantage, same as yesterday's advantage, with Team MTB Pro Merchandising matching them pedal stroke for pedal stroke into the final finishing shoot, with Wust and Piana doing an admirable ride today, just not quite enough to pip them on the post. Perhaps tomorrow is their day. An efficient Infinity Insure, Rare Street Coffee, 42 minutes down, but still very much in control of that third spot, a prestigious third spot on a podium, and they'll be looking to put their name in lights in Davos after tomorrow's grand finale stage, and they receive a hero's welcome and stand on that final podium among the world's best. And down on the line, we can still see the rain coming down, and spare a thought for those still out on the course, still out contending with these conditions. We're excited to hear more from the riders. It'll be trawling some of the social networks just to hear some of those stories so we can relay them tomorrow and answer some of your questions that you've been asking about the riders, about the conditions, and about the proceedings of the day that we've seen and the proceedings of the week. We've seen some thrilling racing over the past 4 days, and we're going to go back to the general classification of the Masters. We've seen Danny Schnieder, Stollbike's Danny Schnieder, Radsport. They won again today, and they are holding a commanding lead, 44 minutes over Terrier and Roth, and the Marp Copenhagen Cycling Club over an hour back on overall GC. So still Stollbike's Danny Schnieder, the dominant rider, the former road cyclist and former marathoner in Thomas Stoll, very much in control of that category. The riders over 40 wearing the blue jersey, the blue Civita Leaders jersey that denotes the Masters category. And back live to the finish line, again scenes of what it looks like to finish. The picture of endeavour right there, having riders just completing their 100-kilometer stage, and knowing that tomorrow there is only a relatively short day, in fact, 58 kilometers. Tomorrow's final stage, the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, packs many of the famous trails into the 58-kilometer stage. And just having a quick look at the Grandmasters, the purple jerseys that you'll have seen out on the course, Tarosa Consulting, Fuel of Norway, with still a lead over the Stollbike's Fair Velos team of Girardi and Fair, 16 minutes back on general classification. We've spoken about Barty Bucher and Gerber, well-known experienced campaigners, both at the SPAR Swiss Epic and the ABSA Cape Epic as well, 36 minutes back, and they'll have to be content with a podium position overall when they reach the final stage, which is a loop around Davos tomorrow. They'll be excited to finish. They won't be quite up to their high standards of winning. They are past winners of this category, past winners of the Masters category too, but no doubt time on the podium will be just as rewarding as they receive a hero's welcome into Davos tomorrow after a long and hard 5 days. Very soon we'll get to hear from the winning women's team, just exactly what it was like out on the course.
Ja, also zum Schluss hat es schon brutal nochmal geregnet. Meist so ausgekühlt, es war schwer noch zu schalten, zu bremsen. Ja, war richtig kalt zum Schluss.
But we've seen you wearing a backpack throughout the whole race. And where did you change from, so let's say, summer clothing to near winter clothing or to a rain jacket?
Yeah, so our tactic was today morning that I got the pack package and have some stuff for Betty and myself. So, and after the tunnel, I've got really cold. So we were in the climb. I felt comfortable in the climb. I stop, of course, other attack. I put the rain jacket on and it takes some time, so I have to close the gap. And I attack again directly and to get warm, but I just get cold, so I have to stop again to put the throwers on. They attacked again, so I again have to close that gap. And yeah, it was such a good finish. It was interesting to watch, I think. Yeah, it was close racing. But now I'm very happy to be here and I'm just looking forward to have a warm shower.
This is probably one of your toughest races.
Not in my career, no, but yeah, you know, in the Swiss Alps it's so wet, you get wet from the ground, the wind, it was a hard day, but not my hardest.
Not your hardest, so you're looking forward for tomorrow, so 4th win already at this year's SPAR Swiss Epic, so it's looking good for the overall.
Yeah, I mean today it was not a day to stress because I checked the profile and it was a lot of flat parts, so I was quite relaxed. Want to have some fun in the technical things and stay cool. Because if you can a little bit be on a wheel, you can save so much energy. So I worked so hard the first 3 days. So today I was so happy also can to slip a little bit. And yeah, I mean today it was not to attack. Everyone knows the last part. Yeah, it's flat, it's windy, it's cold. And I think everyone was like, have the same plan to make it like a sprint.
You said rear wheel before, am I right? But you probably never saw a rear wheel. You're always in the front during the whole race.
No, today I also use.
Thank you very much and good luck for the rest of this Swiss Epic.
Thank you.
Words from the 2019 Swiss Epic winner, Albula River, and having placed second last year riding with Angelika Tesreiter in 2021 and well on her way to winning the 2022 edition. And of course she knows as well as anyone else that there is still one stage to go and it's only over until it's over. They do have a comfortable lead, but they're not counting their chickens quite yet. They know they can sit and defend, but they've still got a target on their back. They know that just from today's urgency of today's racing, that Piana and Wust will have them marked pedal stroke for pedal stroke. And with the Davos clusters women, Janas and Marath, a well tried and tested partnership. It's theoretically we could say that they'll still be in that orange jersey by the end of tomorrow, but there's still all to play for in the women's category. The UCI professional women's category, Davos clusters women very much in charge. In the men's category, we've seen a phenomenal performance from Willia Pirelli Factory today. They were content to dice for the sprint finish, but more than happy to finish, having not lost any time to Singer Racing Team, the eventual winners of today's stage, Fry and Steve John. And Dario, you're on the line right now. You're seeing some of these riders come in and getting a real understanding, a real sense of the endeavor of today.
Yeah, it was really hard for all of them. So just placed 3 ladies came in totally freezing. They have to change every little bit on their body, because it's unbelievable how fresh it was out there, and it was a real tough day for all of them, and it's even tougher for the guys who are still on track. So it take a long time till everybody's up here in Davos, and I look into the face of the riders now. They're grinning, but they're also shaking their head about today. So conditions are really hard.
And especially hard since that the 100-kilometer stage today was the first ever 100-kilometer stage that we've had. It's the longest stage in the SPAR Swiss Epic history, stage 4 today, Friday. And looking at tomorrow's stage, the 58 kilometers of the race, that is a 58 kilometer and 1,850 meters of climbing day, and quite a concentrated day of climbing, and all really front-loaded at the first part of the race. We'll be seeing a profile of that in a moment. We'll be able to take you through what the riders are going to be experiencing tomorrow. But in the meantime, let's just take a look at what the weather conditions are out there and spare a thought for any riders that are still coming through. We'll be keeping an eye out for many of the Swiss Epic Finishers Club riders, the potential Finishers Club, and we are looking at some of the Epic Legends. There are 15 potential Epic Legends that look like they are going to be earning that fabulous Epic Legend medal. An Epic Legend refers to the rider who's finished 3 Epic Legend races, and that would be the Alter Schin Epic, the pinnacle of the Epic series, the SPAR Swiss Epic, of course, the Four Islands race in Croatia, and or the Pioneer in New Zealand. So exciting to see just how those riders have fared throughout today's stage. Hopefully they'll have gone well and not made any mistakes, anything to scupper their chances of earning that medal. And we're looking at tomorrow's stage now. The stage is a final 58 kilometers of the 2022 edition, and it'll pack a real punch with some famous trails in that day. So just one more day to go, but today still all to play for. And we're going to be just keeping an eye on those. So we see Team Schaffel heading through as we see them celebrate quietly to themselves. Just a bit of camaraderie at the line. We're about to join the podium celebrations in the women's category at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Just to look at those expressions on the line, just a mix of emotions really, some celebrating and some glum looks as they know that there is still maybe one stage to go, but having passed that finish line, they know that there are 4 down and 1 to go, all part of that the mental game of getting through an arduous race like this. And they know that after they've ticked off today, they've really broken the back of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2022, held in the region of Graubünden, and today's stage taking the riders from Largs to Davos. And Dario, you're on the line. You will be no doubt just really in touch with how the riders are feeling after a long day. You've seen some of the amateurs passing already. What's the feeling down there?
The feeling is pretty good at the moment, because it's a bit strange. So everybody is a bit messed up with the situation because it was so hard. It's probably the hardest thing they ever made in their lives. But on the other side, they're so happy with the situation. Wow. And it's a mix between these two feelings.
I think it's certainly a feeling of extremes at a mountain bike stage race such as the SPAR Swiss Epic. And we've caught a glimpse maybe in the past, and certainly in the past couple of days, we've seen the Alphorns, part of Swiss folklore, and those are traditionally played at the highest point in each stage. So we would have seen them yesterday at the highest point at 2,000 meters, the day before at 2,400 meters, and just part of the fabric of the race to give riders from all over the world a taste of Swiss culture, of Swiss folklore. And that's what it's all about, riding the world, riding the trails. And it's a collect 'em all situation where you would want to go and ride the tropical rainforest of the reef to reef that's going on right now as we speak currently. And we've seen some images of that earlier on, and the direct contrast with the trails of the Western Cape, the rocky, rugged trails and sometimes dusty trails of the Absa Cape Epic. And certainly a big challenge to have finished any of those races as we see the celebrations about to begin, the podium celebrations for today's stage.
Welcome to Davos at the end of stage 4 of the SPAR Swiss Epic Graubünden, as we present to you our top 3 women's teams at the end of the stage. In third position, the team Efficient Infinity Insure, Rare Street Coffee, Vera Loza and Kim Lacourse. And making the presentations, the CEO of the Davos Cloisters Tourism Authority, Mr. Reto Branchi. Second place on the stage today, it was so close, it was a sprint to the line. The team MTB Pro Merchandising, Team Cingolani, Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana. Well, with the name Davos Cloisters Women, they had to take the sprint finish to the line after 100 kilometers. Congratulations to our winners, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat, Davos Cloisters Women. Come on, please, in this cold rain, give them a warm round of applause. Davos Cloisters Women taking the win. Please stand by. We're going to do the presentation for our Chia Vita sponsored category overall leaders jerseys. For the women, it's the orange jerseys. Four stages done, one stage to go. The winners of stage 1, 2, 3, and the 100-kilometer. Stage 4, Larks to Davos. Our Davos Cloisters Women, overall leaders, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat. Congratulations, one stage to go.
And as we see the top riders on the podium and the rest of the field flow into the final race village of Davos, we say a big thanks from all of us for joining us today. And we'll see you again tomorrow on the start of the final stage, relatively short stage, 58 kilometers, and conquering the Alps at the 9th SPAR Swiss Epic held in Graubünden. Thank you and see you tomorrow.